People, I'm your host Major. I'm with my brother Ace, and we are back. We're back, man. Ace, what you
Ah,
saying?
I'm actually happy to be back, man. That international break, it makes you actually miss football. Like I
Mm,
haven't looked forward to a stream this much in a minute. So now, man, I'm
mm,
looking forward to getting into this. It should be a good stream. Good
mm-hmm.
stream.
Yeah, nah, defo. I think, yeah, man. Like I always say it, like international football. Yeah, it's cool and all. Do you get me? The tournaments, like cool. But yeah, these international breaks, I can't lie, man. Like they just drag. Like
Nah, man.
they
Ah,
drag. Like yeah, man. And I think to have one so early into the season as well,
ah.
like yeah,
Listen,
man.
listen. I'm gonna go into a rant, but I'm gonna save that for the
Mm,
obviously for the people were actually gonna stream twice today. We're gonna obviously Major.
mhm,
I guess you wanna explain what the stream is gonna be about. Then we're gonna do our Premier League preview afterwards, and that's where
mhm,
I'm gonna have a little rant about this international break. Because yeah, I
mm,
am fuming. Oh my god, I can't put it
mm,
into words, but I'm fuming. It's 3 games to
mm.
the season off the back of a Euros. We
Uh,
have international break. Hey man, don't
it's, uh,
don't don't. I don't want to
hey,
get
be
triggered now,
easy,
bro. Yeah, man, I don't
be
get triggered
easy.
now. Let's get into this one, man.
Be easy, man. But
Uh,
yeah, thanks to everyone that's currently watching. Thanks in advance to anyone that's going to watch, who's gonna join us as we're live, who's gonna watch after. Like we always say, we greatly appreciate it. And yeah, like Ace mentioned, we're gonna get into two streams today. This one is a transfer tier list. So we're going to be talking transfers. Obviously, the transfer window closed not too long ago. There's been a lot of business, and we're going to talk about the transfers that all of the Premier League sides have made, and we are going to rank them in our tier list. And then after that, we are going to submit our final Premier League predictions. So now the transfer window's closed. We know what the squads are looking like at least until January. So yeah, man, like we're gonna lock in those final Premier League predictions. So that's what's on the agenda for this stream. So
yeah,
yeah, man, like guys, get involved. Do you get me? Like tell us your opinions. And yeah, man, hopefully we have a good stream.
yeah. So yeah, let us know if you agree, disagree. Let us know. I understand. Put your opinions in the comments, and we'll talk about it. And like, I feel like this might be a good point to kind of also add, I guess, as we kind of tie up our Premier League predictions that we did a couple weeks ago before the window closed. Is we're also gonna have a little competition between between Major and I, where we're gonna do a little. Obviously, we have the FPL which runs every week. Where if you're not in the league, definitely look at the comments in the descriptions below to get the league code. Join us in that so we can shout you out if you're doing well, shame if you're doing badly. Then we also have obviously each game week we have a preview prediction where we kind of predict what the results are going to be for each weekend. So we have that, and then obviously we're going to have the Premier League prediction. So what we're thinking to do is FPL is time consuming, so that's going to be 1 point. Then we have the Premier League predictions, which is also difficult. That's gonna be another point. And if we happen to be drawing in those two at the end of the season, then we'll use the Premier League prediction to be the decider to kind of determine who wins. The initial kind of thought we were thinking is that I would have to buy Major, the United kit of his choice. Could be a classic kit, could be anything he wants. Put anything in the back, I'll get that. Likewise, you already know I'm gonna get an O2 Arsenal kit. But we also want the comments also let us know too. Like if you can pick any other kind of like fun forfeits that the losers should do, let us know and we'll definitely incorporate that as well. So I just thought that was a good little place to incorporate
Hey,
that. I will remind you guys.
don't say definitely incorporate anything, bro. We don't know what they're gonna say,
Nah, bro. Listen, why you being scared? So listen, if you have something crazy,
bro.
say it. Say it.
Bro,
I'm not scared. Why are you scared, bro?
I said incorporate. You said definitely incorporate, bro. Speak for yourself.
Hey, man, I made it back in that
What's up?
already. Back in that
What's
already,
up,
bro.
bro? Hey, bro. I'm just saying, be guided.
No,
Let us
I
be
hear it.
guided.
I hear it, man. People can be crazy, but yeah, within
But yeah,
reason, be
get
reasonable. But
involved,
yeah,
guys.
that's the plan.
Get involved. Get
Yeah,
involved. So yeah, if you're ready, I
yeah, I'm
am
good to
going
go.
to get up the tier list and we can talk some transfers. So yeah, bear with me 1 second.
Sounds good. Oh shit, this nigga disappeared.
Hey man, I'm still here.
Okay. This guy said they can't see. They can't see the wizardry. When you're loaded live. I hear it.
What is
Tech. Damn.
all right, man?
We get into it.
Yeah, man. That's all looking good.
Get in.
So yeah, everyone, as you can see, we have got the tier list up. So we right, where am I hearing myself from?
Oh shit.
Oh damn, sorry. What's going
Alright,
on?
no worries.
I was hearing an echo in that, like my headphones, but yeah, it's all good. But yeah, everyone, as you can see, we've got the tier list up and we are going to rank each team's transfer window. So we've got the different ranks here: horrible, bad, decent, good, and brilliant. And you know what, Ace? I thought a good place to start would be, a team that, I've I've got a soft spot for. And I said, you know what? Like, do you get me? I'm hoping that they can beat the drop this season. And that is Ipswich.
Yeah, they got your old
So,
guy McKenna. I heard it.
hey,
I heard it.
McKenna, man. McKenna. He's done a great job so far.
How
So
was
yeah.
he as because how was he as a United player actually? Just very quickly something
What did you say, bro?
how do you remember like how was he? Just I don't know, randomly came to me as a like what's your
What?
memory of him? Yeah.
What, Kieran McKenna?
Yeah.
What, as the coach?
Oh, was he just an assistant at United? Or did I thought he played
Yeah,
for the club
yeah,
as well?
nah, bro. Oh, nah, bro.
Oh man. I don't know I
nah,
thought he
nah,
played. Cool.
nah. But yeah, shout out McKenna. But yeah,
Mm.
um, but yeah, nah, he was a coach for us. So yeah, obviously, like he weren't necessarily with us when things were going great, but you know, like these things. So it's just like
Yeah.
the
I
things
say,
that
hey, bro, listen. I put my hands up. Obviously, I knew you had a United affiliation, but I didn't know it was just coaching. I thought maybe he played. That's not me. Like, he probably played a long time ago. But yeah, it's cool though. It's cool. I'll take that one. But yeah, let's get into
so
it.
good. So yeah, Ipswich. I am going to read out their signings and also their outgoings, and then yeah, like we'll just have a general discussion about Ipswich and their business, and then we'll decide together where we want to rank them. Just so everyone knows as well, as we're discussing the teams, like we might revisit certain teams, like we might move teams higher, we might move teams lower, like it's going to be like a ongoing discussion, like as we're speaking. So it's like if we put one team in like one rank and you disagree, then please let us know, like, and even if there's like some information that you think we've missed out that you think is relevant to this discussion, then yeah, please comment and yeah, we'll discuss. So yeah, it's kind of going to be like something, we want it to be like an open discussion. So yeah, that's how we're trying to approach this. But yeah, bro, so Ipswich, some of their signings, we've got Liam Delap from Man City, 20 million. Obviously, I think we've already spoken about Hutchinson a lot. They've got him from Chelsea, 18 mil. Jacob Greaves from Hull, 15 mil. Darren O'Shea, Burnley, 15 mil. We've got Arjanit Muric, Burnley, 15 mil. We've got Ben Johnson coming on a free. We've got Leon Elliott coming from a free. That's from West Ham and Crystal Palace. We've got Connor Townsend, West Brom, 500k. We've got Sammy Smodics, Blackburn, 10 mil. And this is a familiar name, Calvin Phillips. I'm sure everyone knows him. And obviously they've got him from City on a loan. Jason Clark, 18 mil. And we've got Ogbene from Luton, 8 mil. So yeah, these are just some of the signings. Well, the majority of them, I think I've covered everything.
Mm.
But yeah, like those are like Ipswich is signings that they've made this season. So initially, Ace, do you have like just some general thoughts? I'm gonna get into the outgoings, but do you have like some
Mm.
general thoughts just off the back of me naming those players?
Yeah, I feel like it's like because I know they spent like over 100 million, which is I think quite a lot for a promoted team. So they clearly have ambitions to try, like give them the best chance of staying up this season. Whether it will be enough, yeah, we'll get into. I guess we kind of see where they end up when we look at all the other transfers based on the other teams that came up, and then the teams that we probably both think are probably at risk of going down. I think that's probably their best chance of kind of determining where they might finish. So yeah, but yeah, so spent a lot of money. I think Liam Delap, what I've seen from him this season, the City player that he got in, like he looks really impressive for 20 mil. I think that looks like a good signing. I feel like even Hutchinson, I feel like it's so important for these promoted teams that when you have a system and you have key players in that system to keep them when they come up to the Prem. Because you see that you see it happen a lot where they come to the Prem and then loads of the players that they had on loan, they eventually go back to their clubs. And then now they can't keep the system they had previously. And Hutchinson, he looks like a massive part of their system. So, yeah, bringing him back is massive for them. 18 mil, it pains me. That should have been Arsenal's 18 mil. But, yeah, respect to Chelsea. Took him off our head tops and made a good money off him. So, fair play to them. So, yeah, I think they did, like, decent business to be. I mean, even I'm so happy you said his name because that's Sammy. What was his surname? I saw his surname and I said, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even gonna try, bro. You see how that name is spelled? Hey, man, go search it up. So yeah, he was a top scorer last season in the championship. So again,
championship.
like we're interested to see how he kind of develops in the Prem, whether he can kind of bring that form, I guess, into the Premier League season. So yeah, my kind of initial thought is I will get into what you think, but I am thinking probably like a nice. I'm thinking decent, my kind of role points. And then,
bro,
let me know what you think.
You even went into your analysis quick, bro. Man, just wanted a brief overview.
Oh,
then I was gonna get into the outgoings,
cool.
But yeah, but let me just. I think I agree with a lot of the things that you said, but I'm gonna just quickly name some of the outgoings. So we've got Gassan, Ahadmi, Charlton 1 mil, Idris El Mizuni, Oxford 400,000, and then we've got a lot of free transfers here. Caden
Jackson, have to get into all of that, man. No one knows.
Like we've got free transfers and releases. So like, but yeah, predominantly that is like the business of Ipswich. Now, getting back to what you were saying, I think Ipswich have done some really good business here. I think when you look at Sammy Smodics, again, like you mentioned, top scorer in the championship last season, he was on fire for Blackburn, like had a really, really good campaign. And I think, you know, a lot of the time when we talk about promoted teams, one of the major things that we always like to highlight is, do they have someone that can put the ball in the back of the net? Because ultimately, that's what's going to keep you up. You need someone that's going to be able to score goals. Now, granted, scoring goals in the Championship and scoring goals in the Premier League are two very different things, and it doesn't always necessarily translate. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Smodics adapts to the Premier League. But off the face of it, I think that's a good signing. I think you've got someone here who, has been in the Championship, and the Championship is probably, like, a lot of people arguably say, is the most competitive league in the world, like as regards to competition. So, like the Championship's not an easy league to be in, but obviously the Premier League's a different level altogether. And yeah, you've got someone who has been scoring goals in the Championship, and now he's making that step up to the Premier League. And yeah, he's got something to prove. Like, can you do it at this level? We've seen loads of other players who have scored goals in the Championships and they failed in the Premier League. But we've also seen players who have scored goals in the Championship and they've come up to the Premier League and they've succeeded. Off the top of my head, I can think of someone like Ollie Watkins. I can think of him coming, do you get me, to the Premier League, and you've seen what he's done for Villa, but then you can also see what he's done for Brentford. So, like, it's going to be up to him to, like, prove his worth. Do you get me? But I think that's a really intelligent signing. I think that's someone that is keen to score goals and he can really help Ipswich in their campaign. I think Hutchinson, again, so we've now addressed, like, the goal scorer. I think here you've got someone who can create and can add a spark. Like, I think is someone that, like, you also want a player that can kind of get you out of trouble. that is just like, hey, you know what? Like in a lot of games, maybe our backs are going to be against the wall. Do you get me? A lot of defending, a lot of sitting back. We need someone to do something. Like sometimes what you want is you want to give the ball to a player and you want to say, what's that Kevin Hart being? Help me, please. Help me. Like, do you get me? So I think, yeah, and I think in Hutchinson, I think that's someone that could potentially do that. So I think that's a really good signing. And obviously, yeah, like we've seen again. I know you said you wish the money went to Arsenal. Like, do you get me? Like, sorry for that. But yeah. So I think, yeah, in those two signings, again, things are looking good. I think if you look at Delap, again, City, City, like, yeah, Journeyman says here, some guys need to call game. Exactly that. Like, I think those are the type of players you need. Like, you need some players who, like they can just get you out of trouble. So, yeah, I think, again, like, you've signed some players, like, who have got like a lot of potential to do good things in the Premier League. Again, whether it will translate is another story, but I like the look of the signings. With the lap, I think, yeah, City have just the way they just carve out these prospects and the amount that they sell them for. Like, ridiculous. Again, we'll get onto City when we're talking about their transfer window. But yeah, but we saw the goal that he even scored this season. Like, do you get me? Great goal. And I think, yeah, again, you want someone like who can produce moments like that. And also, I think even just coming from City, and this is no guarantee whatsoever, but I think, being in that environment where you've learned to play football a certain way, like, do you get me? Like, you've been under the influence of the City coaches. Pep, he's got his fingerprints all over the club. Like, do you get me? It's not just the first team, but down to the youth teams. Like, they've all been raised to play a certain way. Like, do you get me? Like, we've seen players like Rico Lewis break into the team, obviously the likes of Phil Foden, like, and Oscar Bob, and like we've seen how technically gifted they are, and you've seen like the influence that City, like, just as a club and the coaching has had on these players. So yeah, again, not everyone's gonna be a superstar, not everyone's gonna be incredible, but I think with a team like Ipswich, what you would want is a player that can come and convert some of these potential, like, to get me to the standard required, which, can keep a team like Ipswich in the Premier League. And yeah, for the lap, that remains to be seen. But again, I think it's one of those signings where it's like, you know what? Like, this is worth a goal. And for City, great business again.
Yeah.
Because, he's it's funny because with City, like, yeah, breaking into that team is so difficult, like, so incredibly difficult. So I think with them, like, do you get me? It's kind of like one of them ones where, yeah, they might say, you know what, like, you've been a part of us, we appreciate you, but also, see that 20 mil, we're gonna grab that,
bro. I don't even him for his own career as well, man. You're behind Haaland, bro. Go play football somewhere else, man. Like, go play football somewhere. Actually, get on the pitch and get some minutes. So yeah, no, I think for him himself, it's the right move. And one thing I'll say about Ipswich's kind of signings too that has to also be thought about is also I feel like you also, when you come up to the Prem, you want to take advantage of the money that the Prem kind of affords you throughout the season. So even if you do get relegated, you go back into the Championship in a stronger position than the other teams, where even if you're going to be a yo-yo team, it's still better than what you were before when you just about kind of broke into the Prem. So even just the players they were able to kind of strengthen their team with the season could be massive for them if they even were to get relegated in terms of going back to Championship and doing something. So yeah, 100%. I think that's a factor as well. So no, I think Ipswich is good business today. This window too, but I've been looking at it initially. I think I'll go middle of the road, decent. I don't know what you think. You think good, and then you can always like update it as we kind of go along, like based on what the other teams do as well. So
yeah, I'm thinking again, because I think we've got to try and judge these relative to the aims of the clubs, and Ipswich's aim is to
stay up.
And I think, they've made some signings. I didn't even mention Jacob Greaves from Hull, but yeah, he was the whole player of the season last season. And again, I think what it is that they've done is that they've made like intelligent signings, like even Ogbene from Luton. he was in the Premier League last season. Like, do you get me? He's had that experience. So I think they've made signings where they've given themselves a good chance. Like, they've tried to identify the things that are like crucial to a team staying up. Again, getting a goal scorer, championship top scorer last season. You know, they've got someone in Hutchinson who can create, who can have a spark. Do you get me? Like, I think they've invested wisely. They've gone for potential, but then they've also gone for players who they have experience, not necessarily at the highest level, but they've still got valuable experience that they can bring for a team like Ipswich. So yeah, I'm thinking like good for them.
Cool. We
Yeah,
can put them there for now,
yeah,
and then we'll see who else is there. Like, I'm not
yeah,
strongly on, but yeah, I think for
yeah,
me they're gonna end up decent overall because I think they
yeah,
made
yeah,
good signings, but I don't know whether it's like I feel like for me to put them in good, I'd have to think their signings like Ipswich should stay up now. And I don't have Ipswich to stay up now.
I don't. I think for a team that's coming up from the Championship, I think it's really hard to have to make signings that will like make a fan or like a neutral to look at them and say, yeah, they're gonna stay up. Like, I think that's very difficult. Like for a team coming, you know, even the caliber of players that they're going to get, like, it's hard. Yeah, that's why it's like I'm doing it very relative for them. Like, I'm thinking, like, I've almost grouped them in the category of they've come up from the Championship. Like, they were a championship team last season. And for them, like, what is good for them? Like, do you get me? And I think, yeah, like they've done quite well. But I'm not mad. We can, you know what? We can. What do you think? Do you want to put it in decent? Like, we can put it in decent or good.
I'm going to be either, to be honest. Cool. You made the final call.
All right, cool. You know what? I'm gonna leave it in good for now, and then we can move things around potentially.
Yeah,
so that's perfect. Yeah. But yeah, hey, McKenna, Ipswich, hey man, and you know what? Journeyman said Aston Villa should be top, so I think it's only right that we speak about Villa. And yeah, I think a lot of their transfers have been quite high profile and their transfer activity has been well documented. So it's going to be interesting to hear your thoughts on their transfer window and how well you actually think they've done. Do you agree with Journeyman? Should they be top?
Yeah, I think they have to be. I think they have to be. They have like, again. They have to be. I feel like there's them and I have another team that when we get to them later, I think there's like two standout teams. I think that's had the best windows. Obviously, but initially I'd say Villa. I think they've had a brilliant window, man. Like you've been saying, like I think they did what they needed to do in terms of they're now going to be playing in the Champions League now. They needed more bodies, and they've got like the kind of squad in depth that they needed to kind of handle the Prem and the Champs as well. Where I feel like they did that really well. That Onana signing, I was saying it, man. Like, I know you guys have regard to which we'll talk on United. I feel like that was the guy that you needed to pair with Mainly because that's the kind of he's another type like Declan Rice type signing, just a guy with legs that will just cover the midfield, eat up the ball. He's like good enough technically. I think we've spoken about before where I feel like he gets disrespected. Where I think because he's tall and he's black. Is just his PMP is what people say, but like no, he actually is like decent on the ball as well. Like he's not gonna be doing eye the needle passes, but not every player needs to be doing that. Like especially with like a Ross Barkley that they also got on the free, which I also think is another very good signing, bringing him back. Like I think he's the kind of player that can kind of help mitigate the loss of I guess like Douglas Luiz going to Juve, where they now have someone who can be again deeper that can kind of dictate play as well. To give kind of Tielemans a rest too. So I think in terms of the bodies and the caliber of players off the top of my head, I think they've had an excellent window. I don't know what your initial thoughts are. We kind of go into it.
Yeah, I think Villa, they've done some really good business. Like again, I'm just looking at the list here. You've got Ross Barkley from Luton. You've got Ian Matson from Chelsea. That was 37.5 mil. You've got Onana from Everton.
Get into that.
50 mil.
Books were cooked. Get into that, man.
So yeah, and even Jaden from Hull, 80 million, and I'm going to talk about him in a minute. But yeah, I think that was a good signing, Jaden Philogene. But I think they've made some good signings, and then obviously I think like you've already mentioned, Luiz. That was a big one for Juve. He was great for them last season. And that was a big outgoing. And then you've also got Diaby. And I think, Diaby I think it was good business in the sense of being able to recoup like the money. Like I think they got a good fee for him.
They got a great
Like,
fee for him. I think they
yeah,
basically got back what they paid for him.
yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
said. Yeah, being able to recoup the money. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
like so I think, yeah, like that was good business. I say good business. You get what I mean? Standing on business. But yeah, good business from Villa. Yeah, let's talk about Onana. I think Onana, yeah, I think that's a really good signing. I think when you look at his profile, he's someone, like you said, he's got legs, he can get up and down the pitch. I think technically he does get disrespected a lot. Like I think a lot of people talk about him like, you know what, he's just the athlete. Like, do you get me? He's not someone who has any technical capabilities, which is not true at all.
Keep
Like
it
I
ticking.
think, yeah, like, do you get me? Like, yeah, I think there's much more to his game than, yeah, just the person who can pick up the ball, do you get me, and pass it sideways, and just the person who can get up and down the pitch. Like I think he's someone that you're gonna kind of see the other aspects of his game like this season, and you're gonna see it. You're gonna see him get better, and you're gonna see him evolve. Like I think he's also someone that likes to pick the ball up and drive. And I think, yeah, like that's something that's really going to help. And also, I think we've already seen it this season. His set piece threat,
Yeah, he's
like,
a massive set
is
piece, right?
yeah, it's phenomenal. Like he's someone that causes havoc in the opposition box. Do you get me? Like absolute havoc. So I think, yeah, for Villa, you lost Douglas Luiz, and then like you mentioned, you've also signed Barkley. So I think Barkley, we saw him at Luton last season, and it's very interesting about Barkley because obviously when he was breaking through at Everton, like, you know, there was so much hype around him, and he was someone that was typically playing further up the pitch. And as his career has gone on, like we saw him with Luton playing deeper, and we saw how suited to that role he was. Again, when we're talking about technical ability, I think he's someone that has a lot. And yeah, like he was able to like, you know, piece things together from that deeper position. And, you know, we saw Luton play some great football last season. Like, I think that's why a lot of people actually wanted them to stay up, because they really did give it a good go and they played some good stuff. Do you get me? I think defensively, they were just too frail. But yeah, Barkley, I think that's a good signing. And obviously, he used to be at Villa. Do you get me? So it's like, it's someone that has been at the club before, that knows the club, knows the Premier League, has a lot of experience. And I think he's someone, again, who's going to come into that midfield and make an impact. And then I think when you look at the players that they already have, like someone who I rate highly at Villa is Kamara. And I think like he's someone who, yeah, like when he gets back to fitness, like that's gonna be brilliant for them, because yeah, like he's someone, having him there, having Onana there, having Barkley there, having Tielemans there, yeah, man, like you're looking at that midfield. And then obviously there's McGinn, which, you know, his position sometimes varies, but yeah, he likes to tuck in, like even when he is playing, like, you know, like not necessarily in central midfield, but is someone that will like likes to take up those midfield areas, like midfield. In he's like someone that likes to occupy those midfield positions, like regardless of where he's playing. I think, yeah, you're looking at a squad where, and it's funny because we're going to talk about United's midfield, but you're looking at a team and a squad where I think they've tried to build it and say, you know what, like we need a variety of options in order to try and be competitive in the Premier League and competitive in the Champions League. Then I think for Villa as well, and this is really funny because it's not a signing and
I know you're gonna
it's
say.
not a
I can read your
sale.
mind. I know. Oh, it's a
Duran.
sale. Oh yeah, I knew it. I was
No,
gonna say. I
Duran,
knew it.
yeah.
You actually
It's not
you
a
think too
signing
much
and it's
alike,
not a sale.
bro. Keeping him is massive.
Keeping
Yeah,
Duran,
yeah,
because
massive.
like when I was seeing the links with him like going away, obviously there were strong links with West Ham and during the transfer window. One of my main concerns was if they sell him, it's gonna be hard to get a striker who is of sufficient quality, who's probably not going to be able to start as often as he likes because of Watkins, but also can have a distinct impact on your team and can come in and you don't feel a dramatic drop off.
Yeah.
And I think in Duran, you've got someone who has a lot of potential. He's only going to get better. I think we've seen his ball striking, like we've seen him even come in this season and he's been better than Watkins. Like Watkins has been off the pace. Do you get me? It looks like he's not had much of a preseason. He's still, you know, getting used to like just the pace of the Premier League again. Like he's not at typical Watkins sharpness. So I think you're looking at Duran, and Duran's actually someone who can come in, and it's like Watkins has to look over his shoulder and say, hey, whoa, like, do you get me? Like, so I think for them, that's absolutely massive to have someone there who can compete. And again, I've spoken about how important it is scoring goals in the Premier League. Like, it's all nice having a great midfield. It's all nice having people that can keep it compact, that can keep it like ticking, who can be creative, who can break up play, who can take the ball from one box to the other. Ultimately, in football, you need someone that's going to put the ball in the back of the net. And I think Duran's someone that's capable of doing that. So if you pair him with Watkins, then now you've got two forwards who can have a real impact on Villa's season. And then when you're playing Champions League games and you're playing Premier League games and you're playing the cup competitions, you've now got options. And that's what Villa needed, options. Like, you can't just be relying on Watkins to be scoring your goals. So, yeah, I think being able to keep him, I think selling Douglas, but then making the midfield signings they have made, I think recouping the money for Diaby. Obviously, we've seen, this wasn't this window, but we saw Rodgers, like, do you get me, last season, and we've seen him this season and how good he's looking. They've kept Ramsey. I think they're looking good. And then even with Maatsen, I think he's someone that's got a lot of potential as well from Chelsea. So it's going to be interesting to see how he develops. So yeah, like, I'm liking Villa. So yeah, for now, I will agree. And let's say we'll put them in brilliant. Is that good with you?
Yeah, no arguments here.
Cool. All right, cool. I think next, let's go for West Ham.
Okay, then.
Let's talk on West Ham. West Ham, they've been very, very busy. A lot of signings, a lot of incomings.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go through the list for West Ham, man. Cause they got so many players in, man. First, I'll start with who they even brought in.
All right, cool. I'm getting it up right now. And for West Ham,
why you're even doing that? Just put them in brilliant right now while we talk.
Oh,
just
really?
put them in brilliant, bro, man.
Really?
I told you the two standout teams that won the transfer window for me this season, West Ham and Villa, man. It's so
okay.
so.
Hey, you know, yeah. We'll talk about it.
You disagree? Okay.
I said we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Okay.
So yeah, we've got Max Kilman, Wolves, 40 million.
Yeah.
We've got Somerville from Leeds. We've got Nicholas Fulkrug from Dortmund. We've got Aaron Wan-Bissaka from United. Sorry, I never mentioned some of these fees, but yeah, Wan-Bissaka 15 mil, Fulkrug 27.5. We've got Tadibo, which is a loan, where they can buy him at the end of the season as well. So yeah, and we'll talk about Tadibo because, you know, that could have been us, but yeah. That was a loan with an option to buy. They've got sorry, where was I? Lewis Gilherme from Palmeiras. So yeah, man, they've got West Fotheringham from Sheffield United as well. But yeah, they've
very good keeper.
Fotheringham, yeah. And then they've also got Guido Rodriguez, which they signed from Real Betis for a free. So yeah, and then when we're looking at some of their outgoings, Ward-Prowse has gone to Forest on loan. Cornet's gone to Southampton on loan. They've sold Said Ben Rama. I don't know why I was stuttering so much there. Leon 13 mil. I'm just looking through, skinning through here. Tilo Kerr for Monaco 19.5, Native and Trot, Copenhagen 1.5, and then yeah, I'm seeing a lot of frees release.
19.5.
No, 9.5.
Okay.
9.5. Oh, Flynn Down, Southampton, 18 mil as well there. So yeah. But yeah, bro. Hey man, you quickly wanted to Wendy, their list. Oh my gosh, they were active.
Well, that's why I said let me not even pretend to remember everyone they got. But I just know I think they made very good signings, man.
Yeah. I think some of the standouts is we're looking at Kilman, we're looking at Somerville, we're looking at Fulkrug, we're looking at Tadibo, we're looking at Wan-Bissaka. Like I think those are signings that a lot of people have been talking about. Obviously, Lewis Gilherme from Palmeiras as well. But yeah, like they've been active. They've been super, super active. And so yeah, bro, what are your thoughts on West Ham?
Yeah, I
Why
guess
should
that.
they be in the brilliant category?
Yeah,
Tell us.
obviously I have to put my hands up. You know, I remember obviously when we were talking before the Euros, I remember Fulkrug was coming on, and I said, "Hey, I'm not moved by him. I'm not moved. Only for him to come and dunk." And I feel like that's the first time I've taken him in. And I feel like, yeah, he's a good striker. I think he definitely probably spent too much on him at his
Yeah,
age,
it's a lot
which
of
is
money for
definitely
his
one that
age.
we can talk
Yeah.
about. But I think as a
Yeah.
striker that you put the ball in the box and
Mm-hmm.
he gets his head on it, he will get a lot of headers in this Premier League. Where he
Mm-hmm.
might probably struggle is, I guess, like the kind of physical kind in terms of like pace, because he also seems very slow from what I've seen on him. But I think if they have the ball and they're getting those crosses in, I think he's gonna be very, very dangerous. What's his name? Crescencio Somerville. Like, I think again, Championship Player of the Year last season. I think he's another. I remember him before he even went down initially, and I remember the some players that you watch like a couple times. You're like, I see the talent here. You're actually you're a good player. And I remember that being like my first opinion of him.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him get a move to West Ham, because I think, yeah, without the pressure of him being extra squad depth to a Kudus and a Bowen, I feel like, yeah, it's nasty. That's the kind of player that a West Ham want to be bringing off the bench when teams are getting tired, that can make a difference. So I think he's a very good signing. To Debo, yeah, I know United fans are still crying about not being able to get that over the line, but hey, the rules are the rules. That's what we say about that one. So, but it's funny though. Okay, so loan of obligation, which when you said that, I thought, oh, next summer, if that doesn't go, I also are United trying to buy some time,
Loan with an option,
with an
not
option. But
obligation,
is
with an
it? Yeah,
option.
it's an option. I meant to say option.
Yeah,
So it's option. It's not guaranteed right now because it's an
Mhm.
option. So it'll be interesting to see whether United are trying to see if they can buy some time to see if they can get out of some loopholes in that deal. But we'll see. Because I think that's another very good signing for West Ham, like defensively. You said Max Kilman as well. I feel like, yeah, defensively, I feel like they've strengthened with Kilman and Todibo. Good signings. AWB, like the
What
one
did you
guy.
very quickly, bro? What did you think about the fee? Because when I saw 40 mil for Max Kilman, I said, "Ooh, that's a lot."
It is a
Like,
lot. It is a
yeah,
lot.
that's
It
a
is a
lot.
lot. It is a
Good
lot.
sign. It's a good signing, but I thought, wow,
Yeah.
that's a lot. Like, yeah,
It is.
I did think that was a lot.
It is.
Like,
But again, man, like, bro, like, how many signings do we say? Like, I think a lot of these signings is what you're willing to pay in it. Like, so it's a lot of money, but I think he's still young. So 40 mil, I feel like the Fulcrum, why I'll be critical about that one is because of his age, where you're like, he's towards the end of his career, like almost 30 mil for him. You're like, you're not going to recuperate that. So he has to really hit the ground running and give them a solid, understand, like 3 years. That's not why he's still kind of in his prime. Whereas a Kilman, I feel like he still has time. Where that 40 mil, if he's there for the next 6, 7, 8 years, he'll pay that off. I don't think it's a lot. It's enough to. I'm just like, oh, they got absolutely fleeced. But Wolves definitely got a good price for him, is what I'd say. And I think that's fair. Like, they really wanted him, so they paid the price in it. So I think that's my kind of thought on the what's it called, on that fee. So yeah, a lot on the high side, but yeah, they really wanted him. You have to pay what the club wants in it. So like there, yeah, Somerville, yeah, like I said. So yeah, no, I think overall, like, they made some like very, very good signings. Like, I feel like that's like, and yeah, and also imagine if they had even got Durant over the line as well. I think that's where this would have been. We would have needed a new kind of option at the top above brilliant for me. Because yeah, in general, for West Ham, like we're saying about Ipswich, like their intention is to try to compete for the European spots. And I feel like for a West Ham, you can't, if you're a West Ham fan, you can't really ask for more than the players that they brought in. That's why I think for me it's a comfortable brilliant in terms of the names and what they can bring to the team. Now it's on the manager. That's why I don't know where it's now on him to make all these different pieces work. Because one issue when you bring in so many players in one window is now how do you make a team that gels? So that's what he gets paid to do in it. But yeah, my initial thoughts are, yeah, I think West Ham had a very, very good window. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think obviously, like we've spoken about West Ham previously, and yeah, I think they've had a really good window as well. I think when you look at the quality of the squad that was already there, when you're looking at players like Bowen, when you're looking at Kudus, when you're looking at Paqueta, and I think, yeah, being able to add the players that they've added to that.
Forgot about Paqueta.
Yeah, do you get me? Like, you're being able to add the players that you've added to that. I think, yeah, like West Ham. I think West Ham fans will be very happy with their window. I think with someone like Wan-Bissaka, again, someone who's Premier League proven, has a lot of experience in the Premier League, and of course he does have his faults. Like, I think United fans, we've discussed Wan-Bissaka within like our like within our fan spaces for a while now. Like, and you know, some people were really upset that he left and really didn't want him to leave because of what he brings. Other people were like, you know what, like, thank you for your service, but as regards to like your technical ability, like, it's not something that maybe he's not a player that we need if we're trying to get to the places that we're trying to get to. Like, but I think with West Ham, I think that's a really good signing, man.
Bro, perfect,
like,
man.
really, really good signing. So it's like, yeah. And I think when you're looking at their signings as well, I think, yeah, like they've strengthened their defense, they've strengthened their attack. And I think, yeah, like they've got quite a good like balance like between the two, where it's like, okay, you know what, like they look prepped. And yeah, like if I'm a West Ham supporter, like I would be looking at those European spaces and thinking, cool, let's try and challenge for one of those. And yeah, like if you look at the signings they've made, I think they look quite well equipped to do so. So let's put West Ham in brilliant. And talking about European spaces, I think another team which has received a lot of praise this season is Brighton. Brighton. And you know what? Before I even get into Brighton signings, before I like, talk about who they brought in, I'm just gonna say, and I think I've said this before, but the recruitment of Brighton over the last however many years has been brilliant. Like, I think their ability to sign players, do you get me? Their scouting, where like they're able to, their talent ID, where they're able to pick up players from different clubs who, the big clubs weren't necessarily looking at. And then we've seen what those players have developed into. And yeah, not only that, but the amount of money that they've been able to generate from their sales as well. Like, crazy, like absolutely incredible.
Bro,
So
I said
like,
it. I've said
yeah,
it before, man. They took all the money that Chelsea gave them and put it into this team. You actually look
yeah,
at
like,
all the money that Chelsea gave them. They invested it very wisely. So yeah, I'm going to
yeah,
add that.
yeah. Like,
That's true.
I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, I remember when Man United were linked with Caicedo, like before he went to Brighton, and look how much they bought him for, and look how much they sold him for.
Bro,
Like,
nasty
yeah,
flip.
and yeah, like, so what they've been able to do as regards to their recruitment has been absolutely phenomenal. Like, so structurally, I think you're looking at Brighton, and when they are going into these transfer windows, you're thinking, yeah, man, they're probably going to have a good window, because even if they lose this player and they lose this player, they're just going to find someone. Do you get me? Someone that probably most fans haven't even heard of, and then he's just going to turn out to be a really good prospect. And
Yeah.
yeah, like their recruitment.
I feel like
Brilliant. Yeah,
before you even get into something I was thinking with Brighton too, I feel like what they've also done this summer is I think they were getting like the Caicedo like level signings before, like the 8 million, that's like the lower kind of prices, and I feel like they've upped their project where they're like, cool, now we're gonna try and go for like the 30 to 50 mil players. Where and I feel like they probably did that because they're looking at the European spots and they're like, you know what, there's a gap here where if we actually do get the next caliber player above, that's more of a guarantee. That's like less of a risk in terms of on paper whether they're going to come and do well or not. They can actually compete for those places. So yeah, fair play to them. Like, I just wanted to add that before we kind of go through their signings. That's something I was thinking throughout the window. Where I was like, they took that project that they had and they just basically injected it a little bit more to kind of give them a higher chance of success. Even though there's also a higher risk now because they've invested more money into these players. But I think they've made very good signings. But we'll get into it.
Cool. And yeah, like talking about their signings, we have got Minter, 25 mil. We've got Matt Weifer from Feyenoord, 25 mil. We have got Brajan Gruda from Mainz, 25 mil. We've got Jorginho Arata from Leeds, 40 mil. We've got Matt O'Reilly from Celtic, which like that's gonna be a really interesting signing to talk about, because I have some thoughts on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where was I? Oh, Kadioglu from Fenerbahce, 25 mil. And Malik Yaoukuye for 6 mil as well. So yeah. Oh, and Ibrahim Osman for 16 mil. So I think those are all of their main signings. And then obviously some of their outgoings, we know of Billy Gilmore joining McTominay at Napoli, sold him for 16 mil. I think probably the really big one for them as regards to who's been performing for them over the last few seasons was Pascal Gross. And obviously he's gone to Dortmund for 10 mil. Yeah, so like, yeah, that's going to be, it's again, I was about to say, oh, you know what? Like, it's going to be interesting to see how, no, it's not. Brighton will be fine. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Yeah, and then we're seeing some here like Lallana, he went on a free. But yeah, I think like yeah, we've got quite a few of like loans, releases, etc. But yeah, oh, you know what? This one is also worth just talking about. Barco on loan
That guy
to
ruined my FPL,
Sevilla.
man.
So yeah,
Ruined
everyone
my
just
FPL.
a moment of silence for all the Barco owners. Oh,
I think
now
he's
he's
still on my
doing my
bench.
squad. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
squad. Oh, now he's doing my squad. But yeah, Brighton, yeah, like I think they've done some really good business. I think when you're looking at Minter, again, this is someone that he just looks exciting. Like
Yeah,
you're
bro.
looking at
I've seen
him,
people say that he don't know what he's gonna do next, bro. It's
yeah, like
unpredictable for everyone. Everyone is
yeah,
trying to guess what he's gonna do next because he might do
yeah.
anything. So nah.
He's one of those players which is like, yeah, you look at him and you're just like, and again, it's what I was talking about that I think in the Premier League, like you need different type of players. You need someone that's going to put the ball in the back of the net, like confirmed. You need someone that's going to be able to create something out of nothing. And when you're looking at Minter, I think that's the type of player that they've got
Yeah,
here.
it's
Like, you've
chaos.
got someone that's exciting, that's going to have fans on the edge of their seat, who's unpredictable, who's not scared to have a goal at the defender. Like, and I think, yeah, it's going to be really good to watch him this season. I think even in the first few games that we've seen him in, like, yeah, man, like exciting, very direct. So yeah, Minter, I think really, really good signing from Brighton. Then also Matt O'Reilly, which yeah, I was going to talk about him just because I think with Celtic, I think he had a good season last season. He got 18 goals for Celtic, but also he got injured very early on, and obviously yeah, it's really unfortunate. And the reason why I was quickly going to talk about him was because I think like I firstly wanted to ask you as regards to the Scottish League, like where look at your face.
Go on, let me let you land. Go on.
Oh, Major, what are you about to ask me, bro?
Bro.
I'm not about to ask you nothing crazy, bro.
I'm
I was just
listening.
I was just gonna say, like, because I've seen a lot of discussions regarding like the Scottish League and I think just generally, like you always talk about different European leagues and you look at La Liga, how is he gonna adapt if he comes to the Premier League or League One? How is he gonna adapt if he comes to the Premier League Serie A? How's he gonna adapt if he comes to the Premier League? Like how, and again, this is not something that needs to be like a super detailed answer, but do you think that like playing in Scotland at all, do you think the transition is easier? Like because like yeah, obviously like you're not playing in like a European league where maybe like the like they've got like maybe a particular like Spain, for example. I've seen a lot of players talk about Spain and they talk about how just from like the academy systems, how they are taught to play football and how stylistically is very different. How like again, I know you're not an avid SPL watcher, so I'm not asking you to give me your analysis of the Scottish League. But do you think that like it will be easier for him to make a transition coming from the Scottish League, or do you think that like it's easier when players are coming from like other leagues like in Europe?
My initial thought, yeah, I feel like it's not really about whether it's a Scottish league or it's another league in Europe. I feel like even for players coming from like Serie A or they're coming from La Liga, I feel like it's about the profile of play that's more important. Because you can be the type, you can be the profile where you're playing in the Scottish league, but I think because of your profile, you will still be able to adapt to the Prem. Or you could be in La Liga, but because of how you play, whether you're more of a slower technical player, where even if La Liga is like the second or whatever you want to rank La Liga as a league compared to the Prem, because of how you play and your profiles. I feel like what's probably more important when it comes to like O'Reilly in this case is probably the profile of player he is.
I 100%,
yeah.
100% agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I think more so, like, the reason why I brought up the league is
Mm.
because, like, I've seen people talk about, like, the Scottish league and various different leagues as regards to how high they rate one league, how high they rate another league. And I think, yeah, like, I just wanted to, because obviously Celtic and Rangers, they're massive clubs.
Yeah,
like,
they
do you get
dominate.
me? Like, yeah, they're like clubs who have, you know, historically done like loads of great things, not just domestically, but obviously even when you're looking like in Europe, like, do you get me? So they're massive, massive clubs, do you get me? And like they've got really passionate fan bases, really passionate support systems. And I think sometimes, like, I think a lot of people maybe like in England, they don't necessarily realize how big they are, like as regards to like their clubs. Like, I'm not even talking about level here, I'm just talking about prestige of a club. Like, do you get me? Like, there's a lot of pressure going to play for like a Rangers, going to play for a Celtic. Like, they're massive, massive clubs. And I think, yeah, I completely agree with you as regards to the profile of player. But I think it's more so like, do you think that, like, just as regards to, so, you know, for example, like I've heard some players talk about moving to England, like adapting, like that was really difficult for them. Not even just necessarily as regards to like the football, but just moving across. And obviously recently we've spoken about like a lot of like how it's been great to see a lot of players from England make the move abroad. Like, do you get me? And, you know, like they've said, you know what, just because I'm at one, just because like I was like a lot of my youth career was in the Premier League or in England, it doesn't mean that I can't go to Europe. And we've seen like Tammy Abraham, we've seen Chris Smalling, we've seen Jude Bellingham, even recently we've seen Angel Gomez, and we've seen him get like, you know, the England call up and how well he performed. So yeah, like I think just talking about like transitions as regards to like where they're coming from, like in the countries and stuff. Yeah, I think it was more so just interesting to just get the take.
I guess
on that.
do you have any like maybe what might help me? Do you have any players that
Yeah.
come to mind that have transitioned from the Scottish League to Prem as examples? Because that might make it a bit easier for me to think about it.
What did you
that comes to mind,
obviously, like I remember, like again, I'm a United fan, so obviously I remember Henrik Larsson, and obviously like United have had loads of great players for us over the years. And I think a lot of United fans, we have like a very special place for Henrik Larsson, because like I think he came in and he done a good job. Like, do you get me? Like, he weren't Rooney, like he weren't Van Nistelrooy. Like, it's probably like not a name that you're gonna be hearing all the time, but like he came in and he done a really good job for us. And obviously when he was at Celtic, he done great for them. So it's like, yeah, like he's just off the top of my head, like just someone close to home. But like he's someone that I look at and say, yeah, you know what? And I think perhaps if he had come to the Premier League earlier, then like you would have seen like someone who, yeah, like really, really would have flourished there. So it's just like, yeah. And then even if you want to look at another really big example, of course, is Van Dijk. So yeah, like we saw Van Dijk make the move from Celtic, and then obviously he went to the Premier League, Southampton, and then obviously from Southampton went to Liverpool, and then we all know how that's gone as well. So yeah, like I think, yeah, like there's examples, and there's gonna be loads of different examples. Like,
I know even Tierney for Arsenal.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like I feel like I don't have a, maybe I haven't watched enough of the Scottish League to have a strong opinion. But I also feel like, again, I feel like the main thing is the type of player you are.
Type of player, I completely agree.
Like Tierney's type of player that even watching him in the Scottish League, I would have assumed he would have also adapted to the Prem, the type of player he is. So I feel like that's probably the most important factor.
I completely agree. I think it was something that I saw, and I was just like, oh yeah, this is an interesting take. Like, it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, he's someone that got injured, and hopefully
I think he's out for like 3 months.
Back. Like hopefully he comes back quickly, because like it's always unfortunate that happened. And then Kadioglu, obviously, like Euros. Like we saw what he done there. Again, I think that's a very good signing like done his thing there. So I mean, Brighton done their thing there. So yeah, overall, I think Brighton have like done some really good
Yeah.
business.
And
Like
even kind of
I'm
like little
liking them.
final words on that too is I think even the fact that it's Brighton that brings him in even gives me more confidence that he will adapt towards the Prem because I know that they've done the
Yeah,
numbers and they've looked at him
the
and said, yeah,
research.
they've done
hmm
the So I
hmm
trust Brighton's recruitment to say
Yeah,
yeah. And also
yeah.
obviously I haven't
Oh,
watched
I'm
much
so
of
sorry.
him. I haven't much, but I saw what he did to Chelsea in preseason as well. So yeah, I've seen enough to know that he's the tidy player. So yeah, hopefully he comes
Yeah,
back and the injury doesn't affect him too much.
yeah.
But,
Oh, and sorry, bro. I can't talk about Brighton and not talk about Jorginho Rutter because obviously that was a big fee. They paid 40
What do you think
million,
about him? Because I've heard some
40
people
million
not be
leads.
convinced about him. I haven't watched much of him either, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on
You
him
know
actually as a
what?
player.
I think he's someone that has like good potential. The fee is a lot. Like, do you get me? Like, it's a lot of money. Like, do you get me? Like to sign, like to spend 40 million, like on a player like from Leeds, like do you get me, who was playing in the championship, like that's a big move to make. Like, do you get me? I think he does have like potential, like so, like, and I think he's someone who like, yeah, like he can be exciting. Like, and I think Brighton, those are the type of players that they like they like going for players like who, you know, they
Nine
think
point
can decide.
fives.
Yeah, like, do you get me? Like, can do something, like, do you get me? Cook up something special. So yeah, but yeah, I think yeah, purely for the fee as well. Like I think that's something that like yeah
Yeah, I think
was
he broke their
definitely worth mentioning.
transfer record. So
So
yeah, it'll be
yeah,
interesting to watch him.
yeah, and then also Matt's wife as well from Feyenoord.
Yeah,
I think
I'm tuned. I'm locked into him. I want to see how good he is. Obviously, I heard how
yeah,
well he did for final last season under Arne Slot. So yeah, it'll be
yeah,
interesting to see how he adapts to the Premier League as well.
yeah.
Coming off because I think yeah, man, that the Dutch league right now there's question marks
Oh
over players
gosh,
coming from that league.
hey
So
man,
it'll
hey
be
man, I
interesting
don't
to
like where
see
you're going
how
with
he does.
this.
Yeah, man. I'm not
Oh
gonna say
so
no
yeah,
names. There's a
so
Brazilian
yeah.
winger.
Oh
I'm not gonna
gosh.
say his name.
Moving swiftly on. Oh, I also wanted to mention Brazian Gruder as well. So yeah, like he's very young, 20 years old, but like he had a very, very good season with Mainz last season, helped them stay up. And I think, yeah, potentially he would have gone to the Euros if not for injury. And yeah, I think he's someone again, like Brighton, they would like signing like these young players, these like exciting players. So yeah, like I think Brighton, like, yeah, they've had a good window. So what are
Yeah.
you thinking for them?
See, it's tough, man. I don't even put everyone in brilliant, but they're definitely between brilliant and good. But it's just whether I'm gonna say brilliant, man. I thought that for Brighton as well. It's very, very good business for them. Like I think what they also did, when we'll talk about other teams, is that they've got players that are good enough that even like a Dingra can now be coming off the bench. Baleba, who's another really good player, coming off the bench. Like they've got players that are good enough to come into starting 11, and their squad depth is now much better as well off the back of that. Like even like a João Pedro going into this year as well. Him and Reuter competing, still got Welbeck. So I feel like in terms of game players that push the starting 11, they've done really well. And again, I expect them to be trying to fight for those European kind of spots because I think it's just about whether the manager has the experience to kind of get them over the line. But based on the window they had, I think they had a very, very good window. So yeah, I don't know what you think, but I'm between brilliant and good. With my
brilliant and good. I think, yeah, I'm definitely between those two as well. I think, you know what? What are Brighton's objectives for this season? Like, what do you think? Obviously, we're not Brighton fans, but what do you think Brighton fans are? They're looking at their team and even like the players. Like, what do you think? Are you think it's similar to West Ham when like, they're looking at those European spaces and thinking, yeah,
yeah.
we should be competing?
I'll probably say like they'd probably be happy with like a top 10 is what I would assume. Again, not being a Brighton fan, finish.
Yeah.
But I would say based on the business, I won't be surprised they're looking at that European spot and say some of the other guys are just there a name. Like if our manager can actually put this together, we have a very, very good chance of making a strong push for it. So yeah, I would say probably top 10 to Europe, maybe like a Conference League kind of like competing strongly for that. Seventh spot is what I'd say is like I guess like the stretch goal, and the top 10 would be like the minimum I'd say the fans would expect off the back of this window and where they are. So yeah,
cool. All right, you know what? Yeah, especially just also because of like Brighton's history when it comes to signings, I think we've got to give them the due respect. Like we've got to give their scouting system
Yeah.
the
I
due
also have to
respect.
shout out my boy. He's not my boy anymore. He used to be my boy, Cozy Dubry, who they
Oh
obviously
yeah,
took from
yeah, yeah,
Arsenal as
yeah.
well, which will be interesting because I think he's already gone on loan, I think, to Blackburn. So it'll be interesting to see how he can develop. Because now I feel like Brighton have kind of moved past the grassroots kind of cheaper players. It's going to be interesting to see how if he actually breaks into that team now with the competition that they have too. So yeah, no, I just wanted to give him a quick shout out. But yeah, so I'd say I don't know where you're gonna go, but yeah, it's tight. What are you thinking?
Cool. You know what? I think we can shift things around in it. I think for now, let's go with brilliant.
Okay.
Let's go with brilliant. When just very quickly looking at those 4 teams, are you happy with it? Do you think anything needs to be moved? What are you thinking? How you feel?
I still think Ipswich I think it would be very, very generous to Ipswich would be good, but I would leave
You
them
know what?
now.
We can move them to decent for now.
Yeah.
We can move them for decent.
That's my initial point. Even if you agree or disagree, let us know in the comments below.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Remember, it's all relevant to relevant to what it is that they're trying to achieve. So it's just like, because I think we also have to make sure that we're being fair. Like, do you get me? Because if, for example, we're looking like at West Ham and we're thinking, you know what, the signings they've made means that they should be like, if not getting a European place, they should be just missing out on one. Then, and if we're saying a similar thing for like Brighton, like then if they don't, then like we need to judge accordingly. Like, do you get me? Because I think like putting coming from the Championship and staying up in the Premier League is something incredibly hard to do.
Very, very hard.
So if they fail to do it, it doesn't necessarily mean that, in my opinion, that the window was terrible. Like, do you get me? Again, I think you mentioned signing players that potentially can help you in the Championship and you can get back up. Like, do you get me? But I think, it doesn't necessarily mean that their window's terrible. I think it's like relative. Of course, their aim of the season will be trying to stay up. Like, do you get me? And I think if automatically when the Championships team comes up to the Premier League and they stay up, then they've had a great season. Like, do you get me? Yeah. But I don't think it's automatically that if a Championship team doesn't stay up, they've had a horrible season. Like, do you get me? Yeah. Like, I think it's relative. Like, it's relative. So it's one of them ones. But yeah, for now, we can put them in decent.
Yeah. And again, when we see the other teams in there, it will help when we have more teams on it.
Cool. All right, bro. You know what I'm thinking right now?
Where you going next?
We've spoken a lot. You know, I know you're very passionate about this topic. So I'm saying Chelsea. Bro, talk about it.
I guess the question firstly to you, bro, is like I guess coming into this window in terms of what we felt like Chelsea needed, because again, it's like what Chelsea needed. How well do you think they did in terms of achieving their goals that they would have set out coming into the window? I guess it's the first kind of question I'll ask you, and then we'll go back and forth on this one. Because this one,
cool. I'm gonna give you a very quick answer. They failed. They failed.
I want you to say it because I don't want to come across as a Chelsea hater.
It's very, very simple. I'm gonna make this very simple. Do you get me? I'm gonna say my piece and then I'm gonna let you talk about it. But with me analyzing Chelsea's window, like we can go into detail about loads of different aspects of the signings they've made, and we will. Like, do you get me? But I think when you look at Chelsea, ultimately, we all looked at their squad. We looked at them last season. We looked at the players they have. We looked at their profiles, and we said Chelsea need a striker.
Yep.
Everyone looked at them and said Chelsea need a striker. And when you look at Chelsea, so again, me as someone who's not a Chelsea fan, do you get me? Support United. Do you get me? And I don't even have like crazy beef with Chelsea, you know, that's more Arsenal's beef, Spurs beef. Like, do you get me? Like, yeah. So like the biasness isn't even like crazy like that. Like, do you get me? So me, when I look at Chelsea, like again, I'm looking at, and I'm going to talk about some of the players they've signed. They've signed Pedro Neto I think he's someone like, you know, he can really be an exciting signing.
Very good signing.
I think he's someone that we've seen him at Wolves. We've seen what he's capable of. Like, we've seen his potential. Again, the main question regarding him is his fitness. But when he is fit, he's someone that can have like a great impact. I think João Felix, again, he's someone who was like a teen star, like who had like crazy potential. His career's probably not panned out how he would have wanted it to pan out up until this point, but he's someone that definitely still, I think, has a lot to give, and is someone that can have a great impact. Creative, can do things with the ball. Like, again, nice. I think you look at Sancho, again, come from United, someone who went to Dortmund, was great in the Bundesliga. He's come to the Premier League. It's not worked out at United, but you know, Chelsea are looking at him and thinking, you know what, hopefully we can get the best out of him. Do you get me? And he's someone that can help create, attack, etc. And then you look at the players that they've already had. They've got Nkunku there, they've got Palmer there, they've got Madueke there, they've got Nicholas Jackson, again, someone who's been playing up front. And when you look at him and analyze him as a player, what a lot of people say is that, you know what, he's not rubbish, he's not bad. He's actually someone who's got like ability, like he's someone that can have a really good impact on the game. Like, but the weakest part of his game, and that's not to say that he hasn't scored goals, but Chelsea fans, I think they will even tell you this, that one of the weakest parts of his game, like, is finishing. Like, do you get me? Like, he's not clinical. He's not someone where, you know, if a chance falls to him in the box, he's going to deliver. Like, you're not confident that that's going to be the case. So you look at Chelsea and you identify all of their profiles. You look at the signings they've made. You're thinking, you know what, there's creativity here. There's attacking potential here. There's people who can thread the pass. There's people who can dribble. There's people who can get fans off their seat. And you're thinking, you know what, if they're able to get a world-class striker, then they can be a really big problem. So you're thinking, you know what, as a club, management, like everyone, you're thinking they're going to approach the transfer window and say, our number one objective in this transfer window is signing a world-class forward. That's the main thing that we need to do. You know, when you're thinking of like KPIs, do you get me? Bro, KPIs, fam, you're thinking, you know what? Like, what will make this window a success? Do you get me? Where you're looking at it and you're saying, you know what? We want to look back at this and think we achieved our objectives. What will make this a success? What will automatically make us so much better? Signing a world-class forward. And you signed everyone but that. Like, you literally went to sign you signed Sancho
but even
on the last
day.
Do you get me? Like, do you get me? You were buying João Felix. You were signing everyone. You looked at all the players in the world and you said, you know what, we want him. 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 And people are like, you know what? What about the four? Be quiet. We want him. We want him. We want him. But you know, Ivan Toney's
hold your lips.
Relax. We want him. We want him. We want him. We want. But you know, Victor Osimhen is. No, listen. We want him. We want excitement. We want youth. We want youth. We want excitement. We want someone that can get the fans off their seat. And it's like, okay, we hear all of that. But what about the Alright, cool. Because you guys have been nagging me so much, Osimhen. Alright, cool. The transfer window's almost over. Hey, you know what? You know what? We're not trying to pay you. But if you want to come, I guess. Listen. If you want to come over, I guess we can make space for you. I guess.
Bro, cost that guy generational money.
What? You don't want to drop your wage? Oh, we don't even want you. We don't want you. We're gonna sign another attacking midfielder. That's what we want. Where's the wingers? Where's the cams? That's what we want. That's what we're trying to do. Do you get me? That's how we're trying to approach things. So literally, I think they went through the whole transfer window and it was like, the first thing that you're looking at should be, we need to sign a world-class forward. And, you know, I think a lot of Chelsea fans thought, you know what, they're going to get to it. But no, it was literally, nope, we want him, we want him, we want him, we want him. Attacker, winger. Like, but obviously, like, the main thing that they should have addressed was a centre forward. And they've signed all of these different attackers. They've signed, do you get me, wingers, cams, etc., people that are exciting, but they didn't address like the main thing that they needed to address. So ultimately, like, even if you think that they've made good signings here or there, even if you think that they've got a lot of players with potential, and it doesn't necessarily mean that, do you get me? Like they're the signings that they made aren't going to prosper. Like, do you get me? But ultimately, you're looking at their objectives and you're thinking, you know what would have automatically like been the difference maker is signing a forward, and they failed to do it. So when I look at Chelsea's transfer window, I look at it very simply. I'm looking at it like, you know what? We saw how you performed last season. We saw what your weaknesses were. And I think everyone looked at Chelsea's team, Chelsea fans, opposition fans, and said Chelsea need to sign a world-class centre forward. If Chelsea sign a world-class centre forward, then they really could be onto something. Us as rival fans were looking at them thinking, you know what? We don't want that to happen. Like, do you get me? We were thinking we don't want that to happen, because if you now have got a world-class centre forward, or you've got someone who's an elite scorer, or someone who you're looking at and thinking, you know what? If the ball falls to them in the box, they are more than likely going to score. And then you're combining that with Palmer, you're combining that with Neto, you're combining that with Felix, with all of these players that you've signed, and like all the creativity, then you're thinking, oh, this could get tricky. Like, do you get me? And you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Literally. Like I said, you said, I want him, I want him, I want him, I want him. They said, strike. Nope. 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 And they said, but I think we are looking for youth. We are looking for creativity. We are looking for players who can excite, you can get off us. But what about us? Nah. And yeah, man. So again, I'm actually going to talk, and to Chelsea fans, I don't want you to think that, you know what, like I don't even rate a lot of the players that you signed, because I actually do. Like, I actually think that you have made some good signings, and I've been on record and I've said, you know what, Chelsea's team, they've got a lot of good parts there. Like, when you're looking at the players, do you get me? And you know what, someone like a Jackson, like, he very well might like become more clinical and might score more goals, and you might improve. But that doesn't change the fact that when looking at your transfer window, there was one clear thing that you needed to do. You needed to sign a clinical striker, and you failed to do so. So when I look at Chelsea's transfer window, I have to say, yeah, you failed to meet your objectives. Like I said, KPI not met. Like, it was very simple. Go and sign a world-class striker. Go and sign a clinical striker. Go and sign someone that can reliably put the ball in the back of the net. You failed to do so. So yeah, man. That's what I have to say.
Tag me in, bro.
Hey, go on, bro. Go for it. Go for it.
You know what it is, yeah. I feel like we need to accept. I feel like the KPIs thing that you said is a really good point. But I feel like we have it wrong, you know. I feel like the KPIs of Chelsea needing a world-class striker is the KPIs of the people who their priority is Chelsea on the football pitch. And I think I'm clocking that the owners, their priority is not Chelsea on the football pitch, bro. And I think that's the reality of it.
Oh, bro,
like, that's the reality.
Oh, you got it,
like,
bro.
Let's be
sorry
honest,
to interrupt, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, bro. Bro, you got it. Because you know what? You're 100% right. They failed to meet the KPIs. They failed to meet the KPIs of the fans.
Yeah.
As regards to Chelsea, the business,
bro.
As regards to making sure the books are balanced,
bro.
As regards to the model that they're trying to create economically, yeah, they're looking at it and saying, "Great window.
Look at this. Look at this. Sancho, bro. He went to United for what? 75. How much was it? Like 70 odd mil that you guys got him
just
for?
over 70. Yeah, just over 70.
We can bring him in for 25 mil. And if we can get him back to a relatively good player, if we can flip him for 50 mil, we've made good money. João Felix, he went to Atletico for 100 plus million. If we bring him in for 40 mil, if we can bring him back to even being a decent player to what he was before Atletico brought him, that could be money. Like, I feel like that's like the main driving point behind a lot of the decision making, because from a squad building point of view, it makes no sense, bro. I've been saying it. Chelsea have been getting away with murder. How you can bring it in Cuckoo for like 60 odd million, like 2 seasons ago, him be injured most of last year. You think this is the year now, and Cuckoo's coming in to be a big player for Chelsea, and they go by João Felix, who is probably the most similar player to Nkuku I can think of in terms of who's going to take minutes from Nkuku. If you want to assign, it's probably a João Felix-esque player. You go bring him in. You see Drewsbury Hall at Leicester. You say he's the guy that we need to bring in. Let's be honest, bro. Is he an upgrade on Gallagher? Is Drewsbury Hall a better player than Gallagher? If your main priority isn't about the books and making the books make sense. It don't make sense, bro. Like again, okay, yeah, Maresca's system. I think that's how they've spun it to the fans. To me, the signing don't make sense because if you look at Chelsea's strongest team, I don't think he gets anywhere near it unless they brought him in to be for the Conference League. It don't make sense, bro. You got João Felix, you got Nkunku, you got Jude Hall, you got Palmer now, who's ahead of all of them. He's gonna play in that center midfielder, like center attacking mid now. So all those players are even behind him. You understand? Like that's the squad building they've done. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, they wanted this window. We said, please. I didn't say please. Chelsea fans said, please, just get us a striker. You understand? You got Gyökeres, you got Osimhen. You got names out there that if you're serious,
Tony.
Bro, how Chelsea can spend over 1.2 billion pounds under this ownership, bro, and the most expensive striker they've got is Jackson is ridiculous, bro.
It's crazy.
You're saying football, who's the most expensive position to fill, the position that's going to win you games is the striker.
Bro, we've been saying it throughout this whole stream, bro. We've been saying it throughout this whole stream, bro.
Oh, it don't make sense.
It don't make football. In all levels of football, grassroots football, whatever, when you're playing with your mates at the park, when you're at Cage, when you are down the road, when you're at the street, wherever you are playing football, whether you're in England, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in GH, whether you're in Sweden, whether you're in Portugal, wherever you are playing football, you need someone that can put the ball in the back of the net. And how you can analyze your squad and approach this transfer window without addressing the priority in the eyes of most Chelsea fans and most neutrals who can look at the Chelsea squad and say, you know what will really elevate them? A striker, a really good striker, a great striker, a world-class striker. This will make Chelsea really scary. How you can approach this transfer window and decide to completely ignore it is beyond me. It's like wild, how you can ignore like everywhere, bro. How can you, bro, Cage, bro, wherever you are playing football, bro, wherever, bro, whether you are playing in Hackney Marshes, bro, whether you are playing AstroTurf, whether you're playing on the roads, wherever you're playing, bro, whether it's Cage, wherever it is that you want to play football, bro. Again, I'll say it, wherever, Nigeria, GH, wherever, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what ability, whether it's League One, whether it's League Two, whatever. Do you get me? You need someone that can put the ball in the back of the net. And how? Like, bro, I don't even know what. I don't care about Chelsea, bro.
I know we've given them
common sense.
No.
It's just common sense, bro. This is common sense, man.
Chelsea
That's what it is.
Getting away with murder, man. They've been getting away. Imagine if United or Arsenal had done. Everyone, please. I know Arsenal and United fans are hated because of social media.
Yeah. We know you don't like us.
Imagine if either of our clubs, bro, had spent 1.2 billion in like a 3-4 year period, and we're still, if we get top four, it's not guaranteed. That's still the talking point. That it's not a guarantee that you're gonna get top four or compete for the league, bro. Like, isn't that ridiculous? The squad building has been, again, for the owners, the squad building has clearly been, for me, bro, it's so simple. They are trying to make a stock market of players. They're trying to dictate the market. They're trying to get these young players in, and then what they're trying to do is develop them and then flip them for money. That's like, in my mind, what they're trying to do. Like when you have Egbali, the main shareholder now, who his background is completely in investing. To me, it's very simple what you come into the club to do. You didn't come into Chelsea to try and get Chelsea to win a Premier League. You don't care about that. If they win a Premier League, that's a bonus. Understand? Right now, what they want to do is pull the wool over Chelsea fans' eyes, give them exciting players that will keep them happy enough, and then they can make their money on the side. Because they're in here to make money. They're not here to try and win Premier Leagues or win Champions. If they do that, it's a bonus, in my opinion. It's a complete bonus.
Bro,
their squad building doesn't look like the squad building of owners, bro. That their intention is on the pitch. Our main intention is to win right now. Like, it don't look like that. It look like they looked at players and thought, who has value? Who can we invest in? And who could potentially give us returns later on? And a question I had for you, hold the thought you had, bro. Who in charge? Because I think what they've also got really wrong is they brought so many players in that they missed the part where for you to flip these players, you need to give them minutes and give them development where they're going to improve. Who have Chelsea bought under this ownership, other than Palmer and Gusto, the two that come to my mind, that have increased in value since they bought them? Can you think of anyone else me I'm missing? Jackson, maybe. I'll give Jackson maybe. They went for 35 mil. Who are all the money they've spent, that 1.2 off the top of your head, who do you think they've got in that has increased in value?
I'm trying to like quickly go through Chelsea's squad. Oof. Hey, what I'll say is not a lot. It's not a lot. Who have Chelsea got like bought that increased in value?
Let us know in the comments below if I missed anyone. For me, Palmer, Gusto, and Jackson. You can name anyone else, please. Let me know.
Think maybe Madueke?
I think we're on hat-trick hype, man. He hasn't done anything to increase in value yet, in my opinion. He hasn't.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think he's probably the same that he got him. If I'm being, I think he hasn't lost value like a lot of the players, but I don't think he's increased in value. In my opinion.
Okay, first.
But it's an argument. He's probably one that you can argue a little bit.
Yeah, like I'm literally just going through their squad, and I'm really trying to think. Like, do you get me? Like, is there anyone like who they can, like who we can actually look at and say, you know what, like, because I think they bought. Just looking at here, they bought him for 28.5 mil, Madueke. I believe so. So yeah, and how old is he? He's 22.
Yeah, he's still young. I'm not saying that he can't. He has potential. I'll give Madueke he has potential. But I think based on what he's done in the Chelsea shirt, I don't think he has.
Yeah. Like, but ultimately, like, your point stands, bro. Like, ultimately, like ultimately they've not spent great. And you know what it is? Again, and I am actually gonna now analyze some of these signings like in a positive light, because like they have made some good signings. Did they not
on this, I think he went for like 40 odd mil. Again, getting over murder. We don't talk about these transfers.
I thought it was even 50, you know.
Was it 50? I know it's 40 plus, So so he definitely hasn't increased in value.
But Chelsea, and bro, you know this. Like even last season, like before we were streaming, bro, I said to you, I was just like, bro, Chelsea have got some good players. Like this was towards the end of last season. I was saying Chelsea have got some good players. I actually like a lot of the players that Chelsea have got. If they're able to sign someone who can guarantee them goals, do you get me? And make some tweaks here and there. Obviously, the defense needed to improve. Like, and then you're able to make some like good signings here and there. Then like Chelsea are concerning. Like, and I think this is the thing when talking about Chelsea. They might end up like challenging for top 4 this season and getting top 4. Like, do you get me? And I think the point that's being made is that like if they do that, then brilliant for them. But it still doesn't change the fact that how a lot of Chelsea fans maybe will be looking at it now is, imagine if we had bought the striker that we needed, then how much better would we have been?
Major.
Like,
I'm major. And I think, sorry, while I have this in my mind, I wouldn't even be, again, is there money in it? If they want to come build a starting 11 and then do your investing stocks in the background and make your money, whatever. But the fact that they've done it the other way wrong, I feel like they've just bought loads of players and they've kind of just thrown it on each manager and said, make this work now. Which is why, again, when I'm like, Maresca, if you don't get top 4, I'm not going to really blame him based on the structure and what he's working with. But that's the expectation. Whether it's his or not, whether it's his first year in the Prem or not, that's what he has to do now based on what the club are giving him on paper in terms of the quality and the number of players that he has at his disposal. But go on, bro. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, man. Again, I think like they've still got some really good pieces. And you know what? Like Jackson could like increase his goal output this season. Like he maybe might become more clinical. Like again, he's not old, like he's still got room to grow. But ultimately, I think it still doesn't change the fact that you should have had one clear objective if you're looking for the betterment of Chelsea Football Club on the football pitch. And that was to sign a striker. And you failed to do so. Like if you signed someone who again was clinical, who was guaranteeing you goals, and you put that into that Chelsea team, then again, we're looking at a very concerning Chelsea team. And I think, like you just decided to ignore. And again, even like going beyond this transfer window, like when you just look at just how much you spent and the fact that that centre forward position hasn't been addressed like how it needed to be addressed.
Sorry, Major. You know another point.
Just very quickly, bro. And I think what you're now, I think with all the money that you've spent, like, do you get me, on all these different positions, you've spent so much money on, you know, midfielders and, do you get me, defenders and etc. And you know what? Maybe your theory is that we really like Jackson, and we believe that he's actually going to really come good, and he's going to be an elite level striker who puts the ball in the back of the net. My thing is, well, when I'm looking at those midfield positions, those attacking midfield positions, and looking at the amount of talent you bought, why are you gonna leave the striker position, which I've said again is the position in football which is essential to whatever success you are going to have? Like, and and please don't get caught up in the word striker, whether it's a forward or whatever, the person who is going to guarantee you goals, let's just say that that profile is essential to whatever success that you're going to have. And the fact that you just said, you know what, okay, we're just going to leave it to chance and hope in Jackson that he's gonna do the job. Why didn't you decide to have numbers in that position? Like, do you get me? Like, why did you decide to say, you know what, we're now going to get as many creative players as possible? Like, why didn't you say, you know what would be good? Let's just get one other striker. Like, do you get me? One other striker.
They got Mark Green.
Yeah. Do you get me? Like, nah, bro. Bro. Like, yeah, man. Like, do you get me? And no, that's not thingy. But we're talking about like getting the elite level striker.
Yeah, I know,
like, do you get me? Or someone who's gonna get you goals. But yeah, bro, we've spoken about Chelsea a lot.
No.
But yeah,
yeah. And
but
again, I think the final point I had in mind, bro, why I say I'll leave it on this. Why I say the owners, their main intention is not on the football pitch. Coming in, I don't know. I didn't know much about Maresca, but just from the little tactical videos I saw, one of the things I saw was very key to how he wants to place his goalkeeper, bro. Sanchez, Chelsea fans we all know Sanchez isn't good enough. Understand? Then they went to get Jorgensen, which I think like another 18 mil they spent on him. He seems like it's not even like a guarantee that he is better or going to replace Sanchez either. So again, it's like, well, if you can splash all this money on these Brazilians and these players that you're sending out on loan and you're selling to Strasbourg, why didn't you try prioritize what the manager that you're bringing in? He's key priority. Understand? You get the keeper that's perfect for him, and even that signing, it don't seem like a signing that is made perfect for him. It seems like another just numbers, young keeper, maybe he can develop. But yeah, man. But yeah, we've spoken about Chelsea enough, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, very quickly. Obviously, some of their outgoings: Gallagher to Atletico for 36 mil, Lukaku to Napoli 25.2 million, Lewis Hall Newcastle 28 mil, Maatsen Aston Villa 37.5, Hutchinson Ipswich 18 mil. So you know what? From a business standpoint, they've done well. Like,
but even on that, last thing, bro. Because again with Chelsea, with this thing of Chelsea, I've had debates with people about Chelsea selling. Even this summer specifically, whether in the past, that's in the past. But this summer, the Maatsen 37 million books were cooked, bro. They brought in Kellerman from Villa for 19 million, a young player for 19 million. I checked their squad for the Conference League that they dropped. They didn't put Palmer in. My man's not in there nowhere. So you rate him enough to spend 19 million. You gave Villa 19 million for him. He's not good enough to play in the conference group stages. Listen, you saw Gallagher for 36 mil to Atletico. Then you had to bring in João Felix for 46 million. Where again with that signing, you went from trying to get a profile like the Amaradian. Don't know much about him, but the little I saw, he's a big physical striker. Understand? Whatever you want to, whatever more about him, there's more. That's what I know. To then pivot from him to then say, okay, we couldn't get you from Atletico, so João Felix, you're now our priority center. We're gonna bring in again. It all is book cooking in my eyes. It's like this. It's very obvious book cooking where we give you this for this amount and you give us this for that amount. It's so obvious, like what they were doing with those signings. Like, so yeah, I just wanted to add that in terms of the outgoings. Like, yeah, Maatsen 37 looks good on paper, but when you bring in Kellerman for 19, it doesn't look as good. Gallagher, I think Gallagher's different. Gallagher probably could have gone to like a Tottenham. I think they were interested, probably for similar prices. But the fact they had to bring in João Felix, who clearly wasn't a priority signing at the start of the window, again, it don't make sense to me. You see, when you have Nkunku, who's a very similar player, it don't make sense to me. So yeah, well, I don't know what people think about that, but that's just when I was looking at that, my fraudulent radar sign is going off. But go on, bro. So with the outgoings.
From a business standpoint, like obviously balancing the books, etc. Yeah, like obviously I think the Chelsea owners will be happy with the business that they've done. And yeah, they have signed again, like I don't want it to come across as like I don't rate like any of the players they signed. Like I do rate, like I rate quite a few of the players they've signed. So it's not about again tossing for a free as well from Fulham. But yeah, it's not about again. Yeah, the point I'm making is that it's not a thing where I don't rate the players that Chelsea have signed.
Yeah, they have
It's more
talented
so,
players, man.
yeah, they've got a lot of talented players, and
Yeah.
you know they might go on to have like a good season. It's more so a thing where you had one obvious weakness and you failed to address it, like, and you've spent so much money that it just doesn't make sense as to why you haven't addressed the main concern. Because if you are able to get a elite level striker who can put the ball in the back of the net reliably, then now you're looking at that Chelsea team and you're thinking, you know what, they're actually a problem. Like, they're really a problem. And again, I'll say it, I've said it. You can go wherever you want, whatever level of football, whatever country. Do you get me? Shout out Nige, shout out GH, shout out Portugal, shout out Sweden, wherever it is that you want to go in the world, Hackney Marshes, wherever, you need someone who can get the ball in the back of the net reliably. That's going to be essential to whatever it is, whatever success that you're trying to have as a team. And I think they failed to do so. So yeah, Chelsea, like, I think it's one of them ones where they failed with their main objective. Where do you want to put them? Because this is interesting because
I'm torn between decent and bad. I'll be so real.
yeah.
I'm torn between. I think the only thing that can squeeze them into decent is the signings like the Pedro signing.
Neto,
I think he's
really
Neto.
good player.
Yeah, very good player. Then obviously, again, as much as I criticize, like I'm harsh on like the signings from a squad building and logical point of view. But one thing I will say for Chelsea is, like, if they're in games late into matches, their squad depth is ridiculous.
Oh,
if
bro,
you're bringing a João Felix,
bring off the bench
is ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's even unfair for a lot of the Premier League teams. But so I think because of that, they still have very talented players. I think it's just the owners is where I think the criticism goes to. But under in terms of the talent is there. So I'm torn between decent and bad. I don't know what you think, but yeah, decent and bad.
Yeah, I am gonna put it in decent because again, I think Chelsea have a lot of really good players. And if Maresca's able to figure out a system where things can mesh, then yeah, like, I think Chelsea fans, they're going to see some really nice attacking football. Like, they've got really good players. It's not a thing that Chelsea don't have good players. They definitely do. Like, you saw when things were clicking against Wolves and all the goals they scored. Like, do you get me? Chelsea are a capable team. It's more so, like I've said, you had one major thing that you needed to address in the summer and you failed to address it. So if you did address it, if you were able to get that player, that striker that can reliably put the ball in the back of the net, then yeah, do you get me? Chelsea, they're going higher in this tier list. But I think because you weren't able to address that, then yeah, like I'll say decent. And I think also, just to be fair and like to try provide balance, like obviously, yeah, like as regards to like the sales, like getting the money that you've got, like, do you get me? They have done well in that regard with, like, do you get me? Some of the fees that they've been able to generate, like, do you get me? I know you spoke about the books being cooked, do you get me? But yeah, like they've generated some big fees, do you get me? They've been able to balance things out. So yeah, like I think I will put Chelsea decent.
All right,
cool.
That's fair for now.
Hey man, hey, you know what? Chelsea, damn, they took a
but we need that. We need that they were going to, man. Chelsea, they keep us entertained. That's one thing I'll give them. When everyone else was tiptoeing this summer for what's it called, for financial fair play, Chelsea said, "Yeah, we'll give you things to talk about." So yeah, man. I know they have Fabrizio on retainer.
Yeah.
I have him on retainer.
Cool, bro. Hey, you know what? As an Arsenal fan, I think it's only right that we talk about Fulham, since you guys seem to have a special relationship.
Hey man.
So yeah, bro. Do you want to talk about some of them signings? Like, because I know a lot of your boys.
Yeah, hey man. Listen, I'm locked in for Fulham this season. I'll be so real. Like what? I'm locked in. Fulham. Yeah, I'm gonna need you guys to do something because ESR. I really hope that guy can stay fit firstly, and obviously like get his career back on track because he's definitely a very talented player. But again, his issue right now is his injuries. And they took a big risk because, for Arsenal's point of view, 34 million, I think that was a very nice amount of money to get for a player that hasn't really played for the last 2 years. But for Fulham, it's definitely a big risk. But if they can keep him fit, then I think it's worth it, man. The talent is definitely at least 34 million. That's
Mhm.
like from his point of view. Obviously, yeah, they got what's it called? Nelson on loan, deadline day as well.
Mhm.
Haaland, Craven Courage pipelines becoming a thing. Hey, bro, it
Mhm.
really is. It really is, man. Yeah, and I hope they cook there because yeah, a lot of these guys too, like they're leaving on good terms. We get to my other team pilots, but we'll get to them later. But what's it called? Yeah, Nelson on loan too. I think that's a good signing for them too on loan. Because again, I think he's another player in a similar position where he just needs to get more minutes. Hasn't been playing enough football at his age. So I feel like that's going to be a good thing for them. Obviously, they lost Polinia, which is a big loss for them. Because, yeah, very, very good player. But then they brought in Sanderberg, which again, I think, I know United were linked to him in the summer too. And I think he will do a good job for them in that midfield. So, again, it'll probably help me if we kind of go through, I guess, the list of their signings too. But that's like the kind of ones that come to mind. Obviously, you got my boy Wobie as well, my Nigerian brother out here with the vibes. So yeah, man, they got the Haaland boys cooking there, man. I'm seeing the vibes in the video. So no, good luck to them. So no, I think they've had a good window.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'll quickly just go through their signings, but yeah, you've mentioned quite a few of them. Obviously, ESR from Arsenal, 34 mil. Sander Berge from Burnley, 25 mil. Joachim Anderson from Palace,
Good
30
signing.
mil.
Good
Then
signing.
Reece Nelson on loan from Arsenal. You've got George Cuenca from Villarreal, and you've got Sessegnon from Tottenham on a free. And then yeah, when you're looking at some of their outgoings, like you mentioned, Paulinho, which was the big one, Bayern Munich, 47.4 mil. You've got Bobby Decordova Reed, Leicester on a free. Tosin, obviously, we mentioned him, went to Chelsea on a free. And yeah, I think those are like some of the I think those are the major ones. There's a lot of like released and loans here, but yeah, those are the major ones. Yeah, like I think Fulham again, I think they've signed players who, like, if they can get fit and get it going, then things are looking nice. Like ESR, again, like we saw how he came through at Arsenal. We saw what him and Saka were doing, and yeah, he's someone that was looking really promising. And then obviously the injuries happened, and yeah, like I know a lot of Arsenal fans were hurt when they had to let go of him. It was one of them ones where it's like, you know that it makes sense probably from a business standpoint, but obviously from a sentimental standpoint, it's like, nah, man, like we don't want to let him go. Like, so yeah, I think it's one of them ones where it's like, yeah, they made a really good signing with that. Like, I think, and potentially if ESR can remain fit, like then yeah, he's someone that, like, you know, definitely can have a really good and positive impact on the team. So yeah, and
what
then
I would say to Chris Haslam a little bit, or I would give them is that yeah, I'm not moved by Muniz, man. Like I remember, I think they were linked to Nketiah as well. I think they should have completed it and just brought in Nketiah. I think that would have been a good signing for them, but yeah, they backed out that one. So that's why.
Hey, I know for that's changed. I know he liked Muniz, so yeah, you're going for his boy. But
hey,
yeah,
man, I know he knows another guy.
Yeah, imagine if they signed Nketiah as well, like lads. But yeah, bro. Overall, yeah, I think although Muniz is a real good player, he's been playing me on FPL though. I knew he was gonna speak up, but yeah, damn. Hey, they're getting that in Nketiah.
Nah, man, I already know he maybe take it off the screen, man.
But yeah, you know what? Like, what are you thinking for Fulham? Because I think the Paulinho, like him going was a big thing. But I think obviously Sander Berge, I think that's a good signing. Anderson, that's a good signing. And then obviously we spoke about the signings from Arsenal. So yeah, I think they've done some good business. So
yeah,
like I was thinking good.
You know what it is, yeah. I feel like it's probably similar to what you're saying about Ipswich. Now that we're here, I feel like it's probably similar. Where my initial thought was to go decent, but then I also I think they've strengthened. So I do think as well. Okay. So I think for them, relative.
So he's saying what you're looking at Ipswich again?
Let's keep going. But I think I'm cooling on them a little bit. Now I'm seeing how we're doing it. Yeah. I think they've strengthened. Cool. I'll say good for Fulham too. Because people are gonna I'll say good.
Cool. Bro, you know what? Let's get into Liverpool. Let's get into Liverpool. Let's get into Liverpool. Yeah, let's get into Liverpool.
Okay.
You know what's really interesting about Liverpool? And again, obviously, it's been a rough week. Do you get me? I'm still, trying not to think about what happened.
Oh yeah, that was
at Old Trafford. Yeah, do you get me? Shout out all the United fans. I know it wasn't pretty, but yeah, I think you're looking at Liverpool, 9 points. I think they've scored 7 goals, conceded none. You're looking at Trent playing great, looking at Salah doing what Salah does, Van Dijk looking good, and Alisson being Alisson. And I think you're looking at that core and you're thinking, all right, cool, you know what? The players that were showing up for Klopp, like the mainstay players, like they're still there. They're looking good. They're looking like they're ready to go again. Do you get me? And then you're looking at players like, for example, Diaz, where, do you get me? He's someone, I know he frustrated a lot of Liverpool fans where, a lot of his build-up plays, dribbling, like, do you get me? Like, it was good, but then his end product as regards to his decision making is something that frustrated a lot of Liverpool fans. And yeah, even his ability to finish. And I think this season he's actually started quite good. Like, do you get me? And if he can, like, get things going, then that's really going to help them. Obviously, you've got Yota. Again, we've been talking about football. Not football. We've been talking about fitness with ESR. We've been talking about fitness with ESR. And yeah, he's someone who, if he can stay fit, he's going to make a massive difference. Do you get me? Again, I think there's a common theme in this stream where we've been talking about someone who can put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah,
and
he can do that.
Yota is someone that can put the ball in the back of the net. Do you get me?
Yo.
He's someone that's clinical. He's someone that when he's going one-on-one on goal, he's someone you trust. You're like, yeah, go. Do you get me? Like, that's why a lot of these FPL man have been snapping him up. They're saying, you know what? Hey man,
the pictures are gonna switch soon though, but it's cool.
So yeah, so I think you're looking at Yota if he can stay fit, and then obviously there's been a lot of talk about Nunes, and he's someone who, I think
it's looking long for him right now.
Yeah, he's not really been getting, because even like last season, obviously there was times where Nunes is such a funny player, because there was times where you're looking at him and you're just like, how's he done that? And then there's other times where you're looking at him and thinking, how's he done that?
Yeah, man.
Chaos, bro. He's one of them players. Yeah. Like, do you get me? Like, he's one of them players. Like, 1 minute it looks great, and then the other minute you're like, oh my gosh, how has he missed? So yeah, and even someone like a Gakpo who had, like, we've spoken about him for the national team and like the performances that he's been able to put in, and he's the best position being off that left. And yeah, man, like, they've got depth there. And then let's talk about, their main signing. Do you get me? And it's really interesting because, again, I think we have to have a level of consistency. Do you get me? Because I think we spoke about Chelsea and we said, you know what, Chelsea, when looking at your team, there's one thing that we all think you really need. And I think with Liverpool, when you're looking at their team, you thought, you know what? If they can get one position upgraded, then you know what? And that's not the only position, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
definitely. They do have other weaknesses. But if they were, we'll talk about it. But if they're really able to upgrade in this position, then Liverpool. Like, do you get me?
Yeah.
And we saw what happened in the transfer window. Zubimendi.
Hey Zubi.
Still what happened, the links, and a lot of Liverpool fans, do you get me? They got really excited only to be disappointed.
Oh, I loved it, man.
Hey,
that's a Liverpool. That's an Arsenal, you have no pool. That Bayern, you have no pool.
Oh man,
only those have no pool.
You know what is about Liverpool? I love what is about Liverpool fans? They go so quick when it comes to these transfers.
What I told you, bro.
They're so quick.
They're so emotional.
Bro,
I feel like different fan bases have different, like, I guess, I feel like Liverpool are very, like, emotional fan base, where they love. That's what they fall in love, I feel like, when they talk about players, or when I feel like the Zoomies, they just loved him. They said, oh, he's our next star. Oh, I loved it, man. These are trying to convince the Leaf Spain to come live in Liverpool. I am, man. Stop it.
I
Stop
said,
it.
you know what? It's just like, yeah, man. They're already talking about how, yep, he weren't trying to leave for anyone else. This. But
Uh,
Liverpool,
uh,
the aura,
uh,
Anfield, the
the
aura.
Anfield.
Literally,
Mate.
they were saying all sorts, man. Really and
Mm,
truly,
I
and
loved it, man. That
yeah,
night,
man.
Liverpool have given us some great nights, bro. The Caicedo night, that was another great night for football,
Oh
bro. That
gosh,
was another
yeah.
great. The Lavia night, that was another great night for
Oh
football, bro.
gosh,
Liverpool, that
damn.
DM position, hey, they've given us some great nights. In
Yeah,
terms
man.
of how they've got so close but so far, like it's
Yeah.
ridiculous, bro. It's actually ridiculous. It's like you said it, like that was the one position that you said again, like we said, other positions. But if they had got, I
Yeah,
said it last year, the signing that I'm the most happy that Liverpool did not get is that Caicedo deal over the line. Because that's
bro.
when I'm looking at Liverpool and saying,
Scary.
you go from being comfortable third to you might win this league. That's like you're good enough. You have everything else. With as long as you got Salah, you got Trent, you got Alisson, you have a good enough team to compete for the Premier League. But the sign is the one position that they keep failing to get. It reminds me, Liverpool remind me so much of Arsenal, you know. They remind me of Arsenal under the Cronkies before they took full ownership. Where like we'd go through so many windows where like we just need this one position, please, Cronky, please decide this one position that we clearly need, and they will just year after year fail to get that signing, like fail to get that signing, and trying to find ways that they can cut and save money. Like I'll give Liverpool owners like if I've said it, bro. Liverpool for me, what has made Liverpool was that Coutinho sale. Because I genuinely believe that no Coutinho sell, no Van Dijk. You
Yeah, the
understand?
flip.
Like
Van
the
Dijk
flip
and
of that
Alisson, bro.
Coutinho and
The flip.
Alisson, that flip of Coutinho,
Flip.
Coutinho made this Liverpool team that won the Premier, won the champs. I stand on that opinion because their owners, FSG, are probably one of the worst when it comes to dipping into their pockets and really getting what the club needs over
You
the
know
line.
what? You know what Liverpool did really well. Like it was the signings of like a Salah, of a Mane, where they were able to buy good players, and like they just elevated like under Klopp to world class levels. Do you get me? And then I think Liverpool, they were building, and then you know what? Because with the previous team, I think again when you're talking about like identifying positions, I think it was obvious. It was just like Liverpool need a goalkeeper, Liverpool need a centre back. Do you get me? If they're able to address those two positions, then it is looking really scary. Do you get me? And I remember when I saw them sign Alisson and I saw them sign Van Dijk, I said, "Oh no."
Yeah, it's long.
I said, "This isn't good."
It's long.
I said, "This isn't good." And you know how that Liverpool system was working previously? Their midfield was like the engine room. Do you get me? So it's like
To
how it was
run
set
it.
up with Henderson, Wijnaldum. Like, do you get me? It was set up in a way where it's just like they just need the midfield to be the engine room, and then obviously they have that front three, which was devastating. And you're looking at it and you're thinking, you know what? With this system, if they're able to get that centre back and get that goalkeeper, then it's not looking great for us. And then obviously we saw what happened. And I think now you're looking at their team and you're thinking, you know what? Like where they are currently, if they were able to get a top level 6, do you get me? And credit to Slot, I think he's come in. It looks like he's doing like a really good job. Like I think even like he's been trying different things. Gravenberch has been
coaching,
playing.
bro.
Like, do you get me? Yeah, Gravenberch has been playing. We're not even going to talk about. Do you get me? Him dissecting our tactics after the match, like how he did. But he's someone that clearly he looks like he's very intelligent. He looks like he's got like really good tactical analysis, and he's someone that will be able to look at the opposition and say, you know what, this is what we need to do. And he's come and he's done a really good job. And to like any Liverpool fan, you guys have started the season really good. And like, you know what, I think most of us are looking at it and thinking, like the top 3 is sorted. And you guys, you may actually maybe mount a challenge. Like, do you get me? Like, and I think this is why this transfer window, I think if I was a Liverpool fan, which I can never be in my life, God forbid, but
Say how you really feel.
it just me. If I was, I would have been thinking, you know what? we look good, man. If only we were able to just get that top level 6 and just tighten up in a couple other positions, then we really, really, really will be in with a chance. And again, you still might surprise people. You still might mount a challenge. Like, we'll see how it goes. Again, you've got a lot of great players. You've got players who have been there and done it. So Liverpool, like, they're looking really good. I think the transition from Klopp to Slot has been nice. Like, do you get me? Like, I think, again, they've been able to keep, like, again, your Salahs, your Van Dijks, your Trents. And obviously there's a lot of questions in the future as regards to their contracts. We'll see how that plays out. But as regards for this season, yeah, do you get me? Things are looking good. If you were able to strengthen just in, again, that 6th position we'll highlight now, but obviously, yeah, like a couple other positions, then I think you would have been looking at Liverpool thinking, you know what, this is scary. Like, do you get me? But I think, yeah, to approach this window and literally just do like almost nothing. Like, do you get me? I think it would be really disappointing for Liverpool fans. Like, really, really disappointing.
And I feel like last year too, they started up really well. I think if I was a predicting man, what I think is gonna happen is they're gonna continue doing really well. Because again, I feel like they've had a very good start to season. I feel like they will continue to. But I feel like eventually that Gravenberch in the 6 eventually will come back. I think as much I'm not completely convinced yet. I feel like I need to see him against a team with a functional midfield first. Because I think the United team was the first like test of a rival and a big team, but I still feel like your midfield isn't functional the way
Like, no, I think Liverpool fans, they would even say that, you know what, they need to upgrade in that position. So this is just the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's more so a thing that if they were able to like mount the challenge, this is them exceeding expectations. Like, do you get me? It's one of them ones. It's like when I was talking about Chelsea, where I was saying, you know what, you guys, Jackson might hit crazy form. Do you get me? And he might become this striker who's like much more clinical. But again, like, why leave that to chance? Like, do you get me? Why don't you just address the main thing that you needed to address? And I think when you're looking at Liverpool, like, you know, Slot might be able to find a solution and they still might mount a title charge. But you know what? If you were able to just make a couple signings in key positions, then things would have been looking really scary.
Exactly. And also, like, bro, we're football fans, isn't it? Like, it's not our job to try balance the books or say we're saving money. It's like you want your club each season to show ambition, to show cool. This is Slots. This is his first window. You'd think that they would back him in his first window to make sure that you get him what he wants and what he needs, and not just tell him to make do and coach. Which fair play to him. He's doing a very good job in making do and coaching. But we'll see how he does over the course of the season. And like you said, if they do go on to like have a very good season, that's fair. But again, when we talk about football in general, we're talking about the here and now and based on odds and what we think is going to happen. If they now go on and win the league, that's against the odds. So there's no like you want this year against
odds. And again, this isn't where we are ranking the transfer window. Like, we're not ranking how good the team is. Like, do you get me? Like, some teams they're already quite well equipped, and in order to get to the next level, they needed to do specific things. Do you get me? Some teams needed major overhauls. Like, do you get me? It's all relative to what the team is, what their objectives are. And I think for a team like Liverpool, they needed to address a couple of key positions. And again, like, we're focusing on that 6 because I think it's so key for them. And I think if they were able to get someone like a Zubimendi, then it would have not been looking great at all. Like, do you get me? Not looking great at all.
Oh, that would have been nasty. Huh?
What you didn't.
What you didn't. I love it, man. I love it.
What you did
so much.
But man, it hurts again. Like, it hurts to say this, but Liverpool look good, man. Like,
no, they do, man.
They do look good. Like, do you get me? They do look good again. Like, and you know what? Obviously, you've not made a lot of signings, not at all, but you did sign. Do you get me? I think the main signing that you've made, obviously, is Chiesa. And I think he's a player, like, I think for the price that they've paid, I think good signing.
I think it's a market opportunity is what we call
it. A market opportunity. That's exactly what it is, bro. Do you get me? You know what I'm saying? Creativity in the transfer market.
Creativity in the market, I hear it.
Creativity in the transfer market. Sometimes you got to get creative. I think, again, like, the opportunity came And yeah, they took it, and I think good signing. You can't be mad at that. It's not necessarily a position they needed to strengthen in my position. I mean, in my opinion, but I still think it's a good signing. So it's like for the fee, like it was worth it. Like, do you get me? So it's like signing in isolation, like good signing. But
yeah. What I would say though, a little criticism I'll give them, and I'll give it to a few teams that we'll talk about as well. Is I feel like, again, when we're judging signings, I feel like an aspect that I also think about too when it comes to like ambition of the club is like clearly Chiesa wasn't a priority. It wasn't a player that like they were also, obviously he's not a priority, but it's like, it wasn't a player too that like it was like, because he was farmed for the whole window. Juventus were trying to sell him. So the fact that they even left it so late again, it also, again, used to ask me, it gives me flashbacks of the hair dam kind of type signing where it's like, yeah, you made the signing, but why didn't you just get him at the start? And he clearly was a player that you thought. Why would you not bring him into your preseason? Why would you not let him bed in better? Just from a point of view of like giving him the best chance of starting the season with the club. But again, that's just a little thing that I don't like when clubs do that. Like,
it wasn't a priority for them.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Again, it wasn't a priority for them. I think that's why. Just quickly looking at some of their outgoings, but Van der Berg, Brentford, 25 mil, and Fabio Carvalho, Brentford, 27.5.
Yeah, sales-wise, they did very well. Making money.
Good, some good fees. So but bro, what are you thinking about Liverpool?
I guess touching on it a little bit, we didn't really talk about is I'm not gonna try to say his name, but if you can say it, bro, the goalkeeper that we brought in, please help me.
Georgie Marmadashvili.
Thank you. So him, I think it's an interesting signing from the point of view that he's clearly a very talented young keeper, and clearly they're looking for life after Alisson, which is interesting. The fact that they've got him in now, because also
he joins later, innit?
Yeah, they send him back on loan. But obviously, they also have Kelleher, which I think is also a very good goalkeeper. So that's just one to look out for in the coming years, where Kelleher is probably gonna have to leave next season, and it's gonna be interesting because I think I actually think he's a very good keeper that can move to another, can start for Premier League club. So that was just one that I thought is an interesting kind of signing that they went for with that Mami, the name that you just said. Yeah, him.
Yeah.
So I'm going bad. Let's just keep it simple. I'm going bad for their window. I'm going bad because like we spoke about, with the 6 was the first priority they needed to buy. I think they also needed a left centre back, which they also should have strengthened in as backup. And I think they also, if they were again ambitious, I think they also should have got a left back, because I also think Robinson, I think he's going towards the end now. I'm not really sure about Tsimikas. I don't think he's really the answer. And also looking at what I've seen from how Arne Slot wants to play, it seems that what he's doing with why even Gravenberch might also not be the worst in that midfield is that he inverts Trent, and obviously he also has McAllister next to him as well to make a free. And it usually is like a free at the back as well, with the left back being more like a left centre back. So I thought they like the kind of the Calafiori, which we might get into later, that seemed like the type of also player that would have suited his system based on just what I've seen from like the little like coaching vids I've seen of him. So again, that's where backing the manager, you get him those kind of signings that fit how he wants to play. They didn't do any of that. So for me, it's very simple that it was a bad window.
I hear you. But I agree. Bad window for Liverpool. And again, they still might go on to have like a really good season, but as of now, I think based on, again, looking at the objectives of the transfer market, I think Liverpool fans, I think it's not what we're saying is not, I think Liverpool fans will tell you this, like, do you get me? They're not happy with the window that they've had at all. So again, like if they were able to do really well this season, it's credit to the team, it's credit to Slot, is credit to, like, do you get me, like, everyone has helped them overachieve. But it's not because they had a great window.
But you know what I love about football? So I love when you speak about football. Wow, like when you speak about football when you're sober. And why I say that is, like, obviously they know they had a bad window. Let Liverpool go into a bad run of form, bro, and then now they're gonna highlight how bad this window is. But obviously right now it's under the surface. It's a talking point if things go badly. So it's just funny. When there's just a general kind of funny thing I have when we talk about football. It's like from the outside now, it's like everyone is acknowledging it, but let them not. It's kind of like with Chelsea. So let Chelsea not deliver on the pitch. That's when you then see the Chelsea fans also start waking up and saying, "Oh, why did we do this? But
Or
it's just funny.
let them start missing easy chances, and then
Oh,
they're like,
let it
oh my
happen.
gosh, like
Yeah,
so.
but it's just funny. It's just a funny thing
Yeah,
about football. But yeah,
yeah. Bro, you know what? I think let's talk about City because again, yeah, I think incomings wise, they're another team that they weren't that active. Um,
mm,
and yeah, it will be curious to hear your thoughts on their window.
yeah, man. City made me sad, man. They actually made me sad because again, they just do enough each summer where you just have to just put your hands up and say, this club are just. They have the best manager in the world right now. They have the best team in the world right now. And they're just making sensible signings for them too. And they're making money on the side too. I think I've got to the point where the owners are even like, oh, we don't even want to pump money in anymore. We're clearly already the best. Let's just do enough to stay at the top. Understand? Let's make money now. Understand? We've done the investing. That's where see you're at, bro. Getting Goodwin back on a free, nasty signing. Savio, the little I've seen of him, what I heard of what he did in La Liga last year, nasty signing. I'm just sad, bro. Honestly, I'm pained. I'm pained.
You know what it is?
I see Journeyman Mo say it too, bro. I'm pained.
Yeah.
I'm pained, bro.
Man.
I won't even deny I'm pained when it comes to City. Talking about them, I don't like watching them play. You just know what's gonna happen. I'm tired. Tired already. But please,
you know what? You know what it is with City, yeah? It's like they're such a well-run club. Because again, yeah, like we've already mentioned like some of the outgoings, do you get me? But how they're even able to sell some of these academy players for the fees that they're selling them for. And then, yeah, man, I think they looked at it and they were like, you know what? We don't need much. Do you get me? They said, so we're gonna look at what opportunities come up in this transfer window. They said, you know what? Oh, good though. What? What? You're trying to leave. You're trying to.
Bro, we spoke about it, man. When they strung arm Barca, they said, what? You think we're going to pay you a fee when you owe us money? You better release that guy, bro. You better release him. Don't let us take it to court.
They said, come quickly. And then what? Even Savio, bruv, what? He was wrapped up when, bro? He was wrapped up. They got that wrapped up early, bro. And then, do you get me? Streets are out here saying that he's looking like Mares. Do you get me? Like,
this a light skin fade.
Looking all spooky. Do you get me? Big City, man. Like, yeah, man. Hey, you know what? It's just United fans, yeah. Like, do you remember? Let's reminisce very quickly. United fans. For any United fan watching, do you remember in 2008 where we had just won the Champions League and the Prem? And then we said, you know what we're going to do? Berbatov, come join Tevez, Rooney, and Ronaldo. That's how we're feeling. That's how we're feeling. And I think City fans, like, do you get me? They've got that feeling. They're just looking at things like, bro, you can't do no wrong. Like, do you get me? Like, we're overpowered. Do you get me? They're looking at things and saying, hey, you know what? We don't need to do much, but we can do little and effective. Bro, we had aura. Bro, fam. Literally, bro. Oh, those were great times.
Man, you guys still have aura, man. You see that picture of
hey, bro, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is about us. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, man. Hey, bro, fam. It was a great time, man. Like, I remember looking at it and it's just like, fam, what? Like, bro, imagine, yeah. And I know it might be hard for you, but bro, imagine your team winning the champs, winning the Prem.
Enjoy it.
Ronaldo scoring 42 goals. Rooney Tevez ripping it up. And then off the back of that, you're thinking, what are we going to do? And I say, you know what, Berbatov, come. Like, come. That's how we're feeling. And said, we want 4. We want 4 premium attackers. And yeah, man, it was a great time. Great time to be had. But yeah, City right now, they're looking. I think back to reality. Yeah, man. We lost 3-0 to Liverpool. Things aren't great. But yeah, City right now. I think it's even the arrogance as well. It's even the arrogance. For you to sell Alvarez for the fee that you sold him for.
80 million British pounds.
For you to sell him for the fee that you sold him for and not even replace him. Bruv, what kind of arrogance Do
That
you
is
get
one
me?
thing that I would say.
Yeah, it's
That's
arrogance, bro.
yeah, it's
It's
arrogance,
arrogance,
but
bro. It's
yeah,
arrogance, and
it
because
is. It is.
I
It
actually
is.
thought, you know
It
what,
is.
they're gonna sign a striker, they're gonna sign someone else,
Yeah, I was scared when
and
he left.
yeah, like I thought they were gonna sign someone else, and I was thinking, and the fact that they've chosen not to, again, like if I was to be critical of their window, I would have probably said, you know what, it would have made sense to do so, and that potentially might be a weakness. But then I'm looking at Haaland and I'm saying, this guy, he looks sharp, he looks fit, he looks like, do you get me? Like he's had a really good preseason, and they're probably looking at it, hopefully hoping that he's not going to pick up injuries. But then also, again, when you're talking about City, you're saying it's not fair. You're looking at that manager and you're saying, fam, like I've seen this guy move to the league without a number 9, bro. I've seen him do it, bro. So again, that's why when I say arrogance, like Pep might look at it and say, you know what, we can take the risk. And so he can take the risk. And say if Haaland gets injured, I've got a plan. Do you get me? I've got a plan. Do you get me? Like I said, they've won things. Like, do you get me? They've figured out solutions. They've played without a striker. Like they're a team where, yeah, like they've got the privilege of having the best manager in the world who, do you get me, is able to organize them in such a way where, like, do you get me, the jeopardy for them is much less. It's just much less. Do you get me? And you're looking at how they started the season. We're not going to talk too much about it now. But yeah, man, what Rodri been chilling, Foden not playing, and yeah, man, hey, man, it's
Let's move on,
not,
man. Let's move
it's
on,
not
man.
looking great.
Let's move
But
on,
yeah,
man.
where are you trying to rack City, bro?
I'm not.
Where you
I'm not
trying to?
going.
Oh, and very
Hmm.
quickly, just some of their outgoings. But like you mentioned, Alvarez 82 million. You've got Liam Delap Ipswich 20 mil. You've got Taylor Harwood Bellis Southampton 20 mil.
My God.
Micah Hamilton Middlesbrough 3.7 mil. But yeah, like we mentioned, they're just really good when it comes to like generating funds. But yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey man, the winners can dictate the market, man. I think we've spoken about that
Yeah.
before. That when you're the team that's winning, yeah, people want your academy players, man. They say,
Yeah, man.
clearly you guys are doing something good over there.
Yeah.
They don't want your washed academy players that are clearly not good enough to even be your team. Like, so yeah, no, fair play to them, man. They're making serious money. Need those 115 charges to decide for us. If there's a gun.
Hey, man. Bro, man.
But yeah, nah, man. But yeah, see, I'm going good still. I don't know what you think. I think the reason I'll say good is the fact that they didn't replace Alvarez either.
Same.
Like, I feel like, it would have been brilliant if they had replaced him. The fact that they, were arrogant based on where they are right now, I think it's been a good window.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Again, yeah, like they look well prepped to try and 5 Pete.
Let's not get into it.
Man, yeah.
Let's
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on. Bro, let's talk about Brentford.
Okay.
Let's talk about Brentford because obviously, do you get me? Very high profile move has taken place. Ivan Toney has left. I think he was someone that your club was linked with not that long ago. Someone that Chelsea was linked with. Someone that even my club was linked with. And yeah, obviously Brentford have let him go.
Spurs were linked to him too.
Oh yeah, Spurs as well. Like, yeah, like, do you get me? I think, yeah. And obviously what he's done for Brentford has been brilliant. Like, do you get me? Like, yeah, like he's been a really good player for them. He scored a lot of goals. Like, and yeah. But interestingly, like, I think Brentford will be fine.
Yeah.
Like, and I think obviously, even we're gonna talk about their signings, but just very quickly, I think when you're even looking at like the players that are already there, and I think we've spoken about Mbeumo and we've spoken about Wissa, and I think you're looking at players again. We've spoken a major theme: players who can do something out of nothing, players who can put the ball in the back of the net, and I think Brentford have players who are capable of doing that. And then even on top of that, obviously, like they've made like the major signing, which would be the Tony replacement, which is Thiago. Like, and yeah,
is he injured? I heard that he's injured already.
So I'm about to sneeze, I think.
I can see it loading.
Alright, cool. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm not sure how long he's out for. I
Yeah,
don't know if anyone knows.
yeah.
Let me even have a quick look. Thiago Brentford.
Vanderson. Equal. Or it might not be him actually. Maybe I was thinking of. Let's see.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Like he got the season ender. I remember
Oh,
now.
okay. Yeah, I remember. I
Yeah,
thought I
yeah,
heard
yeah,
something
yeah,
about that.
yeah,
All right,
yeah, yeah,
cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got the season
Cool.
ender.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
which is really unfortunate. There's been
Yeah.
so many instances this season of players getting injured in preseason, and obviously a lot of people have been speaking about the amount of games and etc. and like these different factors. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, he's got the season ender. So yeah, essentially like he's not going to play this season. So yeah, that's really unfortunate. But like I said, even with him getting injured, you've still got, I think, players who can do the job for them. Like, do you get me? Like in Bremo,
Yeah.
someone I rate a lot. Like, I rate him
Said it,
very
bro. Give that
highly.
guy a headline and yeah, a lot more clues are coming in for him, man.
Yeah. So yeah. Thingy, and then obviously, like we spoke about Liverpool and their outgoings, but yeah, like Brentford were the team that got two of those Liverpool players, which were Carvalho, which I was actually surprised that Liverpool sold him, just because I think he was someone that was like quite rated amongst a lot of Liverpool fans, and I thought it was someone that like they would have like tried to like nurture and like
You know what I think the
yeah,
issue is?
like embed
I feel
him,
like
yeah.
from the little I've heard or what I know about him, I feel like he's them wingers are probably gonna develop more as a cam. And I feel like he's probably more stacked in that midfield. They probably said we got Elliot and Elliot's ahead of him. So I feel like that's probably what was the
I think I even
swinging
saw that
position.
Elliot. I think I even saw that Elliot got injured as well.
Yeah, he got injured recently too. Yeah, but I'm thinking that's what the logic was with letting him go. If you're a Liverpool fan, let us know. But that's what from the outside, I think that maybe they just backed more on Elliot's development. And they said, yeah, we can get rid of this one, and it's good money.
So, but yeah, that was like the like a Carvalho and then Van der Berg, like I think, and then they've got Jaden Magoma from Southampton, 5 mil plus bonuses. But yeah, and then Benjamin Frederick Simeo Ben, undisclosed. Apologies if I've pronounced that wrong. But yeah, and then obviously they sold Tony, and then Raya was already gone to Arsenal, but obviously he's officially gone through this season. So yeah, where would you rank Brentford? Because I think obviously that injury is really unfortunate. And how do we want to judge that?
Yeah, you can't blame the club for that one.
Yeah,
Like they
I think
invested in the player and he came and
the
got
player
injured.
and he came. So it's like they tried to like address like obviously like Tony leaving, and yeah, it's just kind of really unfortunate what's happened. Like, do you get me? And obviously for Club Bruges, like yeah, I think like he was rated. He got 18 league goals last season. I think 29 all comps. Like, do you get me? And obviously different leagues, and yeah, we can't really say how he would have. Like, yeah, it's hard to really get. Like, do you get me? It's just really unfortunate. Like, do you get it? So, yeah, I think with the team that they've already got, like, do you get me? I think they're quite well equipped.
Yeah.
Those two Liverpool signings, potential.
Yeah.
I'm always saying like decent.
I'm thinking decent. I think it'll be harsh to go bad. I feel like that's why. So I think decent is fair.
Yeah,
I think decent is fair. Yeah.
Less decent.
I would say it's not been a bad one.
Cool.
I think the credit to again, we're not putting too much stock into the business, but I think they did well to also let go of Tony for the 40. I think it was like 40-ish M's that he eventually got. How much was the exact kind of outgoing price for him?
I think it was 40 M's.
Yeah, so I think they did well because that guy looked like he was happy to also sit down this season and go for free next year. So some credit for them also getting their money back for him. So
just very quickly, Tony, I've been hearing quotes about the figures.
Oh, bro, generational money, man.
And all I'm gonna say is that my brother,
I understand.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
I understand.
Get it.
Bro, this is what Chelsea denied.
I completely understand. I get it. I'm not looking at you funny. I completely understand that
Bro,
decision.
go make your
I
bag, man.
hope I hope you have a great time over
Hey
there.
man, go
Do you
make
get
your
me?
go make your
I
bag,
hope
bro.
I hope
Yeah,
do you get
man.
me? I hope you enjoy. I fully understand the logic behind your decision. Hey man, do you get me? Like I can't hate on it at all, man. What? Hey man. I saw something that they said with bonuses and everything together, it would be like 1 mil in the UK, like I think before tax. Do you get me? Like almost around that, like that man's earning,
Or
bro.
per week.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, like when you put everything together, that obviously like tax will eat it. But I think without that, it was. I think they said like it goes up to like close to 500. Like, do you get me? So that's
Ridiculous
what
money, man.
around what you'll be earning. But yeah, I think those are the
Fair
things that
play,
have been
man.
quoted. But yeah, man. Hey, I can't hit on it. Do you
Well,
get
fair
me?
play, man.
Hey, man. I
Hey,
can't.
man.
So yeah, Brentford. Bro, you know what? Let's talk about Palace because I know you wanted to speak about one of your former boys. So
Yeah.
take it away, bro.
Yeah, man.
Take
I
it away.
already see some disrespect in the chat on his name, man. Because again, I feel
Mm,
like if you're it for me, I think as an Arsenal fan and someone who's actually watched Nketiah, I would say he wasn't good enough for where we wanted to go next. I mean, that's where the criticism from Arsenal came from. But I think there's been no doubt in my mind that he's a good enough Premier League striker. Like I think that one for me is clear. Like when we gave him a run of games, he scored goals. And I feel like in Palace, what I think is going to happen, again, we'll see. I don't think he goes there if it's going to be him competing with Mateta. I think they're trying to bring back the 4-4-2. I think they're going to go two men up front. And I feel like I think two up front. I think they're going two up front, man. Yo, the defense is in trouble. Hey, man. Johnny man said it, bro. This guy, bro. When we had injuries, he came through in it. So I think sometimes too, man. I think Arsenal fans, that again, you know, I can go on a little run. I won't even go there. The fans are just start making things personal, start taking it too far. You can say he's not good enough for us right now, but also just rubbishing his name, I think is too much. When the rivals do it, I'm like, cool, you don't rate him, that's fair. But I think being fair, I feel like Nketiah is a good enough player in the Premier League. In a mid-table team, I feel like like I said, Fulham, I thought he should have come in for him. Palace, I think, is a very good move for him. So I'm very happy he's gone there. I think they're a good enough team where they're solid in the Prem, and I think you'll get goals because the Ezes, the Adam Wharton that are sliding passes through, I think they'll make him chances, and I think he will get goals. And he's going to prove a lot of people who just think he's a bad player, which again, I feel a lot of that is you just don't watch him enough, and you're just hearing what people say about him. When what Arsenal fans say, but I think if you actually watch him as a player, I think you can't say Nketiah is a bad footballer. So I think that's a very good signing for Palace. I think he will do well there. So yeah, I think they did very well to keep Gay. I think that's massive for them. Massive
really
for them
big.
to keep him. Yeah.
Really big.
Really, really big. I think we can't understate that because again, whenever you think about Newcastle coming with stupid money. I don't know how they didn't accept the money that they came in for him, but the fact that they kept him, I think is good for Palace as well, man. Because again, Palace are a Premier League club that aren't. It's not like the olden days where these Prem clubs were desperate for money. You understand? They're not desperate. I think I even heard the owner say that apparently they didn't really want to go, and like fair play to him as well. They brought in Chalobah on loan too, which I think again another very good signing. Defensively, I feel like they're looking good. They lost Anderson, who I probably rate Anderson maybe a bit higher than maybe a Gay, if I'm being honest, overall. But obviously Gay is young and has more potential. But they've lost Anderson, but I think they have enough to kind of cover for him. Like I think that's a very good sign. I'm very happy for him too. After the way Chelsea treated him, like I'm very happy that he's also got to move to another good Premier League club that he's gonna get loads of minutes in. So I feel like Palace, off the top of my head, I feel like they made some good signings, man. Like I feel like they made some good. I'm probably missing some. I don't know who else kind of comes to mind for you. And we kind of get into a bit more.
I think Sarr was a good signing.
Yeah.
Obviously, like I remember him from when he was at Watford, and like he's still not old. Like I think he's someone that can. Pardon me. I think he's someone that could come into the team and make an impact. So yeah, I think that was good. And then obviously, like you mentioned, lost Anderson, which was big, and then obviously the real notable one was Elise.
Yeah.
Elise going. But like, do you get me? I think they would have probably preferred to sell him abroad and not to another Premier League team. Do you get me? Again, he's another player that and I think he would have been like a really good signing for Chelsea. I didn't want him to go. I didn't want him to go.
He wanted too much money. That's the PR he got spun afterwards. He wanted too much money.
But it's just funny because Chelsea are just in love with like that creative profile, like that creative, like yeah, I don't know why they just hate strikers. I don't
Bro,
know.
they don't want
Do you
them,
get
man.
me? Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, talking about hating strikers, Palace they really said two up front because yeah, that's gonna be interesting because Mateta, like how he finished last season. Do you get me? Like people are saying he was looking like he was prime Barclays. Like, do you get me? Man said he's got the
The top tier
nostalgia.
shirt.
Yeah, top tier shirt, nostalgia. Like, do you get me? Like, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what the plan is there. Like, do you get me? Especially because like Palace aren't playing in Europe. Like, do you get me? So it's like, yeah, obviously they've got the cup competitions, but yeah, obviously the league is going to be the majority of their games. So yeah, what he's going to go with is going to be interesting. But yeah, Palace, like, yeah, they've. I'm just looking here as well. Chadi Riyad, Barca, 14 mil. They've got Maxence Lacroix, I believe. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Wolfsburg, 21 mil with add-ons. But yeah, overall with Palace, I think again keeping Eze, like
Yeah, massive.
that's big. Like, do you
Yeah.
get me? Talking, yeah, like keeping Eze, I think that's big. Hey, bro, hey man, Prime Barclays, bro. Prime Barclays. I was looking at him, bro, saying, hey, bro,
Bro,
why
he
do
was
I
in a
look like
form
I've
of his
seen him
life.
before? I
Yeah.
know I look like I've seen him before.
Bro, you know, he was the type of striker who used to do Arsenal dirty back in the day, bro. You
Ah,
know
oh,
those type
damn,
of strikers. Oh, when we had our
yeah,
lightweight team, oh, them man used to destroy us. Them
damn,
type of
yeah.
strikers. Oh,
So
mate.
you
Yeah.
don't wanna buck him on a cold Wednesday
Oh,
night.
bro.
On a
Massive
cold
pure
Wednesday night
physicality,
under the
bro.
lights.
Give me that elbow to the forehead, bro.
Oh,
Oh,
damn.
mate.
And said, what? No VAR them times as well.
Oh, mate. Referee looks away. Hey, man. Hey, man, be careful.
No VAR. Hey,
Trying to do
man.
that tiki taka rubbish.
Oh,
Hey,
so yeah,
man.
crazy.
Nah.
But yeah, what are you thinking for Palace?
This is hard, man. You know, I
It
think
is.
now we're getting to the point where I'm looking at other teams. I'm like,
Mm.
I'm between decent and good. I'm between,
I say
but
decent.
I'm thinking decent. I
I
think
say
decent. I
decent.
think decent. I think
Yeah,
decent. I
I
think
say
decent.
decent.
Like, cause yeah, I think it's more just again for them. At least it's a big loss for them. But I think yeah, they got Wharton, they got Eze, Kent is a
Yeah,
good signing. They still got Gay.
yeah.
They brought in Chalaba. I think they had a good window, but I'm not mad at
Yeah.
decent. I'm not
Henderson
mad
in
at decent.
goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, cool. All
Yep,
right.
yep, yep.
Hey, man, we've been talking about transfer activity. We spoke
Mm,
about Liverpool, not really being active in the transfer market. I think another club whose fans have been very frustrated with their transfer window is Newcastle.
oh, bro, what
Newcastle,
transfer window?
Newcastle.
Oh, what transfer window, bro? These were activating signings they got last year. That's the only thing I remember.
Bro,
But yeah,
bro,
they had
you know what's you know what's crazy with Newcastle again is that, bro, they done nothing for like the majority of the window. Obviously you heard the links with um Mark Gay, like, do you get me? And then all of a sudden at the end, bruv, I'm hearing a Langa.
They will be for that 30 mil. They will be even crazy.
35,
They will be even mad. They
bro.
will be even mad. Oh my god.
35, bro. I was
Uh,
thinking, rah, that these lot just said, you know what, we need to activate quickly. Do you get me? But yeah, I think if I was a Newcastle fan, I'm thinking, yeah, man, very, very, very subpar. Obviously, Tonali coming back, I think that's going to be
that's
big
big
for
for
them.
them.
He is essentially like a new signing.
Mm.
So yeah, like I think that's really good. And then obviously being able to keep hold of Isak, we're going to speak about Arsenal, but yeah, I think that was big for them. I think they weren't really trying to let him go. Like I think going into the summer, they were like quite resolute, like he's not going. And yeah, I think
300 million. Just
oof,
for you. Just
hey
for you.
man,
Good price. Good
just
price.
me. Damn, hey man, bro, you don't even want to talk about fam. You see that just for you, United with the Masters, we've been getting
Oh,
them, but oh, The amount of just for yous that we've
I
been
swear,
getting.
well, Anthony, just for you.
Oh, bro. I said for
Yeah, you might
everyone
be getting
else.
done by just for yeah.
I said for everyone else.
Top price.
But for
Top
you
price.
guys. For you guys, just for you. I
I
was
hear it.
convinced, bro, before that clubs they had their in their boardrooms they had the players that they were for sale. Then they had the separate column.
Bro.
But if United come,
bro, you know what they're doing, bro? You know what
these
they
are
did
the
to
prices we
you? When you
quote.
when you guys quit, put you on mute the phone and say what United United are trying to come in. Oh, I'm gonna hit a lick. I'm gonna hit a lick.
I said,
Oh mate.
I said, what? But like, what? We heard reliably that it was 40. Bro, shut up, bro.
Oh man, when you heard that?
Yeah, bro.
When you heard
I
that?
said, you heard, bro. Shut up, bro. 80, bro.
I am man.
80, bro. I said, for you, like 80, bro.
Oh
United
man, how bad
said,
you want
nah.
it? I see your fans. Your
I
fans,
said,
what? Your fans said
I said,
any
what?
price, bro. I saw
I
that.
said,
Hey, bro, get
yeah.
off the line quickly.
You know what? We'll talk about United, didn't it? Let's not go off on a crazy tangent. But yeah, Newcastle, yeah, they've basically done nothing.
Yeah, they did nothing.
Yeah,
Man.
like, do you get me? Obviously, Lewis Hall, Chelsea.
Yeah, activated that 28 mil. Yeah, good player, good signing.
Yeah, Lloyd
like
Kelly from Bournemouth on the free. William Asula, Sheffield United, 15 mil. But yeah, man, like, yeah,
they got done by PSR because they had to get rid of Minter as well. And it's so funny because the one position that you would also think that Newcastle needed this summer was a right winger. And the fact that they had a right winger right there and they had to get rid of him for PSR. Hey man, right now I'm loving it. I remember when the owners came in and it was, Newcastle are gonna now run away and buy whoever they want. Like, it's crazy, man, how this PSR thing has just locked them up. Told them none of that rubbish around here, bro.
Yeah. No, honestly, and I think, when looking at their window, I was thinking, yeah, man, like they've just not been able, like they've held on to the players that they would have wanted to hold on to, which is great.
Like Gordon,
but Isak,
Bruno.
like even Bruno, do you get me? But yeah, they've not really been able to, like, do you get me? Like, improve the team. So,
where do you stand on our criticism I've seen? I'll try to get to two. I don't know if you agree with Newcastle, where like Newcastle are so clearly strapped when it comes to PSR that the Tonali signing, as good as a player as he is, people like they should have used that money better as well. Obviously, the ban and everything. Do you feel like there's any like criticism in terms of how Eddie Howe has also spent the limited resources they do have?
That's a really good question. I mean, I guess it's probably a lot of that has got to depend on what he was told at the time. So it's like we don't know what he was told, what information he was provided with. So I think if he was provided with, like, all of the context and said, you know what, this is what's going on, this is how much we're going to be able to spend because of this in place. And I think then probably like Eddie Howe, even just Newcastle as a club, like they should have planned maybe more accordingly. So like, but I think it is quite harsh at the same time because, like, again, I think it depends on like what like how affected. It's hard for me to answer because I don't know like what they knew at the time. Like, do you get me? Where they made that signing. Like, I think, like I'll need context regarding that. Like, what did they know at that time? So
no, that's fair. That's fair. Something I've heard I thought was an interesting one because there's that whole argument of Bruno is clearly a very good 8. Obviously, they claim as a 6, but if they had maybe spent that money on a 6 and a winger, would that have been better than just all the money they splashed on Tonali? It's just people
I hear that. That's an interesting discussion. Do you get me? So outgoings: Anderson, 35 mil, Forest, and then obviously, as you mentioned, Minter with the 30 mil. So and then obviously they've got quite a few like releases, frees, etc. But I think they were the major outgoings. But what are you thinking, bro?
Yeah, man, it has to be horrible. It has to be. It has to be.
Agreed.
Yeah, very simple.
Agreed. And so we've been speaking about strikers. Like, so I think yeah, in the context of us talking about Brentford with Tony, I think, and obviously Chelsea's need for a striker, I think Bournemouth is a good team to look at now currently. Just because obviously major loss with Solanke. He was great for them last season, scored a lot of goals. And yeah, they have made like some signings again, like in a similar way that I think like when Brentford were buying Thiago, I think they were like preempting the sale of Tony. I think Bournemouth, they've made the signing of Ivan Nilsson from Porto. And yeah, I think, yeah, essentially that's looking like, yeah, like they were prepping that to be the Solanke replacement. So yeah, they have tried to address like obviously the major issue that, you know, like they had to deal with. And then along with that, I'm just having a quick read. There was NS Unal from Getafe, 14 mil. We've got Dean Hodgson
I heard he's a
from
baller.
bro. I am gonna talk about him.
Alright, cool. Talking. I don't know much about him, but I heard he's a baller.
Yeah, no, I did actually want to quickly talk about him, and it's funny that you heard he was a baller because yeah, I think he's someone like who he's 19, I believe, centre back. He's like 6'5". Do you get me? He was on loan. He was on loan from Roma to Roma last season, and I think he's someone where a lot of people have been raving about. Like they're saying that he's got really high potential. And I've not watched much of him. I've watched him a little bit, but not much. So yeah, like I can't say that I'm an expert, but I know that he's seriously highly rated. And yeah, even Mourinho, I think Mourinho said that when Mourinho was leaving, Mourinho said that he was one of the highest quality prospects in European football at his age.
Swear.
Yeah, like Mourinho.
And you are very guilty of letting their star kind of prospects go for cheap, you know, because what they sold him like 15 mil or something.
Like Mourinho rates him high, like, do you get me? And he didn't play that much for Mourinho as well. Like he only made like a couple of appearances. So it's like Mourinho's clearly seen him and said, yeah, but I'm serious. So yeah, he's highly rated. So yeah, like from everything I've seen, it's looking like like he's a serious prospect. Yeah, one to watch most definitely. So yeah, and then obviously Kepa, Chelsea loan. Did I mention
about that one, man? Don't talk about the fact that it cost them £70 million.
Oh my days!
Well, is he still the most expensive centre back in football history?
Goalkeeper
in football history.
Chelsea got you rattled, bro.
Nah, man. You know what? It's just because they get away with stuff that I know if other clubs had done, it would just be spoken about all the time.
Yeah. Oh, that's
why I'm making sure to speak about it, man.
Bro, I know, bro. United's transfer mishaps are spoken about every day, bro. So I completely understand. But yeah. So yeah. Kepa, and where was I? Did I mention Luis Sinistera from Leeds as well, 20 mil? So yeah, I think Alex Paulson as well from Wellington Phoenix 2 mil. But yeah, I think they've done some decent business here. Like I think they've done some decent business, but I think that like again, when we're looking at like objectives and stuff, I feel like if I was a Bournemouth fan, I would have wanted more. Like I think obviously, like I said, like you sold Solanke, you've tried to address, do you get me, the same as Solanke, and obviously it's harder for like a team like Bournemouth to just come and get someone who's going to replace that amount of goals. Like, do you get me? So it's just like, yeah, they didn't buy Solanke when he was scoring that amount of goals. Do you get me? Like that's come over time, and that's something that's
and coaching as well. You can say that.
And coaching, yeah. Do you get me? So yeah, like I think obviously it is kind of difficult for them, and they've tried to address it. And obviously, it's one of them ones where it's like with Ivan Nilsson, like again, they spent a lot of money, and I think it's kind of like, yeah, we've got to wait and see. Like, do you get me? Like, yeah, and see how. I don't know how much you know of him.
And I don't know much.
I don't know like a great deal about him. Do you get me? Like, I've just obviously like seen bits and pieces here. Like, I've heard what people have said. And yeah, like I respect the rate. I respect the fact that like they've tried to address a problem that they needed to address. And yeah, like I think he's done decent at Porto as well. So yeah, ultimately though, yeah, I think obviously we've spoken about like they've made signings with potential and stuff. But yeah, I just think with Bournemouth, I just think like it's decent, but it's not. Like, I think
It's
it's a bit
decent bad.
underwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's decent underwhelming. Like, do you get me? It's like, yeah, I think there's players in Bournemouth I rate. Like, I think we've spoken before about Semenyo. That I really like Semenyo. So, like, do you get me? I think he's someone that with Solanke gone, he's gonna shine this season even brighter. But yeah, like I think they've. It's not been the greatest. Like, what are you leaning more towards?
You know what? It's so hard now, man. Because it's all relative. Like I think that's what makes it tough. Because I want to say decent, but we have so many teams that decent where I feel like we're gonna have to also adjust that decent a bit. Because I'm leaning towards decent bad, but I also don't think it's bad to be on the same level as what Liverpool's summer was either. So it's that tough kind. I wish there was like a category in between.
The mid,
a mid kind of category in between. So it's tough, man. Again, let's go decent initially, and then we're gonna have to definitely shift those decent teams. I feel like we're gonna definitely have to move them up or down to kind of balance out. Yeah.
Cool, bro. Yeah, man. And I think you know what? Naturally, we spoke about Solanke, so let's talk about the team that he transferred to, Spurs.
This is an interesting one. I let you start because I'm obviously biased. So obviously Arsenal fan.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah.
You talk first.
I think for a lot of us, again, you looked at Spurs, and I think they definitely needed to strengthen in their attack. I think they did need a centre forward, and I think it's good they got a centre forward. I think a lot of Spurs fans looked at the price and said, "Oof, do you get me? 65 mil, that's a lot of money. Like maybe we could have spent that money better." And obviously, like we spoke about Tony, and I think a lot of fans were looking at him and thinking that was someone that potentially they could get and someone who could potentially improve their squad. But Solanke, again, he's someone that's Prem accustomed. He scored a lot of goals last season. He's someone that's been in the Prem, like he's accustomed to the league. And I think he's someone that potentially could do well there. Like, do you get me? So I think, and again, this is something that you've spoken about. It's going to be interesting to see how Ange decides to line up and tactically set up as regards to him and Son, because I think there's been a lot of discussions about what Son's best position is, and a lot of people have said centre forward. But also, I think where Son's limitations in the centre forward position comes is when you've got a team that's sitting back, they've set up a low block, and he doesn't have space to run in behind. And I think someone like a Solanke, that's where he will thrive more than a Son. Like, do you get me? Like, he can play with his back to goal better. Like, he's someone that they'll be hoping can hold it up. Like, do you get me? And you know, he can get in the box and you can cause havoc. So I think, yeah, as regards to the profile, I think it's someone they needed. Like, I think they needed like someone who could do something different. But then I think tactically, like, you want to try and make sure you're also getting the best out of Son as well. And yeah, we've spoken about like, you know, not utilizing Son as a touchline winger, but trying to make sure that positionally he's moving more as an inside forward, so he can still be like playing to his strengths, running in behind. And obviously, we spoke about Son's finishing before. Like, Son's a very good finisher, both feet. Like, do you get me?
That step over shot, he's cash money.
Yeah, he's someone that you look at. Do you get cash money, except when you know Arsenal need to win the league?
Yeah, I told you, bro. We really know that it was fraudulent. I said it from the beginning. The first one tried to deny it. Yeah, man.
And it's real going City. Yeah. But yeah, so I think if Son can, if positionally, like you can make sure you're set up in a way where you can get the best out of Son, and Solanke can add these goals, then I think that's a really good addition. I think where Tottenham really missed the trick in this transfer window is not trying to sign, or not trying hard enough to sign someone like a Eze. Like, I think they really needed someone like who, again, can help shift the creative burden that Maddison's got. Like, do you get me? And can help unlock defenses. And I think, yeah, someone like a Eze, he would have been absolutely brilliant for them. And I think also, along with that midfield, I think that's somewhere where they needed to further strengthen as well. And Archie Gray, like he's someone who's highly rated. Do you get me? Someone with a lot of potential. But I think, yeah, like you don't want to be putting that much pressure on someone coming up from the championship. Like, do you get me? Like who's young, who's gonna need time to, you know, like get used to things. And I think, yeah, it would have been good if like they made another addition in that midfield area as well. But yeah, what are you thinking, bro?
I guess kind of starting off again with the criticism that we gave Chelsea in terms of what they needed coming into the window. I feel like with Spurs, it was very clear that I guess the main signing they needed was definitely a striker. So you definitely have to give them credit for getting Solanke
Addressing.
Yeah, for getting that. So you have to give them credit for that. Like again, I feel like when it was compared between him and Tony, I feel like again, this is that argument between the coach that you have and maybe another coach would get more out of the current squad. Where I always felt like what would have been to me, yeah, it was Tony and Son was the closest you can get to a Kane and Son partnership, where you kind of still have Son at his best, where you don't have him as a touchline, you have him with a striker that he can play with. But obviously, based on how Andrew wants to play, Tony doesn't make as much sense as Solanke does. So I feel like in terms of getting the manager, the player that fits his style more, I feel like Solanke makes a lot more sense. Like he's very good at pressing, a lot more energetic. Like you said, I think he's still. I think he needs to be tested in terms of deep lines and back to goal more. Because again, most teams don't play Bournemouth like that. The way they're gonna play Spurs. So I think that's one little thing that we're gonna have to see how he adapts into when teams are gonna respect Spurs now, park the bus completely, and is he still gonna find space to get shots and goals away? Obviously, there's the question mark too of like I think it was like one very good season that he had this year. Where it's like, was that a flash in the pan, or is he that guy? Which is why a lot of Spurs fans were a bit kind of uncomfortable with 65 million, where it's like it's a lot of money for what he's shown.
It's not been proven enough to that level over a certain period of time. A certain period of time.
To kind of confirm that he's the guy, like for that money. So again, giving him credit, I think good signing, like definitely what they needed, fits the profile. I feel like with Spurs, where I then take points away from them is I already said, I feel like with Spurs, it kind of depends on what the expectations are and what they want for themselves. If you're a Spurs fan and just like, if you can just I feel like they've probably done enough this window to compete strongly for like the top four, I would say, in terms of like the Archie Gray potential, Bergvall. What I've seen of him in preseason looks like a very talented young midfielder. If Maddison continues to be trolling a bit, he looks like he might understand, make a name for himself in terms of taking that position off him to keep Maddison honest. So have to give him credit from that point of view. But I feel like what they could have done, I feel like Spurs last summer, a lot of the signings they made strengthened the starting 11. Whereas this summer, it feels like other than Solanke is the only player that they bought that comes into the starting 11. I don't think Spurs are good enough yet for you to be buying players that aren't coming into the starting 11. I don't think they're at that position of squad where they should be buying players that are good for the bench, which is what I think they did for most of their summer, where the Archie Gray, yes, good depth for, he's probably going to play a lot back up to Poro. I don't know how, I don't feel comfortable with playing a young centre mid, like a young right back hybrid centre mid from his profile. Actually play him in the centre mid in the Premier League as your DM. I'm not confident in giving him that responsibility. I feel like that was, again, the striker was the main thing they needed to do. The DM was the other massive thing they needed to do. And I don't think they got the name they needed to get for that DM kind of position. I feel like that's where, Archie Gray, good potential, good for the future, but is he going to start in your DM this season and be a difference maker in terms of definitely getting top four? I'm not sure on that. Bergvall, again, potential for the future. Does he walk into the first team? I'm not confident on that. The Werner signing, it's so interesting. We'll get on Arsenal. I think we spoke on Chiesa. I feel like Sterling and Chiesa were another examples of those like market opportunities that I feel like Spurs probably should have looked at, because I feel like Werner, we've seen what he is. I feel like again he's not good enough. Like we're being raw for what probably Spurs want to be and what they want to do. But they got him in, and that then took away from them actually going to get a proper winger to compete and add quality in their kind of final third. They got what's his name, Odegaard, again another player for the future. So again, I think even looking at potential, I think they had a good window. But I think in terms of the starting 11 right now, I think they could have done a lot more, man. Like for me, it was very simple. The striker, the DM, a player that I'm seeing get a lot of flack recently is Udogie. which again, he's very talented. I know, but I'm very highly rated and very good player. I rate him very highly, but he does look like he probably needs someone to push him a bit for that left back. I think defensively he can be a bit suspect sometimes, where I felt like that was another position that, again, in terms of the starting 11 right now, what you need, that was the player that I felt like they should have got to push him. And then I'll say the other backup that they very desperately needed that they did not get was a backup to Van der Ven, man. Because how critical he is to their system, that's another signing, another position that I felt like they should have. That hamstring, bro. Then having that guy running, doing laps, going backwards. So again, that's why with Tottenham, if it's just compete for like the 4th position in the league, they probably done just about enough to be in the conversation. But I felt like if they actually wanted to push on and really be looking at competing for like Liverpool with a 3rd, they could have been a lot more ambitious with their signings. But I think it was a good window overall. Like, so it just depends on what your expectations for them are and what they themselves want. If they want it to be like, because even that whole thing, obviously, probably going into this window, the big thing that we say for Tottenham was probably they need a trophy. But they've also bought a lot of young players now where the squad depth is probably better, but are these young players going to now get you over the line for that ambition of a trophy as well? I'm not confident. So I think that's kind of like my overall thoughts on Tottenham. I feel like that's like kind of me being what I think is fair, where I feel like it's a good window overall, mainly for the future, but for the right now, I feel like they should have focused more on strengthening that starting 11. I don't think they did enough, in my opinion, to really strengthen that. Is my kind of take on Spurs. So,
I think it's interesting because I think Spurs, again, I think they're therefore in the shout for top 4. Like, do you get me? Like, I think there's quite a few teams that are in that shout, and like, it's not to say at all that, you know, they don't have a chance of getting it. Again, they needed to address the striker situation. They did, but I think I agree with you. I think like they needed to, like, if they were able to, again, with me, I think if Spurs were able to get the striker, you're able to get someone like an Eze, like, do you get me? And then you're able to get that midfielder, then I think things are looking much better. Like, do you get me? And then obviously, like defensively, like you would want some reinforcements. But as regards to like your starting 11, then I think like it's looking much better. And like I think they like I think they've addressed certain things that needed to address. I think maybe just Spurs fans, they'll probably just think again, like, just for that immediate starting 11, like, and do you get me? I know how a lot of Spurs fans have spoken about like Werner and Brennan Johnson as well, and I think they probably maybe would have just wanted more quality like there. I think like when you look at their team defensively, do you get me? The starting 11, like I know what you said about Udogie, and there's been questions there, but I think like most Spurs fans, they'll be happy with Udogie, they'll be happy with Porro, they'll be happy with Van der Ven, they'll be happy with Romero. Like, do you get me? I think so when you're looking at the team that's starting, I think with Vicario, Spurs fans pretty much they're fine. Then I think you would have wanted the striker, you would have wanted like that midfield position to be reinforced, and I think you would have wanted someone like who creatively can a lot of things, like a Eze. Like, I think Eze would have been so good for them.
But it would have been scary. I feel like with Spurs, with me, it's like they had the potential to be very worrying in my eyes. They had got the Eze. I thought Tony initially, but Solanke, cool. But if they had got like the Eze, like they got a proper DM that's gonna come and start in that midfield game, like game in, game out. If they had got that, I think I'll be a lot more worried. I think now I'm just like, they had a good window, but I'm not worried about them. Like, I think that's my overall unbiased kind of opinion on Spurs, where it's good for the future, but for this season, it's not very worrying. I feel like. So
I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see like Alderweireld as well and see how he performs as well.
It looks like potential in it. So
potential. But just going through some of their outs as well, we got Emerson Royale, AC Milan.
Oh yeah, for that, I have to give them credit, man. For getting money for that guy, hey man, big credit. Big credit. I'm seeing AC Milan already. Fans already putting their hands on their head, thinking, "What do we buy?" I haven't even seen it, bro. They've been thinking, "What did we buy?" Bro, I've seen it already, bro. They had Phil Thompson, like his final game. This guy just passing the ball into midfield to no one. So boy, well done to Spurs for getting some money back for him. Give him some credit there. But yeah, and I feel like with Spurs, I think a lot of their outgoings, a lot of it's on loan. I think that's one thing.
Yeah. I'm just looking here.
Yeah.
Troy Parrott, AZ Alkmaar,
Yeah.
6.7 mil, and then Dyer 3 million. I think
Mhm.
that's like fully gone through. But yeah, everything else is looking released free loan.
Yeah.
Like, oh, sorry, Oliver Skip.
Oh,
25 M's.
that's another
Great.
one, bro. Another that's
A great one.
I don't want to give it away right now. Who I have another team on this list that's going straight into horrible.
Oh,
Boy, that's
bro.
a little taster for giving Spurs 25 million for that, brother. Oh my god, you deserve to go back down. But
so
I saw this commentary that's going to quickly address where when you said the backup to VDV when Radu is there. I actually feel like Radu is more of a backup to Romero than to VDV. If I'm being honest. I don't know if you agree. What you think about that? I actually don't think he's a VDV backup in terms of the profile and type of play.
So when you're looking at a VD, when you're looking like a VD at a VD Ven backup, I said VD Ven. When you're looking at a VDV Van de Ven backup, do you mean you want someone like who can like have a similar level of pace who will enable Tottenham to play with the high line that they want to play with?
I think it's just more again like this player comes out, that player goes in, and it's not a massive downgrade on the team. Like I feel like that's what I mean by backup. And I feel like with Radu, you have to slightly change how you play up. He doesn't have the pace that.
That's what I was saying. So I was saying, is that why you're saying
that's what I mean.
Romero is a Romero backup?
I think it's more of a Romero backup than a Van. I think he's playing more because Van de Ven is the one that's always injured. But I feel like in terms of the profile play he is, I think he's more similar to Romero than he is to Van de Ven. Like, which is why again I felt like they needed a left center back that could play left back. That's the creativity in the market that would have made so much sense for them. But so that's my kind of opinion on Radu. I think he's a good player, but I think he's more Romero backup than VDB, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Yeah,
I hear you. So where are you thinking of ranking Spurs?
Yeah, again, I'm going decent to good because I do really. I've been playing Football Manager, man. I see the talent that Archie Gray is, and he's definitely a serious talent. So he's definitely one I have an eye on. But it's just more about him as a midfielder at his tender age, first season in the Prem. For what Spurs need, I think it's too much pressure to even expect that of him. I think it's more my criticism of the signing. But him as a player, talent, I think he's like a very, very highly touted player for them to bring in. Bergwijn too, I've seen. I think he's good. I think Slavic is a good signing. So yeah, I'll go decent to good, but I'll put him in good. I'll put him in good overall. Yeah, but I think they did well to get rid of Skip and Emerson as well. So overall, yeah. What are you thinking? Oh, you kind of listen. You're looking at all the other teams. I told you it's hard, man. When you look at it,
I think it's Spurs.
Oh, you're getting decent.
Let's leave it there for now.
Hey, bro, listen, if you want to be this decent, do it, man. I don't know. I'm accused of being biased. I try to be as unbiased as I can be, but that's my honest football opinion.
Chat. What are you saying? Yeah. What's everyone thinking? For Spurs, I think Spurs is difficult because they did address like the striker problem. Like I think Archie Gray is a good signing. But like I just think that they've kind of
so with Emerson, he definitely get good. I hear it, man. I told you, I hear it. I hear it.
Oh, Wendy's not happy, bro.
I know she wouldn't be, but I think he's a cheap. Bro, you tell me again. You're like, what do you think on what I said about Radu and in terms of him as a profile player, or do you?
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what it is? I think it's one of them ones where, like, with Van de Ven, obviously, like, and I don't want it to look like, Van de Ven's a good defender, like, outside of his pace. Like, it's not just his pace that makes him a good defender. Like, do you get me? And I think, like, his speed, obviously, is a big advantage. And it's something that helps Spurs a lot. But, like, also, like, it's not necessarily something easy to find Like, do you get me? Like, again, like when you're even like, do you have an example of like what a Van de Ven backup would have looked like? Like, do you have a
No,
player?
but I'm not a scout. But yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, like, so I think like I get where you're coming from, but also I think like Jagerson, for example, like because he's not as, and I understand what you're saying with the change in the way you play because of how quick Van de Ven is and like how important that has been to your team. I think Ange is gonna, like, we've seen he might adapt, but obviously we've seen that like even like I think he's one of them managers where it's just like, yeah, that high line is not really going anywhere. Like, do you get me? Like, I think he's gonna, and I think obviously you don't want a player that's like super slow, like, do you get me, you can't get about the bit pitch at all. But I think like Van de Ven specific profile, because also you don't want just someone who's quick just for the sake of being quick, but then bro, on the ball you're not that good, defensively you're not that good, etc. So I think it's like, I think like the type of profile you're saying is just very specific. That's what I think. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
yeah.
Again, it's ideal in it. Ideally, I think that you'd want the backup for both. But yeah, I guess you have Radu as just the third centre back option. I think it's maybe the fair way to just summarize this point. I guess he's just the third option in it. So if anything happens to two, he comes in. But in terms of my opinion of watching him, I feel like it's a much bigger draw. I think it's a much bigger loss for Spurs if VDV goes down. Which, like you said, I guess it's because of his profile. Then if Romero goes down, like which Romero is probably I think he's probably a better centre back overall, like in terms of what he's done and longevity. But that's fair. Again,
it's like when you're looking at, like, for example, like City with like Prime Walker, like, do you get me? Like before, he started putting in some of these performances. But but when you're looking at like Prime Walker, and obviously like his pace was such like a big part to his game, and I think like you can get like a backup for Walker, but it's gonna be hard to get a backup for Walker who's as quick as Walker and can do like a lot of the same things that Walker does. Like, I think you kind of just accept that, that's we're lucky to have a guy that's quick, that's as quick as he is, do you get me, that can help bail us out of trouble. But at the same time, it's like, I think it's maybe more so a tactical thing where it's just like, like you've just got to figure that out, like, do you get me? But it's like, like if you also don't have someone who's like as quick as your starting centre back, who is just insanely quick, like, do you get me? Like, it's hard. Again, it's different if you've got someone who's just very sluggish, do you get me, and they're slow, like, do you get me? Then I think there you're like, oh, you know what, like, do you get me? We need to get someone who's like quicker off the mark, like, do you get me? Like, who can respond to things better, like, who can actually make this more difficult for opposition strikers when they're trying to run in behind and stuff. Like, do you get me? I think, there's certain players where you're looking at it and it's like, you know what, because of age, just because of athleticism, like, you're looking at it and you're saying we need a different profile. Like, do you get me? Because if we play with this player, then we're gonna have to play in a certain way where we have to protect him. Like, do you get me? Because of like their obvious faults. But I think, in the case of Van de Ven, like, I think you just got someone who's just lightning quick. Like, do you get me? Which Spurs have used to their advantage. And finding someone who's like a capable defender who's also that quick as well, and like having them as your backup, I think is a tall ask. Like, do you get me? Like, as regards to like that specific profile, like, do you get me? I think it's a very, very specific profile. That's what I would say.
Okay.
So but what are you thinking for Spurs?
Oh yes, I think good. I think decent.
Good.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Decent,
I don't know if you agree. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we'll let's leave them there
fine,
for.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll leave them there for now. Bro, you want to talk about Leicester?
Just put them in horrible, man. Just put them in horrible, man. Now, honestly,
talk on Leicester, bro.
Nah, man, just put them. We don't have time, bro.
Talk on them, bro.
The fact that they went to Palace and they took IU and they took Edward and said that's the two guys that we need to bring to our club. They deserve to go down, man. They deserve to go down. I'm sorry. The fact that they went to Spurs and said Oliver Skip 25. You know what is it? When United were haggling over that McTominay I'm thinking. I was like, I hear it. If I see Oliver Skip go for 25
For
million, you think
25
I'm gonna
mil.
allow you? You think I'm gonna allow you to sell McTominay? Got like 8. How many goals did he get last season in the Prem?
What, McTominay? In
Yeah,
the Prem, I think, oh, was it around 7, 8? I think.
bro. A
Yeah.
player that's doing that, you want to try and go for less money than Ollie Skip? That's barely even starting. I think I saw and bring him on at left back last season before you brought him into midfield. Nah, man, Leicester, they haven't done anywhere near enough, man. It's unfortunate. I like them. Yeah, cool city was fun during university times, but yeah, they need to go back down. Horrible
Yeah.
window in my opinion, bro. That's
I
all I
think
have to
it
say.
does.
That's all I have to say, man.
Skip.
Oh,
Oh gosh.
nah, man.
Hey, just to keep a level of professionalism, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go through, um some of
And I
Leicester's
think they have a
business.
points deduction coming as well. Oh my god.
Uh,
Oh, just for that, I'm marking the window down even lower. The fact that you know you're gonna lose points, and that's the business you brought in. Nah, man. But go on,
so
go through their transfers.
obviously we've got Oliver Skip, Jordan Ayew, Edwards loan for Palace. Jordan Ayew was 7.5 mil. Oliver Skip 25 mil, like we've mentioned. They got Bobby De Cordova Reed from Fulham on a free. They've got Abdul Fatawu
Yeah.
from Sporting 17 mil. And yeah. Oh, and Buenanote as well. Facundo
I
Buenanote
actually
from
like him, I actually like
yeah,
him. I'll say I
yeah,
like him.
yeah. And then I think they have a lot of releases, and their main outgoing was Drewsbury Hall to Chelsea. But yeah, man, I think they've just we've spoken about like Ipswich, and we said like they've made signings where it's just like they still might go down, but they've made signings where they've tried to address a certain position, certain profiles, and it looks like they've tried to give themselves a real chance. And I think Leicester it's not been good, man. Yeah, it's just not been good. So yeah, man. What are we saying? Horrible?
Yeah, man. Very simple.
I said that Oliver Skip.
Nah, man. That's why I drew the line, man.
So
Even fed the ops.
Everton. Let's talk.
Bro, I think I said it in it. Like when I said why I had them as one of my teams that potentially going down. I told you, bro, when you got money problems, it's long in it. Because the fact that they left this window making money, I thought that said everything that you need to know about their business. Where it's like clearly, like right now, they're just trying to stay afloat. They're trying to make it through the season and make it safely to that new stadium. So honestly, like I feel like if Ipswich or any of these teams have a fighting chance of staying up, I know it's Everton's number that they're looking at. Because I don't think they did. I don't think they did much. Man, we can go through their signings, but I was going through earlier, and I think they also did not do enough, man. They should thank God that they managed to keep Branthwaite, because if it wasn't for them keeping him, I would have said they're also going down. But he's the only one that gives me a little hope that maybe defensively with Dyche he can do something. But
gauging off a lot of the fans' reactions, bro, it looks like they wanted him to go, fam, with how upset they are that we didn't sign him, bruv. But I really don't understand.
Listen, you can't spend your money on Euro, or we have Branthwaite. Yeah, but that was the
so
funniest
upset.
saga. Yeah, that was the funniest saga.
Why are you so upset, fam? Like you're keeping the player that you wanted to keep, nah?
Nah, man. It was reverse psychology. They wanted money, bro.
Oh gosh.
They wanted the money. They just wanted good money.
But Everton, they've not done enough. I think it's quite simple. So they've got so Iliman Ndiaye from Marseille, 20 mil. And man, like again, like I think you need goals. Like you need goals. Like we've spoken about this. And I think Ndiaye, if I'm correct, he only got 3 goals last season.
Yeah.
Like, do you get me? Like, so man, like you need someone who can reliably put the ball in the back of the net. And I think, man, like
they lost Onana as well.
Yeah, Everton needed to strengthen then. They got also back to Jake O'Brien from Leon, centre back, like potential, but yeah, man, like again, like I think yeah, it's not strong enough. And then they also signed, and this was interesting. But Tim Ira Egbenam, and like they got him from Villa, 9 mil. And I know he's someone that was like highly rated at Villa, like a lot of fans, and even like a lot of people like who have been watching him from like young. He's someone that was highly rated, like a lot of potential. And I was actually kind of surprised that Villa let him go. Like I know Villa was doing a lot of business and they were trying to balance the books and stuff. But yeah, like he's someone that has a lot of potential. But yeah, Everton, I think, yeah, they've not done enough. Like they've just quite simply not done enough. Some of the outgoings, Anana, 50 mil, Ben Godfrey, Atalanta, 10.2, Lewis Dobbin, Villa, 10. And then yeah, you've got quite a few loans and some frees. But yeah, like Everton, I think they've been dodging relegation. Like, do you get me? Like for how many years? And yeah, man, just dodging. Like, do you get me? Like just weaving. Like, weaving. So yeah, man. Hey man, I think Dyche has been able to just like pull them out of trouble. And yeah, like Anana, we've spoken about him as regards to Villa, so I don't think we need to like speak too much about him again. But yeah, I think that's a big loss for them as well. So yeah, even though yeah, like obviously a 50 mil like is nice money for them. But yeah, like Everton haven't been good enough. So yeah, what are you thinking, bro?
Man, between bad and horrible, man. Very simple. And I think I'm leaning towards horrible, man.
Yeah,
I'm leaning towards horrible, man. Yeah, because Everton are a big club as well, man. That it's actually a shame that the club has been run this poorly that they even have to go through windows like this. So yeah, for their own sake, I hope they can survive this season. Because if they go to the championship with that new stadium, it could be long as well. So, but yeah, I'm going horrible. It wasn't a good window at all. Like, yeah, it wasn't a good window at all for them. Told you, bro. They made profit.
I said business model,
bro.
I said business model, bro. Hey, man, Southampton. Let's talk about them. We spoke about Ipswich. We spoke about Leicester. Let's complete the teams that were promoted from the Championship. Do you want to talk first? Do you want me to talk first?
Now there's only one player I want to talk about, and I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, cool. Because I know I tried to leave you space when there's sentimental value.
Yeah,
do you get me? So we're cool. Right,
you know what it is, yeah, man. It's very unfortunate because Aaron Ramsdale, I feel like definitely a divisive player. One that the fans hated because of his antics. The ops. Oh, the ops. I meant the ops. Okay. The ops hated because of his antics. The laughing and the. I feel like he knew how to trigger the home fans. I'll give him that. So I have to be honest. I'm not going to just defend him about saying what he could have done better with. So he knew how to trigger the home fans. So I knew I knew how to rile them up. But it's very unfortunate that we took him out of the ghetto. We saved him from fighting relegation season after season. We brought him to the top. Made him believe that yes, England collapse, fight for Premier Leagues. And it's very sad that within the course of a couple of years, he's now back fighting for his life. Fighting to stay in the Premier League, man. Honestly, because I actually thought that Ramsdale was a player that I'm shocked that more Premier League clubs didn't come in for him, man. Because he's a good goalkeeper. He's similar to how I was speaking about Nketiah earlier, where I feel like overall, again, it was very divisive when he came in with him and Raya. Whether Raya was a much bigger upgrade than him, there was that whole kind of debate going on. But now that we're kind of a year removed, what I would say about Raya is it's also nice to just have a keeper that just isn't the. He isn't in the news. He's not antics. He just does his job, and no one talks about him. Whereas Ramsdale is a character. Like I think I've heard him even say himself that he has like I don't want to like put words into what he had, but clearly he said that he basically the reason why he riles up the opposition fans is because he finds it hard to stay
he gets
focused.
distracted. Yeah,
gets distracted. And again, from a human point of view, I'm like fair enough. But I also don't want my keeper to be telling me that he gets distracted and he needs to interact with the opposition fans to stay engaged in the game, which unfortunately for where we want to go, that can't be how you're moving in it. So I understand why eventually we had to move away from him. It's unfortunate that he had to drop as low as Southampton because I felt like there was more teams in the Prem that should have taken a a punt on him, that he would have been a decent Premier League goalkeeper. Good money, got 25 mil all in. Can't complain from the Arsenal point of view. Probably wanted more money based on the caliber of keeper that I think he is. When I look at what other keepers have been going for, but the interest just wasn't really there like that. So I just wanted to say my kind of final words on him. Like again, I feel like people do too much. Whether he's horrible, he's great. I think he's just a good Premier League keeper. And unfortunately, it just Arteta didn't see him as the guy. And yeah, he's now back in the ghetto fighting relegation. He might have 3 relegations on your head top, and it's very sad to see, man. So yeah, I wish him the best, man. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on him. Then yeah, but you can now add your words and
I think generally speaking, just from what I've seen, I think most Arsenal fans, like, I think initially when the David Raya signing happened, like, I think the fan base seemed to be quite split from what I saw. Like, do you get me? There was a lot of fans thinking, you know what, like, nah, Ramsdale's fine, and the difference of quality between Ramsdale and Raya isn't that much. So why are we prioritizing this position? And I think now, from what I've seen, a lot of Arsenal fans have actually said, you know what, yeah, like, Raya is better. Like, there is a gap in quality, and yeah, for us moving forward, like, this was the right decision. So yeah, and yeah, I think Ramsdale, like, for Southampton, yeah, I think that's a good signing. Like,
yeah, bro, they invested the money to try and get in the best chance in it. They said, hey man, you're gonna need to save a lot of shots. So yeah, man, he's definitely gonna earn every penny that they bought him for. But
yeah, I think that was a good signing. Just going through some of the other signings, there was Ben Brereton Diaz from Villarreal. I don't know if you remember him from last season.
I remember. I think I like him. I think my opinion of him was, he's decent.
Yeah, but yeah, like, he had a good stint with Sheffield United, and yeah, like, I think he got 6 goals in 14 league games. Like, so yeah, they made that signing. Also, just going through, you've got, again, we've been talking about City and, you know, their ability to sell players, but Taylor Harwood Bellis from City, 20 million from their academy. Then we've got Flynn Downs, West Ham, 18 mil. Ronnie Edwards, Peterborough, 6 mil. Nathan Wood, Swansea, 3 mil. And they've got quite a few threes. Charlie Taylor from Burnley for 3. They've got Cameron Archer, 15 mil from Villa. And yeah, like, he was another, like, prospect that, yeah, it's interesting with him, because I think Villa sold him with a clause that if he gets relegated, then they get him back, and then they got him back, and then
didn't they buy him? I think they buy him, and I thought they flipped him. Like, didn't they buy him and sell him?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, I think, like, he got relegated, and the clause was that if he because that happened, like, they bought him back. Like, I think that was like part of the negotiation, and then they bought him back, and then they sold him again.
Yeah, but they got a nice little. I think they bought him for 14 mil and sold him for 15. With a nice little mil.
So yeah, man. Hey, business is business. And then Matheus Fernandes bought in 12.8 mil. Me overall.
Oh, you didn't speak about the player that I thought there was one player that we have to touch on a little bit. Ugochukwu.
Oh, first.
I'm talking him a little bit, because again, with the I'm getting on to Chelsea, but like I said, they stopped hiring these young players. But he's one that I think he's a good player. I think he's a good player.
That's a good move.
He's a good player. Yeah, that's a very good move for them. Very good move. And good move for him too. You get loads of minutes. So yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I have all the players Chelsea actually got. That's one player that looks like they're actually developing. Because I think that's actually good business all around for everyone involved. You get minutes, and but I think he has potential. So
agreed.
Touch on him a little bit.
Agreed. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good shout. And then I never even mentioned, but Lallana from Brighton on a free.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Obviously, yeah. So obviously the experience is there. He's another player that injuries, like, he's just suffered a lot with injuries. But yeah.
Oh, another one to touch on a little bit too is again, there's some players I've probably watched him play like 3 times. I'm sure there's a reason why it didn't work out. But Cornet.
Oh, okay.
I think he's one that when I've seen him play, I thought he's a tiny player. But the fact that
Yeah,
they let him go on loan, I feel like there's probably more that I didn't see. Like maybe
Cornet.
fans that watched him game in game out tell me that he's not the guy. But from what I saw, I felt like he's decent. Just the one of games I didn't watch him. So yeah,
First.
I like him a little bit.
But yeah, what are you thinking for Southampton?
Yeah, I'm going decent, man. I don't even get in the Ipswich treatment and go good. Tell me, you was good for them?
Nah.
Oh, you're going. Oh, okay then. You're going lower. You're going bad. Really? I put the decent one. I put them. I thought it was decent window for them. Probably still going down, but Ramsdale, like. Yeah, Ugochukwu. Me, I'm rating him as well.
Yeah, Ugochukwu is a good one. That's a good signing. Yeah. Brereton Diaz. Yeah, they tried to make some moves again. Yeah, like.
Yeah, maybe in my mind, I feel like in my mind they're going down. So this is. I feel like for them, I feel like it's decent business. But yeah, if you think back, I think
All right, let's put it there for now.
Yeah,
let's put it there for now. Let's speak on Forest. Let's speak on Forest.
Nottingham
Forest. Obviously, I think I'm just gonna go through some of the signings. We already spoke about Elliot Anderson, Newcastle, 35 mil. James Ward-Prowse, West Ham on loan. Yeah, that might prove to be a decent signing for them. Like, Morato, Benfica, 15 mil. Nikola Milenkovic, Fiorentina, 12 mil. They got Jota Silva from Vitória Guimarães, 10.1 mil. Alex Moreno from Villa on loan as well. And is there anything I'm missing here? We've got Marko Stamenic, Red Star Belgrade. We've got Eric da Silva Marrero from St. Pauli, 1.3 mil. Yeah. And then they've made some sales. Mangala, Leon, 20 mil. Muesa Nikate, Leon, 27 mil. Remo Frula, Bologna, 3.4 mil. But yeah, overall, for Forest, I think Ward-Prowse is a nice move. Like, do you get me? Elliot Anderson, like 35 mil. I was thinking, oh wow, but again, I think that's a nice move. I think in combined with the players they've got, like, I think it's again, it's like I'm not overly moved by their window. Like, do you get me?
I'm not old, man.
Yeah, like I'm not overly moved by their window. Like, it's just one of them ones where it's like, yeah, like I think again, where like just a question, like, what do you think the objectives would be for Forest this season?
Yeah, I think stay up. I'll give Forest. I'll give them credit. I feel like Forest's team is probably better than a lot of the teams that they're competing with to stay up. I think that's what saved them.
Yeah, they've already got players. Yeah, they've already got players. And I was going to get into like their objective would probably be to stay up this season. Yeah. And I think, like in that case, when you're talking, you analyze their team that they've already got, and you look at some of the players that they've already got. Obviously, we spoke about Elanga. Do you get me? Being linked away with the move, they've kept him.
Yeah.
And then like Hudson Odoi's there. Yeah. Like, do you get me? They've got a lot of they got
goals as well. Give them that too, man. They got goals.
Yeah, obviously Chris Wood.
Yeah, man. OG striker.
Chris Wood, man. Hey, man.
Oh, when you get me? Yeah.
So and then also
Awani.
Yeah, Awani as well. So yeah, man. Like, I think Forest, their window, I think probably would have been looking to maybe do a little bit more, but I think Ward-Prowse on loan, the Elliot Anderson signing, 35 mil plus like a few of the others. I'm saying decent.
Yeah. Man, I'm leaning towards bad, you know. Again, let's separate if we separate the window from, I think they'll be okay in the Prem. That's one argument. But their window, I think I'm leaning towards bad. But
it's also in relevance to their objectives though.
That is true. Like, but
So
I
it's
feel
like,
like
what did they need?
okay, that's a good point. Again,
Yeah, like I
that's
think
a
that's
good
how
point.
you also got to look at it. Like, what did they need? Like, so you look at their team that they've already got, and you think, cool, what did they need? Like, do you get? Because I think, like, when I look at, like, for example, like Southampton, like I think, like they potentially could have done more for what it is that they need. Even though, even if they did do that, they still might be going down anyway. But do you get me? But it's like, yeah, I think it's it's one of them ones. You know what? We're close to doing the rejig anyway.
Yeah,
You get me?
yeah. So we
So
need to balance the books, not this.
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. So do you wanna where do you want to put them for now?
Let's go bad
I'll
for
let you
now
have
and
the
then.
final call.
Yeah, let's
Bad
go
for
bad for
now.
now and then
Yeah.
rejig it.
Yeah, gonna have to revisit some
Yeah,
of
this
these
final,
decent
yeah.
100%. Cool. Wolves.
Uh,
Wolves.
kind of what did they even do? Like, I know what they sold, but what did they bring in?
So I think like Wolves, they like one of the big signings that they made, and again it was even on loan, but it was that Jorgen Strand Larsen, the striker.
Okay.
And that was a big move for them. They got Pedro Lima, they got Rodrigo Gomez from Braga, they got Tommy Doyle, Man City 4.3. You know, Man City, how they move, man. But yeah, they weren't like insanely active, like Andre Fluminense undisclosed, Carlos Forbes, Ajax loan,
That was gonna
like
be an interesting signing.
Sam Johnston,
Andre.
Palace 10 mil. But yeah.
No, I think that Andre signing is gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Want to look at because I know a lot of teams will link to him as well. So I'm actually very
Yeah, they
curious to
were.
see how he does in the Prem. Could be them signings that he comes and smashes, and everyone's like, "Why didn't we get him?" Or you might see why more teams didn't go for him. But yeah, again,
And
man, I'll be
then
honest. Oh god.
sorry, very quickly,
Yeah.
outgoings, yeah, they generated a lot of money because even with just Kilman and Neto, that's like 94 mil, 44 Kilman, and then 54 for Pedro Neto. So yeah, like those are some big outgoings, and then there's quite a few free like releases and loans. But
yeah, I don't know much about the players they brought in, if I'm being honest. But I think when I look at who they've lost with Neto and Kilman, none of those names also jump out to me of like they've strengthened. I feel like they're definitely weaker than they were. That's why my instinct goes bad. But that's with very limited knowledge on those players that they did bring in. I will say that. So I don't know if you have any additional context that might help.
I think Larsen's gonna be like an interesting one to see. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see how Jorgen Strand Larsen does like on loan. And yeah, like I think that probably maybe they probably would have maybe wanted to sign like I think it would have been good for Wolves to sign like just a few more like Premier League proven players. Like like I think when you've lost like Neto and you've lost Kilman, I think potentially, and obviously it's not always possible, like you get me, sometimes you have to be creative in the transfer market, and like do you get me? But Wolves, I'm not like overly moved, like do you get me? Obviously some of their signings, like I guess we'll just see and we'll figure like we'll see how it plays out, and we'll see like if potential is converted and stuff. And like I won't claim to be like an expert on like all of the signings they've made. So Wolverhampton. This bad column it needs to
it needs to be adjusted.
we
We'll
need to
do a final. We'll do a final.
Cool.
Final rejigging.
Cool. Oh, bro, what are you thinking?
My instinct is bad, man. Again, I don't know. I'm thinking bad.
Let's
just
just
because
put
of who
them
they've
there
lost. And
let's put it there for now.
Yeah, based on what I know. Yeah.
All right, bro. Time for the main event.
Oh, the two upfront teams.
Hey, man. Time for the main event.
The two upfront teams.
It's time to get into it.
Yeah, I feel like we have to start with the team that did most of the business, man. Talk about
What, you don't want to start the team that's challenging for the league?
Nah, man, nah. No one said
Wow.
any of that, man. No one
Damn.
said any of that.
Oh man.
No one said
Okay.
that.
Cool. We can talk about it. Let's
Hmm.
talk about it. Obviously,
Yeah.
Manchester United, we've had a very busy summer. There's been a lot of business. I think a lot of our transfers we've spoken about on like our previous streams before. And yeah, like I think a lot of people that are probably going to watch this have spoken about our transfers as well. But yeah, just for me to quickly do a summary, we've got Lenny Yoro from Lille. We've got Joshua Zirkzee from Bologna. We've got De Ligt from Bayern. We've got Mazraoui from Bayern. We've got Ugarte from PSG. And then Sekou Kone is there as well, who we signed, obviously, like young, promising player. But yeah, those were our signings. And then, as we mentioned, Sancho went out on loan to Chelsea. We sold Cambuala to Villarreal. We sold Donny van de Beek to Girona. Sorry, I've not even mentioned the prices. Donny van de Beek to Girona for 7.6 mil. William Cambuala.
500K, bro. Don't try to add all that. Don't try to
So,
get William.
bro,
William,
no,
bro. 500K, bro. I was gonna think, is that gonna cover his flights?
No, bro, fam. I'm literally reading off the same link, bro. To check the thingy. That's why I was literally just reading. But yeah, like I know what to do. I think they've just included where the bonuses like in the thing. But I'm not even. I weren't even trying to be. Yeah, I weren't even trying to be crafty. But yeah, I think the initial day was quoted for like 500K, and then there's bonuses, like loads of achievable bonuses. I think that's what Romano said. But yeah, I said don't even try.
Bro, I try to see you try to inflate the numbers.
Bro, that's it. Me and Ace have got the same link, you know, with the same list of transfers, bro. With the same quotes, bro. So yeah. But then we've got, who else did I mention? Did I go for everyone? Fernandez, Benfica 5.1. Obviously, Varane got released. Martial. Wan-Bissaka, West Ham 15 mil. Hannibal, Burnley 9.4. Oh, of course, Scott McTominay to Napoli. See, it says here 21 mil plus add-ons. Do you get me? So it shows that I'm not trying to be thingy, because I could be saying a higher price, because what a lot of people are quoting is not 21 mil. Do you get me? So yeah, man. Let's just read it off the thing. Let's just read it off the thing. But yeah, bro, yeah, you give me your thoughts on United's business first, and then I'll go into man.
Again, man, I made my thoughts very clear about Ten Hag, because I don't believe in him. But what I would say, what's upset me with Ineos is somebody that I have to say that Ineos, I think they've made sensible signings. I feel like in general, I feel like they have got Ten Hag what he needs, like in terms of the ideal players when it comes to whatever you think of. I don't know. There's a lot said about these be active in January. Hey, we'll see. Yeah, there's not been said about whatever you think of Ugarte as a player, whether like we rate him or don't rate him. But based on what Ten Hag has shown us, the type of football he wants to play, it seems like on paper, I've heard a lot of whether it's actually going to work out in reality, but on paper, in terms of the profile of player, it seems like it makes sense. Like Ineos have given him the profile he needs. Euro, maybe the criticism you give it is maybe it's a bit too much money, but it seems that that's one where it's probably more of a. Real Madrid made it very clear. If you don't get him this summer, we're probably gonna get him for free next year. And you guys jumped and said, "Cool, we'll give Ansan." Where'd you get him from?
Lille.
Club. Lille. We'll give Lille whatever they want, and you paid the money. So if he becomes the talent that everyone in Europe touts him to be, then the money won't really matter. So it kind of depends on how he kind of develops over the next few years. For very young centre back, looks very promising, but I think it's a lot of money for a player in terms of what he's shown so far. So that's a little, maybe that's a bit of certain Glazers will do in terms of the criticism, in terms of maybe a bit too much money. But in terms of the talent, I think it's not something Glazers will do, because you wouldn't get that kind of signing over the line. So I'd say that I have to give you guys a lot of credit for getting Mason Greenwood off the books. This is another very big example of, I miss the Glazers, man. I miss them. I know they're still there, but the fact that they're not front and center of all your transfers, I miss them. I miss them a lot, because I know that I remember last summer when Greenwood was understand? They're trying to bring him back. And I think even the internal staff of the club were like, what you did? And there was so much outrage that they eventually had to send him back on loan. I feel like what Ineos have done to get the fee that they've got for him to Marseille, I think you have to credit the business. And I think you even have a sell-on fee too, because at the talent, we know he's going to do well there. And if they sell him on, you're going to make more money as well. So I think from like a business point of view, very good sell in terms of getting him off the books. Xerxes, Serie A, was he played the season or young player the season last year?
Young player of the season.
Young player the season last year. Again, profile-wise, makes a lot of sense. Good player. How Ten Hag is gonna use him, use Højlund. We're gonna wait and see. But profile, I feel like you've got players where I don't believe in Ten Hag, and I feel like his days are numbered. I've made that very clear. But I think you've done well to get signings, and the latest one, you've done well to get signings that even if it doesn't work out with him, the next manager can make these players work because they're sensible, and you haven't overall spent too much money on them. They seem relative to maybe what you should be paying for a lot of those players. So I think it's been a good window for United, man, in terms of getting the manager what he wants and needs, and not making stupid signings that he would have made under the previous, I guess, the regime that's still there, but they're clearly not the ones that are making the transfers right now, because your transfers are less comical. You're not getting players right at the end of their careers. You're clearly targeting these younger players who are going into their prime and have potential to show us more than they currently have. So I have to, as much as I love to laugh at United, I have to give them their credit there and say, yeah, man, I can't say anything about the window. One of the big priorities was getting rid of the dead wood, and I think he got rid of a lot of them. There's still a couple more that are there because of the stupid contracts the previous regime gave them, but there's nothing Ineos can really do about that. And I feel like they're slowly going to get those guys out as well. So, yeah, man, all in all, I feel like from my point of view, I think it was a good window for United. Yeah.
Okay. I hear you. Yeah, I think, like, obviously, my thoughts as a United fan is that it was very obvious that there was a lot of work to be done in this window. And I think for all of us United fans, I think most of us know that, everything wasn't going to be solved in one window. Like, what is it that Ragnick said? United needed open heart surgery. Like, do you get me? So I think there were so many different things that we needed to address. I think there was several positions that we needed to address. You know how we've spoken about like several different teams, and we've spoken about how, there was this position that they needed to address. Do you get me? Like predominantly. And then the other positions, they might have wanted to strengthen here, strengthen there. But I feel like with United, there was like, no, we need a centre back. And it was just like, no, and we need a 6. And it's just like, oh no, and we need another striker. Do you get me? And it was like, no, they're all priorities. Like, do you get me? And so I think Ineos had a lot of work to do. And I think one thing that I did like is that I think they looked at the positions that we needed and they said, you know what, all right, cool. Like we were talking about KPIs. Like they said, you know what, we need centre backs. Like, do you get me? Like, not even just one. Like, we needed multiple. Obviously, we let go of Varane, and like we needed to reinforce that position. And with Lenny Yoro, he's someone that I rate extremely highly. Like, I think he's got a lot of potential. Like, and it's really unfortunate that he got injured so early. It's really unfortunate that we've not been able to see him play in any of the first 3 games. But obviously, hopefully, he'll come back stronger, better, and it's going to be really good to see like how he adapts to the Premier League, but also like just for many years to come beyond this season, like what type of player he becomes and what he grows to be. And like I like Euro a lot. I think De Ligt, he's been getting a lot of flack recently.
Hey man, they're pulling the Dutch Maguire.
You've been getting a lot of flack recently, but I think I understood why United made that signing. Again, I think we needed centre backs, plural, like we needed multiple. And I think in De Ligt, you got someone who's still just 25 years old. Like, I think when we signed him, he was 24, but he's 25 now. I think obviously they are like, bro. Fam, I've been seeing it, bro. I've been seeing it. Like, like a lot of talk of De Ligt. But obviously you had someone who like came through in the Ajax team, do you get me? And like, was talked about all over Europe as being like, one of the like best up and coming centre backs. And then obviously he makes the move to Juve, and you know what, it doesn't quite work out, or it didn't hit the heights that probably he would have hoped. And then at Bayern, I think how people talk about his time at Bayern is very interesting, because I think there's a lot of just factually wrong things that are said. Do you get me? All of these narratives of Dyer benched him and etc. Like, these things are just not true. Like, they're just not true. Like, do you get me? You're just lying. Like, do you get me? That's what you're doing. And I think, yeah, that's where you see like football fan agendas. Do you get me? Like, yeah, and you see how narratives can be developed. But yeah, that wasn't true. And if you asked a lot of Bayern fans, they actually didn't want him to go. Like, do you get me? Like, yeah, they didn't actually want to sell him. Like, yeah. So I think his time at Bayern sometimes it's over criticized to the point where, yeah, they make it look like he was like just some complete flop who wasn't getting game time, and Dyer had him on the bench, and that just didn't happen. So yeah. Again, I think it's no secret though that he's still not hit the heights that probably we all expected him to hit when he was coming through at Ajax. And obviously with United, yeah, exactly. Like at 18, he had the world at his feet, fam. Even 17, like, do you get me? Like, yeah, like, fam, he was captain in Ajax as a teenager. He played in that Europa League final in 2017 that we won with Mourinho, like against that Ajax team. So it's just like, yeah, like, again, like, we hope that he can get, fam, like, bro, that was how long ago? 7 years ago, bro, fam, like, that's short. And he's only 25 now, like, just turned 25. So it shows that like what he was doing at such a young age. And yeah, obviously I think, yeah, he's been highly criticized currently. Like, he's not had the greatest performances for his national team. He's made some mistakes, but yeah, I'm hopeful that he comes into the team, and again, like, he helps provide competition in those centre back places. Hopefully when Euro returns from injury, then you're looking at Martinez, you're looking at Euro, you're looking at De Ligt, and then obviously you've got Maguire there as well, Evans there as, like, depth. Like, do you get me? So yeah, I think it was very clear that we needed to address those centre back positions. Not only did we need to address those centre back positions, but we needed to address them with a particular profile which allows us to like bring that defensive line higher. Now, when I'm talking about United, I have to separate transfers from Ten Hag and tactics.
All roads leads to dugout.
So do you get me? So we are going to talk about United from a managerial and tactical point of view later. So right now, I'm just trying to stick to the transfers. And as regards to the transfers, I think, yeah, they identified profiles. They were looking at money. Yeah, people speak about the Euro fee, and yeah, it was a lot of money, even though how people quote the money is really interesting. Like, do you get me? I think with United, there's a very fine habit of just raising everything. Like, do you get me? Or deciding to use euros and pounds at your own convenience, depending on what narrative that you're trying to build. Do you get me? I see it commonly done. Like, do you get me? Or when to include add-ons and when not to include add-ons, depending on what agenda you're trying to spread. Do you get me? So yeah, but I think with Euro, whether you want to say 60 million all in, whether you say it's initial 42 million plus add-ons, like 52, whatever it is, do you get me? Of course, like, we invested like quite a bit of money into a teenager. And yeah, I think, again, he's someone who's got high potential. And yeah, I like the signing, me personally. So yeah, I'm not mad at it. I think with Ugarte, and again, like, there's a lot to talk about as regards to United. And I am going to leave the tactical analysis like alone for now, because I know that that's going to be a separate thing that we're talking about. But it was very, very clear, like, last season and even beyond last season, that United needed to address our midfield problem. And what I will say is that our midfield problem goes beyond personnel. But again,
we'll get into it, man.
Yeah, but personnel-wise, we definitely still needed to invest in that position. Like, do you get me? And yeah, we brought in Ugarte, and I think he's someone who, he's young, he's 23. I think he's someone who takes pride in those defensive responsibilities. So he's someone that, he's not necessarily trying to crash the box like a McTominay. Like, do you get me? He's someone who actually like takes pride in that position and is happy to, you know, stay there, like go get up and down the pitch, tackle, win balls back. And yeah, when talking about profiles is very interesting because I remember when we were linked with Zubimendi, and Zubimendi is someone that I rate highly. But again, when you're talking about style of play and you're talking about the football you're trying to play and you're talking about profiles, do you get me? I understand why Manchester United have gone for Ugarte because again, I'm not going to go get into this because it's a separate conversation. But tactically, how United are set up, Ugarte profile makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, Ugarte profile makes sense. Do you get me? Whether he is good enough is a separate question. Like if that remains to be seen. Obviously, a lot of us have spoken about Onana, and we've said, you know what, he potentially might have been a better signing. Do you get me? He was already in the Premier League. Physically, he's capable, and yeah, technically, I think a lot of the times he's over criticized. So he's someone who potentially could have came into that midfield and helped improve us. But yeah, we've gone with Ugarte. It was something that we needed to address, and we'll see how that plays out. Again, he's young. He was at Sporting, was looking really good. He went to PSG. The move hasn't quite worked out. He's come to United, still young. A lot of his career is still left. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, it's definitely a position that we needed to address. Happy we addressed it. Another position that we needed to address was up front. We had Højlund. There was a lot said about Højlund last season. It was clear, regardless of what you think of Højlund, that we needed more depth in that position. Obviously, we let go of Anthony Martial. So literally, centre forward wise, it was just Højlund there. Rashford can play there, but yeah, that's not his best position. Like we know that a lot of the time when he is playing centre forward, like you're not able to get the best out of Rashford, and again, I'm not trying to jump conversations because getting the best out of Rashford is something that we'll probably talk about later. Because even on the left wing, there's discussions to be had. But yeah, with Xerxes, I think we've signed someone, like I said, the Serie A young player of the season. He's someone who likes to get involved in the game. He's someone who likes to try and link up play. He describes himself as a 9.5. Again, like the agendas were really agending. Do you get me? Like when we were, the agendas were really agendaing when that quote was thinking. And do you get me? I saw a couple of Arsenal fans were trying to talk, and I had to remind them about what Jesus said. But
bro, we don't mind. We just don't like the hypocrisy. That's all. That's why we have to call it out. That's all. Get me? That's all. We just didn't like the hypocrisy.
You know what it is.
The fact, yeah, we'll get into it. But the fact that now 9.5 is okay, but when they say Zeus, they're killing him for it. But
but what Jesus said was different. Yeah, though. Man. You get me? That's also. But don't act like they said the same thing because they didn't. They didn't. Because Arsenal fans, it wasn't even us. The Arsenal fans were killing Jesus for what he said, bro.
No, but I'm saying, I know. My thing is United fans in general with the profile of understanding why Xerxes is now useful. But then when it was Arsenal, again, not you specifically, but United that couldn't understand Jesus' benefit, but now you can understand Xerxes' benefit. That's just the hypocrisy. That is just a bit funny. But we'll go on continue anyway. I'm not mad at Xerxes. It's just more about how now everyone understands because he's a United player, why that player can be useful.
To be fair though, again, you know what? Like I can't talk for like the United fans that you're referring to, like, do you get me? But I think Gabriel Jesus as a player, like, I think, it was clear that he was a good player. And I think it's more so, looking at a team and thinking what it is that they need. Like, do you get me? And I think with someone like a Gabriel Jesus, and we'll get onto Arsenal, but it's not got anything to do with him specifically as regards to, is he a good player or is he not? Or like, can his profile not be beneficial for Arsenal? It was more so that, you looked at Arsenal and said, you know what, they need this, even along with what Jesus is bringing. But yeah, that's a different conversation. But Xerxes come in again, young player, 23, like, again, potential. It's very interesting that, United have kind of decided to go with two young strikers who are like, they've still got a lot of room to grow, 23 and 21, and they're kind of going to be potentially competing with each other. Like, obviously Højlund's been injured, so it remains to be seen whether both of them are going to be playing up front together. But I think, they've addressed the need for depth in that position. So that's been another signing. Yeah, Journeyman says Mazarawi, how tired he is. Sheikh Mazarawi been. Yeah, I think again, like yeah, like I think Mazarawi shown like some again with the fee as well. Like, do you get me? Didn't pay that much for him. I think he's shown that yeah, he's looking like he could be like a really nice signing. Like it can look, it's looking like shrewd business from Man
Yeah, man,
United.
sensible,
You
man.
get me? And I think we definitely needed a fullback. Like, do you get me? I think when you look at Shaw, when you look at Malacia, like, do you get me? And obviously Mazarawi, he's been playing right back and Dallow's been playing left back. But yeah, like he's capable of playing both fullback positions. And I think, yeah, it was definitely something that we needed to address. So yeah, like I think United, like we've tried to look at the positions that we needed to address, and there's still more. Like, do you get me? Like I've said in that midfield possession, I personally think that we needed another midfielder. Like we needed two, the same way we needed two centre backs, we needed two midfielders. And yeah, like we're looking at obviously the outgoings um with McTominay, with Wan-Bissaka, um obviously Martial, Varane, like yeah, like we've done a lot of business. Like it's been a heavy job. Like Sancho, Van de Beek, like there's been so much activity that was needed. Like, do you get me at United? And we can't fix everything at once. But I think what United have tried to do is that we've looked at like our strengths, our weaknesses. We've said, you know what, this is where we need to strengthen. This is what Ten Hag needs. And it's like, cool, we're going to do our best to try and fix all of these and pay prices within reason. And then it's like, okay, Ten Hag, now you've got the squad, manage. Like, do you get me? And yeah, again, it's not been a perfect window. There's still things that we need to address. But overall, I think, yeah, it's been a good window, like relatively speaking. So yeah, that's what I was saying, United.
No, I hear it, and I feel like I think that's a like very fair kind of summary. Like I feel like yeah, probably where maybe I'm thinking let's put them in a position because I don't know what you think, but I'm gonna go. I think it was good business by United. The reason why I wouldn't say excellent is because, like I said, he
It's
got
not.
one where not through fault of his own. I feel like even just what I've heard now, the more I've kind of heard more about this, even just like hearing more about his profile. We'll talk about it when we get into like I guess the tactics kind of breakdown that he is more of an 8 than he is a 6 as well. Where again, if you're gonna now play him where you play Casemiro from a tactical point of view, I think he's gonna die the same way Casemiro died. But again, we'll get into that more. But in terms of him as a player, as an option for a man just gonna use him in the right way, I think it's decent business. Maybe I would have thought like Nana would have been better for helping you to pair him up with Kobe in the midfield. I think he would have had the legs and I guess the kind of physicality and the technical ability overall to be the better kind of option in that midfield, but you didn't get him. So that's why it doesn't go brilliant. And I also think you the left back was also a critical position. I have to big up what's his name, Dallo. Because yeah, that guy, his ability to even play left back as well has to be commended. Like he's done very well this season.
Dallow's improvement. Dallow's
Yeah,
improvement over the last couple of seasons
bro.
been great. Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
been great.
No, have to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah.
But again, you didn't bring Mazraoui for Dallo to also be playing left back. Like it's that kind of defeats the purpose of the Mazraoui kind of signing where he's meant to be depth. So you have a left back that can play left back. So maybe if you guys had also got someone in, even just a body, just because you know Shaw can't be trusted, and you know that we don't know what state. Remind me of his name, please. Left back has been missing for almost 2 years. Malacia. Like we don't know what state he's gonna come back into after missing so much football. That it felt like even if it was just a loan or a body, that would have made a lot of sense this window. I know you had spent a lot, and I'm sure there was like PSR consideration. So, but yeah, like I said, man, overall, I feel like you made very sensible business. The lit signing, like you said, I feel like wherever you think of the lit, I feel like what the Glazers would have done, why I missed them, is they would have got Euro in and they wouldn't have got anyone else, and Euro would have died because you also can't have Euro by himself, and it's him and thing because you needed someone else that can kind of help him balance the load of his first year in the Prem. And I think the lit is good enough between the two of them to kind of fight out for that position. And you still have Maguire as like a fourth choice who is okay if he's a fourth choice. So yeah, so I feel like overall good business from United. I feel like we kind of said it all. Like, but yeah, I think good business. Yeah.
That's cool. And finally, bro, Arsenal. Arsenal. Do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, man. With Arsenal, I feel like the window actually got saved from being bad in my not bad. I feel like if I'm being fair, I feel like probably it was a decent minus, decent to bad going into the final day. Then because of that Sterling, which again we'll kind of I'll kind of bring it all back full circle. It lands at decent for me. Well, I'll just come out and say that from the beginning because again, this summer I feel like looking at last season, the big thing that Arsenal needed, we needed a game changer. We needed someone that in those tight games in the Champions League, in these kind of like cup runs where you buck a City or you buck a Liverpool, that player that will finish the chances when you give them the chance. Like we needed that kind of star name to come in. But we didn't do that, like, which overall is quite disappointing. Like, I felt like there was a lot of talk going into the window of Arsenal need a striker. I think I kind of kicked back a little bit where it's like, yeah, Arsenal need a striker. Arsenal did score 91 goals. Arsenal got goals last year. It wasn't specifically them needing to put the ball in the back of the net. It was more in those tight games where they needed to do it. Which is why when there was more conversation about Arsenal being linked to a winger, I wasn't mad at it. Because I thought, you know what, even if we don't get a striker, we at least go get a winger that can really compete with. Again, people have rubbished him and think he's washed. I'm not completely giving up on Martinelli yet, but I want someone that can start ahead of him or push him, where there's still some like he's not the main guy or him and Trossard on the main guys on that left wing either. So again, we're linked to like the Nico Williams, and again, he wasn't trying to leave Spain this summer. So I think to give Arsenal a bit of leeway as well, I feel like the caliber of play we needed was a caliber play that teams don't want to sell. And there's not a lot of players that I think will stand out that Arsenal could have definitely gone and got. I feel like if we're looking at the striker, there was Tony. It was briefed very early by the Arsenal insiders that the Arsenal like Arteta especially, and even the Arsenal people didn't like his attitude. They didn't think he would blend well with the squad. Regardless of what you think of him as a player, whether he would have made sense. If you don't make football is I feel like we're not old enough now to not just see players as just tools in the pitch that just play. Like they have personalities and they interact off the pitch as well. So if the club feel like they're not gonna mesh with the dressing room, do not bring them in. Like it's very simple. So like I feel like with Tony, it didn't make sense. The other one that we would have really wanted is the Gyökeres. They were quoting 80 million for him off the back of one very good season. Again, he might go on and he's looking already like he's gonna go on to smash it this year as well. And maybe if he smashes it this year too, maybe then we might say, you know what, it's a fair price for him. But I'm not mad at Arsenal for not breaking the bank to bring him in. So that's kind of like the striking kind of options that I'm thinking that we could have gone for. Then on the wing, Nico Williams was like the really big player that if we were kind of hoping if Barca, because we know that they don't got money, if they couldn't afford to bring him in, maybe that's when we can get involved. But it looked like, I don't know if Barca told him wait another year, or he just said, you know what, let me just hold it down for another year, and I'm going to still have options next year as well. So he's waiting. I feel like maybe next year too, Barca continues to not have money. Maybe we kind of revisit that one as an option. Another player that I think I'd really rate is a Kudus. West Ham are never going to sign him this year. So I feel like sometimes what I don't like about kind of football discourse, again, I feel like it's like you can criticize also for not getting business done, but I think you also have to like appreciate who was out there and give me a name of who we definitely should have got and who would have made sense. And I feel like looking at that, there's not a lot of players that were clear that Arsenal could have gone and strengthened to give us that star power in the attacking player, in the attacking positions from just being fair, which is why towards the end of the window, when that Sterling comes up, I'm like, you know what? Early in the window, I wouldn't have won a Sterling, but now that I'm hungry and I'm thirsty, and you're giving me Sterling on deadline day, I'll say, you know what? It's not working out at Chelsea, but Sterling is still a decent player. We spoke about it a little bit when he was linked to United, and I kind of said it from then that Sterling was in a weird position where he's good enough, but if he came to United, he's expected to start, which is a problem because you don't want him to be starting at United. But he's not good enough at Arsenal where he comes and you expect him to start. Now it's more of a cool. Saka needs a rest. You can come in. Martinelli, Trossard are both trolling. You can come in. Like it's an option now. So that's why I'm not mad at it to kind of give us leeway this summer going into next year where hopefully we now can break the bank and just get that kind of attacking play that we need, to kind of get us over the line. Just you can criticize it and say it's still not good enough. You should have found someone, but I think just being logical in terms of who's out there, I can't really think of another player that we could have got if it wasn't the Nico Williams this summer, which it looked like it wasn't going to be. So it's disappointing that we couldn't find that player or get that kind of player over the line, even though we knew we needed them. But to not be too critical as well, why I say overall I still give it decent is, yeah, I like the Marino signing. Like, we missed that kind of midfield profile once Xhaka left. And like I said,
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's out for like, I think probably another 6 weeks now. Unfortunate. We'll talk about when we get to North London Derby episode. That yeah, our midfield is in serious crisis right now. So it's looking very long. But I think him coming in will definitely kind of help us going forward. He would hopefully bring to Martinelli, because people forget, people want to rubbish Martinelli. Forget that this guy got 15 goals in that season that Xhaka was there. So maybe again with that kind of player that can come and let him can go onto the left and let Martinelli come and do what he's meant to do, which is be an inside forward. Maybe that might, from a tactical point of view, bring the best out of him, where maybe he's not completely finished as well. We'll see. It's Arteta's job to bring the best out of these players. So we'll see what he does there. So I'm not mad at the Marino signing. The Calafiori, Arsenal had the best defense in the league last year, man. I think it's very hard to buy a player that can improve the team that had the best defense in the league. But I would say I think we managed to do that with Calafiori, because the profile player, I feel like what he brings us is, people obviously, Zinchenko gets his criticism in terms of like defensively, but he's a massive part of how we play in the build-up. And I feel like, but he's also a massive limitation when we play against the big teams, because you know that he's a clear weakness in the team. So the Calafiori signing, what it does for us is, unlike last year where the left back position was the one position that left back in that team where you did not know he was going to start. I feel like between him and Timber, and I probably even say probably him, because I think Timber's probably going to be more competition for Ben White, if I'm being honest. I think he's probably going to be better on that side of the pitch. But I think he's now a player that can probably give us more of what Zinchenko brings in terms of his ability to play on the ball in the midfield and just, again, kind of overlapping runs, or kind of, I feel like he has that in his locker based on the profile of what I've seen of him. And I think he's defensively solid enough that when we go to Etihad, maybe not now, because he's also looking like he might be injured. We're in crisis. But he's the kind of player, when we play against the Liverpools, these kind of bigger games, I know that if I back four, Calafiori, Gabriel, Saliba, and Ben White, like understand, like we're ready for you kind of stuff. So I feel like defensively, midfield-wise, we strengthened. It was just that attacking player that we needed that would have taken us from a good to a brilliant window that we didn't get, which is why overall, being fair, being balanced, I feel like Arsenal had a decent window. I also see that we have City obviously in good. I feel like overall we didn't, because of where City are and what they managed to add, I don't think we had a better window than them. So that's why I think we just were a step below City in terms of what we managed to actually get over the line. So again, Arteta signed a new contract now. I know there's gonna be a lot of people very upset about that. Gonna be very sad, saying, yeah, man, get him out. They have the name in mind who's gonna come in and take us from 2 points of City to definitely winning the league. Again, just talking. But again, that's what football fans doing, just talking. So we'll see what actually happens with him. Like, I'm not mad at it. I'm the kind of fan, bro, where I'm not like where I think I have a lot of patience for Arsenal because I've seen where we come from, and I saw the team that we had. Growing up for me, bro, was, I told you, bro, I caught the Champions League final in terms of me as an Arsenal fan, in terms of being conscious of football. I caught that, and I caught our team get decimated, and I caught us not be a relevant team for like 10 years. So I find it so disingenuous when people sit there and just expect that we should just be winning the league every season.
Bro,
so,
to provide balance, though, to
Yeah.
provide balance, in the same vein where you're saying, like, you remember, like, obviously those times where, you know, you were struggling and you remember where you came from. I think potentially maybe there's other fans who remember before that.
Yeah,
like,
that's
do you
fair.
get me? Yeah,
That's
and
fair.
they're remembering, like, yeah, when Arsenal were winning leagues and they were consistently challenging. So I think probably maybe they've grown up, like, do you get me? And they're thinking, you know what, like, fam, like, this is what we are. Like, this is what we were, and this is what we should be. And whilst maybe they can appreciate the fact that, you know what, we've come a good way, we've come a long way from, you know, the days that you're talking about. Do you get me? And we are on the brink of challenging and etc. And again, we're not going to get into all of this right now. Like, do you get me? But it's just to make the point that I think, yeah, like, I think other fans might look at it and think, you know what, like, Arteta, you've been brilliant. And you know me, I think Arteta's a good coach. Do you get me? Like, all banter and thingy aside, like, I think he's a good coach. Like, and I think he has done well. But yeah, like, I think you can look at it and say, you know what, like, they might just genuinely believe that, you know what, you're not the guy to get us over the line. Like, I think that might be their viewpoint of it. Like, you know, like, you've done brilliant. Do you get me? You've helped build this team up. Like, do you get me? Much better. But they want to see their team back to where they were before. So it's like, whereas, like, because when you started watching football and like following Arsenal's later, so like you're remembering I'm not even battering you, but yeah, like your whole life you've been in the trenches. Do you get me?
Bro.
So it's just like, yeah, like you've been in the trenches. So like you're looking at it and it's just like, yeah, like I remember when Arsenal like were like, do you get me? The Arsenal. Like, do you get me? Like, who, yeah, like when they were getting the league trophies, and do you get me? So, like, I think it's one of them ones where it's like, yeah, I think sometimes when it comes to fan, and you know, this is a whole Arsenal conversation. Do you get me? I'm not an Arsenal fan. This is for your fan base to dissect. But I think, yeah, like sometimes, like, I think the point of view, I think I can understand like the frustration, because I'm looking at it now, yeah, and I'm thinking as a United fan, like, if there was like a younger fan who maybe like all they had seen was just United in the mud, like, do you get me, for X amount of years, and then we start getting to a place where we're competing and we're challenging, but we can't get over the line. And they're like, nah, man, we need to back this guy. Look, I remember when we were getting slapped like 7-0 at Anfield, and then we finished 8th, and Salah was coming. Salah was coming to Old Trafford and doing the madness. Like, do you get me? Like, I remember those days where, do you get me? And they might be looking at it from that perspective, but then I'm going to be looking at it like, I hear that, but I remember when we were winning leagues, bro. Like, I remember when we were winning leagues, we were winning Champions Leagues. I remember when we were going into every season expected to win. So I, like, someone like me and the people within like my age range who were watching United, and people older, like they would be looking at it maybe with a more skeptical view, where it's just like, you know what, like, don't get me wrong, I'm really happy that we're challenging, but nah, man, like, it's not enough. So like, thank you for your services, but we still need someone to help us get back to the top. So yeah, I think sometimes like what your experience is as a football fan can dictate how you view things. Like, do you get me? And it can really shift perspective. So yeah, I think it's just one of them ones where it's like, I understand. I look at it from the outside. I look at it from both sides, and I'm like, yeah, you know what, I understand why someone will look at it and say, you know what, fam, we were in the trenches. Like, do you get me? Like, someone like you, not even about the thing, but you remember 8-2 United, and do you get me? Like, you remember those Bayern slappings and etc. And it's like a lot of aggregate. Like, and a lot of the time we speak about Manchester United and Arsenal, and we speak about it, and I always hear, again, Arsenal fans are looking at the younger generation saying, man, you guys don't know how good you've got it being an Arsenal fan now. Like, do you get me? And Man United fans are looking at the younger generation saying, man, you needed to be in school when we were in school, because right now you guys are going through it. Do you get me? When we were in school, things were great. Now you guys are going through it. Do you get me? So it's like things have changed. Like, you know, with football, like a lot of your perspective is dictated on your experience. And yeah, I think for you, like, seeing what you've seen and like supporting your club when you supported your club, like, that's why you remember those bad times and you're like, you know what, like, I'm grateful for where we are now. But then there's also probably people, like, not probably, there's definitely people, loads of people who have seen Arsenal before that, and they were like, I remember when we were great, I remember when things went bad, but you know what, like, I want to get back to where we were. Like, do you get me? So yeah, I think a lot of these things are like about like perspectives and stuff.
No, I think that's a very good point. I think that's I feel like my kind of run here, all in all, is just more, again, I feel like we're in that kind of difficult point where we're at the cusp of, I guess, like, again, like having a very good team right now, being very close to like potentially getting over the line. That, like, okay, get rid of Arteta, who do you bring in then? And then you see the names people say, it's like, this is why I'm also happy you're not making decisions. You're just talking. It's kind of like what we're talking about, like, where you're just talking. That's like nice, yes, you're just talking. Understand? Because clearly your opinion as well doesn't hold any weight in terms of you being desperate to get rid of this guy as well. It's just a little kind of run I wanted to kind of add on the fact that he has signed a new contract. I think the point I'm making too is that I'm also like not like again, I know rival fans want us to be like, oh yeah, you don't want it this year, you need to get him out. I don't care. Like, again, there's definitely a pressure. This year is now definitely more. You need to win stuff, like 100%.
Oh,
but,
bro, we're gonna
definitely
talk
need to
about
win
that.
stuff. But yeah, we'll get into it. But all in all, we'll get into that. But all in all, I feel like based on where we are, based on the team we have, I think it's a decent one. I think it could have been a lot better if we had got those players over the line, is what I say for Arsenal. Don't know. And also, I guess to kind of add to, I didn't even know that we actually even got Neto over the line on deadline day as well. So it was even funny when I was going through the list. Oh, we got Neto. So yeah, selling ESR as well. Arsenal get very criticized for how we sell players. Again, like we have to give credit as well. I don't like when you can criticize, but when it goes well, you're quiet. ESR for 34 mil, I think that's good money. What's his name? Nketiah for 30 mil, I think that's good business as well. Like in terms of where he is. So yeah, like I feel like it's a decent window in terms of who we brought in, who we sold. Clearly, again, we clearly broke the bank last year. Getting Declan Rice over the line. Always knew he was going to catch up to us in some way. We weren't going to just go back. We're not going to go back-to-back windows and now go drop another 100 mil. Just, again, being realistic of the club that we support as well. This is where the criticism of Arteta comes in a bit too, where people say how you've chosen to use the resources. Should you have used it better then? If you know that you're also not a club that's going to just go back-to-back and just breaking your kind of transfer kind of record. So I think it's definitely one to talk about.
Even in that use, I think very quickly afterwards, I'm just going to give like my quick analysis on Arsenal's transfer window. But just talking about the use of funds, I think again, like when we speak about Havertz, I think he's someone where we saw when he moved position, like his performances were much better. And then I think a lot of Arsenal fans just looked at it and said, you know what? This guy just isn't a midfielder. Like, do you get me? Like, he's just not a midfielder. Like, I saw a lot of Arsenal fans say that. Like, he's just not a midfielder. Like, he's a striker. Like, do you get me? That's what it is. Like, yeah, he might drop deep, he might pick up the ball, like, etc. But he's not a midfielder. And I think is an interesting one because you look at it and you think, you know what Arteta's been able to get out of him, like, great. Like, you've seen again his confidence, like, just increase, and you've seen the performances improve, and you've seen him start to get goals, you've seen him get assists, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, you know what? Like, Arteta has proved a lot of people wrong. Like, he saw something in Havertz and he was able to identify a player and he's improved the player. Where critics will look at it and they'll say, well, that might be true, but also, why did you sign Havertz? What was your intention? Like, when you were spending that 65 million, what were you signing him for? Were you signing him to be an 8, or were you signing him to be a forward? Like, do you get me? Like, where were you leaning towards? Like, because if you were signing him to be an 8 and then you ended up moving him up front because it wasn't working, and then it means that we now still have to invest in an 8, then cool. It's brilliant that you've been able to sort the problem out. Like, do you get me? It's good that you've been able to, like, not be tactically stubborn, and you've been able to move things around and said, you know what, I realize Havertz works better up front. But also, you're looking at it and you're thinking, you know what, like, some people may argue, you know what, I would have just wanted to have spent 65 million, like, on a different striker. Like, do you get me? Who I think would have been more effective for us. Do you get me? And then we deal with the 8 position. Do you get me? But I think even when I was speaking to a lot of Arsenal fans, a big dilemma that they had was, oh, you know what? We want Isak, and then Isak's going to go up front, and then he's going to cost 100 odd million. But
200, like, bro. I told you.
Yeah. Do you get me? Do you get me? He's going to cost a lot of money. So if you sign Isak, he's going to cost a lot of money. And then it's like, oh, but Havertz isn't an 8. But then Arteta bought him as an 8, didn't he? And then it's like, oh, where does Havertz play? And then you're now saying, oh, you know what? Havertz can be backup and competition for the forward position. But then you're like, 65 million for backup is a lot of money. Then it's like, oh, no, but he can also play the 8. But it's like, okay, but do you trust him in that position to play the 8? Like, is he going to be able to play the 8 to affect and the standard that you need consistently throughout the season when you need them to? And then now there's a lot of questions where you're thinking, you know what, like, this is a bit tricky. So I think a lot of people, how they talk about Havertz, I think sometimes it's a bit disingenuous when like you're talking about him and you're just like, you know what, this guy's just rubbish and he's not good. Like, do you get
Too
me?
much,
I
man.
think, yeah, I think you've seen him and you've seen him be very effective. Like, do you get me? We've all seen a dramatic improvement of we've all seen a dramatic improvement of Havertz, but also again, what I won't ignore because I have to be fair is that that improvement coincided with him changing position.
100.
Like, he was playing the 8, and whatever Arsenal fans want to say, like, do you get me? Like, bro, I watch Arsenal a lot. Like, you know me, I love football. Like, I've watched a lot of your games, and him in the 8, yeah, he had some moments where it was going well and it was decent, but overall, it didn't work. Like, it just didn't really work. Like, overall, it didn't. Like, do you get me? It didn't. Like, do you get me? And you moved him, and fair play to Arteta, he made the adjustment, and that worked. Like, do you get me? Moving him into that forward position, it worked. And it was just like, oh, you know what? You're onto something here. Like, do you get me? But now I think where the problem lied was that, okay, but why did you initially buy him? Were you spending 65 million for an 8, or were you spending 65 million for a forward? If you were buying 65 million for a forward, then is he the standard of forward that we need? Or would we have been better inclined to spend that money elsewhere? And then now you're looking at positions and thinking, oh, there's problems. And I think that's why a lot of Arsenal fans, and even me, I was looking at it and I was thinking, you know what? If you can get a world-class left winger, that's really going to help. Because if you can have Saka on one side and you can have a world-class left winger on the other side who can also contribute a lot of goals, and you've got Havertz there, then you might be onto something. Do you get me? Because the Havertz problem, like, you don't need to like shift him. He can stay in his best position, but also like you've got someone who's got quality. You can create something out of nothing on the left wing and also can score goals. And then you've got Saka doing what he does from the right wing. And then now you're looking at your forward line and you're thinking, nice. Do you get me? And I think, yeah, one of Arsenal's major problems is that, yeah, we all agree that Isak will be a fantastic signing. Like, do you get me? You'll come straight into
number
it.
14.
Arsenal with Isak is scary. Do you get me? But then also you're looking at it and you're thinking, did Arteta allocate, or did Arsenal allocate their funds right? Because you spent 65 million on a player who's now playing as a forward, but Arsenal fans are saying that we need a world-class forward. And Havertz isn't an 8. You've tried it, it didn't work. Like, we can talk about performances, like I said, we can say, you know what, he was decent here. Overall, it didn't work. Like, he's not what you needed in that position. But now you've been able to adjust. Arteta, he wasn't stubborn. He moved him. He put him in the forward position. But now you're looking at it and saying, you know what? We want to strengthen in the striker position, but there's already someone occupying there and he's doing well. But also we believe that, you know what, we still need this. Like, and I think that's where it just gets really confusing. So when you're talking about strategy, I think, again, you've been able to make it work. And I think now that you've made it work, there's a decision to be made to say, you know what, we've made this work with Havertz. We trust him. We're going to leave him there. What we now want to do is that we're going to get the left winger who's going to be able to contribute X amount of goals, who can open things up, etc. And we're going to be dynamic in our forward line, interchanging positions. Things are going to be fluid. We're going to say, you know what, in our midfield, we're going to have an 8 specialist who's actually an 8. Do you get me? He can play that position. Do you get me? And then we're going to go forward that way. So I think, do you get me? There's like, tactically, I think Arsenal have got like, and player wise, they've got like a little, just something there to work out. And that's why I think with what has happened, and Arteta's done well to make the most out of it, but I think that left winger, it would solve a lot of problems. And that's why I was saying, don't get me wrong, if you could get Isak gets got, and Isak starts. And whatever Havertz, again, it's just the expensive problem that you now have.
Like, let's not forget that other clubs haven't been spending 100 million on wingers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's just the expensive. It's an expensive problem. Like, do you get me? It's just one of the ones. You sign Isak starts, he improves your team, but then now it's like, okay, you know what? That Havertz thingy, it's like, is he now going to be a bench player? Do you get me? Or is he going to now play 8 against lower opposition where you think, oh, you know what, we can take the risk of him playing there? Do you get me? And then and when we're facing teams of a more elite level, he's gonna start on the bench, and then we're gonna bring him on to add another dimension. Is that how we're gonna approach things? Like, do you get me? So I think, yeah, Arsenal have kind of got something to sort out in that regard, because Havertz is such a funny discussion, because it's like, again, and I've said it, I think especially the Chelsea fans, a lot of them have been very
But they were
disingenuous
watching it.
as
I
to
remember
how
last year when they were watching the
yeah.
preseason kickoff matches, bro, staying out till
Yeah.
3 a.m. to be watching it with us. I said, you don't need to go to bed.
Bro, like, do you get me?
Yeah.
There's so much to be said as regards to, yeah, like Havertz, and yeah, what was said about him and etc. But ultimately, I think when you're talking about Havertz, the things that are true for me is that Arteta signed him with that 8 position in mind. Not saying that he didn't know that he wasn't a player that was flexible, and
I was gonna say that
he couldn't, he couldn't also play into that position. Like, do you get me? But, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he did say that he signed him as an 8, like as a midfielder. I think he did. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to. Like, do you get me?
I don't know. It might be a thing where we briefed that we bought him for that position. I don't know if Arteta actually came out and said.
I think, you know, again, I don't want to like, yeah, maybe if you could look at it in the background for me, yeah, 'cause I don't want to quote him, but I think I remember him, like, I'm saying like that, like, like we bought him as a midfielder. But yeah, but regardless, I think, yeah, like, you signed Arteta. I think, yeah, it's widely believed that you signed Arteta to be a midfielder, like to play in that 8 position. And then, yeah, like, it didn't work out. You moved him.
So what the first quote I have seen is, today we played him there in midfield because obviously we're really short of numbers in midfield at the moment, and we have to maintain a competitive team. So we decided to play him there, which was 27th of July, 20. That was recent, actually.
That's not it. Yeah,
it have to be when we brought him in.
Yeah,
we brought him in.
Like, I think I remember. Yeah.
Okay, has promised Arteta that Arsenal's new midfielder will succeed. Okay, like Granit Xhaka did last season, despite the concerns surrounding. So, but yeah, no, I wouldn't even be disingenuous. He definitely brought him in as definitely a player to play in that midfield. Where I was saying again, like the, I guess, kind of like, I think we spoke about it earlier with the, again, this probably on this argument, you probably lie on whether you're pro Arteta or con Arteta in terms of, like, from an Arsenal point of view, where it's like I think from my point of view is that he definitely brought him in to play as the 8, but knowing how Arteta buys players as well, where we love buying these players that play in multiple positions. So I also don't feel like it's a massive stretch that he purely bought him for an 8 and he just happened to figure out that he could play up front.
I think even when you look at Havertz at Chelsea, like, it was clear that he could play up front. Like, do you get me? Yeah. So I have no doubt that Arteta looked at Havertz and said, you know what, he's also someone that could do multiple jobs for us. Definitely. But I think, again, where the dilemma is that, yeah, I do think he was signed with that 8 position in mind, and then it didn't work out. You've moved him, and again, because there was a time where it was like, you know, I think Arteta he'd play him up front, and then he'll move him back into midfield for a couple of games, until eventually it was just like, bruv, you're up front. Do you get me? That's your position. And fam, Arsenal were better for it. Like, do you get me? Once Havertz got his confidence going and stuff, and I think a lot's been said that even about Havertz and Saka's link-up play and etc. and the connection they have. So yeah, Havertz has been effective there. I think now it's looking at it and just thinking, okay, with Arsenal, what is the solution? And you know, when you're talking about like identity, I think with Chelsea it was very clear. They need the striker, number 9, etc. I think Arsenal, there was 2 things. It was either you get that left winger who, like, do you get me, game changer. That's what I always say. If this Arsenal team had like Alexis Sanchez, oh my days, like, do you get me? Oh my days, yeah. Yeah, Sanchez off the left and then Saka on the right. Do you get me? Then Havertz up front, fam's not a problem. Like, do you get me? Like, do you get me? That goal output would be enough. Like, it's fine. Like, do you get me? You've got a lot of dynamism in those forward areas. Like, do you get me? But I think currently what's happened is that you've looked at Martinelli, and that 15 goal output hasn't been replicated, and a lot of Arsenal fans have questions regarding him. And then you're looking at someone like Trossard, who, again, great finisher. Do you get me? He's come, and I think he's been a brilliant signing from Brighton, but he's potentially someone that you think, you know what, we want to start you here, we want to start you there, but then we also want you on the bench to bring on, like, do you get me? You're not the person we want to start 38 games, like, do you get me? You're someone who's a valuable member of the squad, and you will get your starts. You'll definitely get your fair share of starts, but we're also going to need you to come off the bench. And I think, Arsenal, you either could have went get the number 9, like, do you get me, like an Isak, which obviously would have been very difficult to get, and that would have been brilliant. But then obviously you've now got to figure out the Havertz problem, or you get the left winger, do you get me, who could do bits. Obviously Williams was spoken about, like, and obviously that would have been great for you guys. Or you get a striker like someone who potentially, like, doesn't necessarily automatically take Havertz's spot, but puts a lot of pressure on him. Like, do you get me? So someone that's there that is kind of like competing, like, do you get me? But also, like, adds kind of like a different element to your attack, if that makes sense. Like, do you get me? And I think that's why a lot of Arsenal fans, they were saying, oh, you know what? Like, if we have depth in that position, that can also work. So obviously the Tony thing, you were linked with him previously. And I think then people are thinking, you know what? If we have Tony there as well, do you get me? Then that also potentially might do the job. Do you get me? I think Arsenal right now, they're so close. Like, they're so close. Do you get me? You've built a really good team. You've got, again, just touching on some of the players, Calafiori, again, you already had a great defense last season. Do you get me? I think, he's just added to it. Do you get me? And then obviously, like, with Saliba, Gabriel, like, that partnership looking rock solid. And then you add Ben White to that. Raya, who's looking solid in goal. And then you got Calafiori, along with the other players that you've got there as well. Like, do you get me? Just even like that, I know like Tomiyasu has had like his injury problems,
but Kivio's there.
Kivio, like, do you get me? Like, but when he's fit, like, do you get me? Players, and then obviously, like the Marino signing, like, do you get me? I think, obviously he's unfortunate with the injury, but like, again, you're trying to add to that midfield depth. Obviously, there's been talk about, again, like, and even like talking about Rice, it was just like, Rice is someone who, like, he can play the 6 and the 8. Do you get me? And I think Arteta, going back to what you said, he's someone that likes having players who are flexible to do multiple things. So it's like, we saw at times last season where he'll play Jorginho there as well, which gives Rice more license to move forward, and he likes to being able to adapt and etc. Do you get me? But ultimately, I think also, whilst that's great, and you want players to be able to do that, sometimes you just need like specialists. Like, do you get me, in certain positions? And I think Arsenal, they're very, very close. Like, do you get me? Very, very close. But I think, what you needed was like a wow. Like, do you get me? Like, I think Arsenal go into this season and you get an Isak. We've spoken about the Havertz problem. You're gonna have to look at it. And I think with the Havertz problem, where it's more so, the problem is that, we spent 65 million on this guy, and again, would those funds been better allocated, and would it have been better to maybe just have not done that, like, looked at another 8 profile, got someone who is like just straightforward at 8, and then said, you know what, we're stacking all our bread and we are going all out for the world-class number 9 who's going to take us to a league title. Like, do you get me? Like, would that have been the strategy? But I think now, Arteta, again, Havertz in the 8 didn't work. You've moved him forward, like midfield, like, you're finding solutions there. I think, if you're able to get like a left winger, and that's why I said, I think Sterling is a good signing in the context of the situation you found yourselves in that late in the window. I think in the context of the total window, I said it, like, do you get me? Sterling, again, he's a player that I highly respect. I think he gets disrespected a lot. Do you get me? When people talk about like his Premier League legacy, like, look at the amount of Premier League goals that he scored, bruv. Like, do you get me? Like, I think, and look how young he started. And I think that a lot of the versions that we saw himself last season at Chelsea, I think he's a better player than that still.
Yeah,
Like, do you
and
get me?
he's gonna have a chip on his shoulder as well, man.
Like still now, like still, like, do you get me? I think he's a better player. I think the environment that Arsenal have, I think it will be highly beneficial for him. And I think, yeah, like, it's an environment where you can potentially thrive. So I understand why Arsenal did it. Loan deal as well. It made sense.
Bro,
Do you
Chelsea
get
are
me?
paying 56% of his salary apparently.
Bro,
They're paying
it
us
makes
10
sense,
million a
man.
year to play him.
Bro,
No
it makes
loan
sense.
fee. Oh my
It completely makes sense. With me, I looked at it and I thought that's an intelligent signing. Again, can cover Saka, can also start on the left as well. Do you get me? Makes sense. But yeah, I think overall, yeah, it's decent because I think, like, for Arsenal to overcome the City team, and obviously we're gonna see what's gonna happen this season, but it's very difficult. Like, do you get me? Like, Arsenal getting the edge in this City team is very difficult, and I think we are looking at fine margins. Like, do you get me? Like, we're looking at really, really fine margins when it comes to beating City in the title race. Do you get me? And you guys have come close on multiple occasions now. And I think you're looking for that player that can send you just over the edge. And I think, yeah, if you're able to get, like, do you get me? Like, at Isak and Nico Williams, do you get me? Then you're looking at it and thinking, oof, yeah, Arsenal is looking really serious here. Do you get me? And understandably, those players are very difficult to get. Do you get me? Like, they're not easy to get.
Yeah,
do you get me? They're not easy. They're not easy.
I think it's like a borderline impossible this summer, man.
Yeah, they're not
you're not gonna pay 170 million for this. Let's also be real as well.
Yeah, they're not easy. They're not easy to get. Like, do you get me? And yeah, as regards to, like, exactly what the price Newcastle, what would actually tempt Newcastle, then
bro, I think you're looking at 150 minimum for them to even consider it, bro.
But yeah, like, again, like, I think Arsenal are now in a situation where you're looking at it and you're just like, yeah, like, if you're just able to get that, and obviously I think from what I saw, maybe you would know, but I think the fan base was quite split on, like, Osimhen, for example. Like, do you get me? Like, do you get me? Some people thought, some people said, nah, he's not quite it. Like,
I told you, but he lost me in that AFCON. That's what he lost me.
And you know what it is? I think the reason why some people, like, were hesitant is because, again, I think Arsenal fans know how close they are. And I think they're looking at it and thinking, you know what, Osimhen's gonna cost a certain amount. And if he's costing a certain amount, then this is what we expect. And we're not sure that he's going to be able to deliver it. And I think, again, when we're talking about allocation of funds, I think that's why, like, some people, they looked at the Havertz signing and they said, oh, you know what, 65 mil for a striker who we are still looking to replace with an even better world-class striker that can take us over the line is not maybe the best business, even though he has moved from that 8 position and it has been much better. Do you get me? But again, I think it's now about trying to find solutions. And I think, yeah, you're looking at that left wing. And if you're able to get someone there, again, really, 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 it could have been really, really impactful. But overall, again, it's difficult. Like, it's really difficult. I think Arsenal, this transfer window, they're in a really difficult position because if you sign certain players, do you get me, and they don't deliver, then people are going to say, why did we spend this amount of money on this? Why didn't we just hold out and wait for, like, do you get me? And then, like, if you don't sign those players, then people are going to say, well, you know what? Like, it would have just been better if we just spent X amount of money on this player, and then at least we've got more options, kind of a thing. And I think it's very difficult. I think when you're with like a team like United, our transfer windows was very, very different from yours. Do you get me? Where we are as clubs are very different. Like, do you get me? You're a team that's right on the edge of something special, and you're trying to analyze your squad and think, what can we do to take us over the line? We're a team where we have multiple problems in multiple areas. And like Ragnick said, we needed open heart surgery. Do you get me? We had multiple positions which we needed to address. Do you get me? And as the years goes on, we might need to upgrade in certain positions still. Like, do you get me? We are building, like, do you get me? And obviously we've spoken a lot about the Glazers and how we've misallocated funds. Do you get me? Previously. And that's something that has bitten us. Do you get me? A lot by spending X amount of money on this player and that player, when it's like, you know what, you would have been better off maybe being more savvy or like spending much less on a player like this. And then, you know what, when you truly see that world-class difference maker, then break the bank. Like, do you get me? Break the bank for someone worth breaking the bank for. Like, do you get me? So yeah, I think Arsenal is difficult because now you're really looking at a team which is so close, and you're thinking, what can just give us the edge? Do you get me? And that's what I was saying. If you're able to maybe get with the Havertz situation, having Havertz up front, if you were able to get the left winger, similar to like, you know, when Liverpool had Mane and Salah, do you get me? And it's like on either side, you've just got two world-class forwards that are going to cause havoc. Do you get me? And then you've got Firmino knitting things together. Like, do you get me? And doing his job. Like, if Arsenal were to have like two wingers, Saka, he's doing his thing. I think he's proven that he's someone that you can rely on. He's going to be consistent. Do you get me? Even in the game, even if he's not overly involved, you're looking at Saka and you're just like, yeah, this guy's going to dig out an assist. He's going to dig out a goal. He's going to find a way to impact the match. Even if he's getting double teamed, do you get me? He's going to find a solution. He's going to find a solution. He's matured as a player. And I think, yeah, when Arsenal are now looking at their left-hand side, it would have been great if, you know, you had Martinelli following like kind of the same progression. And I know he's someone that's close to your heart, that you're hopeful that you get me. So it's like, yeah, but currently, but currently, as things stand, like he's not what you need right now as regards to your starting 11 and someone who can impact things. Do you get me? Right at this moment to the level that you need it to be impacted. And again, it's a difficult one for Arsenal because I won't say that I feel sorry for you because I don't
No. Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair.
But I think, like, as someone who, like, I think it's important to be fair and balanced. Like, do you get me? I think in this transfer window, what you needed wasn't much, but also what you needed is difficult to get. Like, you get me? And I think that's where you find a problem. And I've heard some Arsenal fans talk about some of the outgoings, and they would have said, you know what, they would have liked more depth. Like, do you get me? Like, maybe with like some of the people that have left.
I would say that.
Yeah, you get me? So it's just like, maybe that's another thing that they could have addressed, where it's just like, even if you're not going for like those, you know, world-class difference makers, like, it would have been nice to have like maybe addressed some of the squad issues, because again, Arsenal need to challenge on multiple fronts this season. Like, do you get me? And that's something that we'll get into later. But yeah, overall, I'll say decent.
I think decent. And I think that was a fair conversation. I just don't like when people just start just doing, like, I think you can criticize us for not getting it over the line and saying this is what you needed, you didn't do. But also, please, let's use logic in terms of, let's also look at the players that we should have got over the line, the Nico, the Isaacs, we couldn't. And it's not because the Arsenal didn't want to get them over the line. They couldn't get them over the line. I think that balance sometimes is completely missed when people talk about football sometimes, where it's just completely, you didn't do this, and then they just go down that run. They just start running down that hill of, you didn't do this, and that's it. I just want some balance. That's what I want, man. Like, criticize, but also let's have logical and debates, and it makes sense at the end. Is all I ask for. So yeah, no, I think that's fair. That's why I think overall, I think it's decent. I think if you say it's bad, doing too much, good, you're probably being positive, toxic positivity as well. Decent, I think is fair. Yeah, I think decent is fair. Like, it's been a all right window. Like, I don't think I think we definitely, at that point, I think we definitely did, even though Arteta is very guilty of running his squad into the ground, into not rotating plays enough. We also have lost a lot of the plays that we were begging him to even give up more minutes to last season. With like the Reece Nelsons, the Nketiah, so and we didn't replace. That's why I hope Sterling's come in, but it's, and I guess Mourinho as a body midfield. But I can hear that argument of Arsenal fans saying that maybe. But then again, to be fair, to give him a shout out to the reason why obviously we let Fabio Vieira go is that we really do believe in Nwaneri this season.
I was even hearing conversations that potentially he might feature.
He might probably play. Bro, we'll talk about that in that Spurs game, because how we line up. Because even funny about what we're saying about Havertz, I won't be surprised if Havertz plays midfield in that game either.
Because of what's needed.
Because of what's needed. So again, having players that are flexible, and I don't think we spoke about it enough, because I mean, when you were talking about Havertz, I also feel like we also need to give him his like views in terms of how good he also has done when he has been moved up front too. Like,
Yeah,
he has been very, very good in that position. I don't think it's even just been like, you're just making complete do. I think he has been really good.
No, like he's dramatically, and that's why I said I think I was saying that I think a lot of fans, again, I'm not saying he's been perfect. I'm not saying that he's not missed chances. He has. Like, do you get me? He's not. Havertz isn't Haaland. Do you get me?
Yeah, we don't. I told you, but I don't believe when he goes one on one. I don't
get me. Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
Haaland. So he's got improvements to make to his game. Like, and obviously, even if he makes all the improvements that he can physically make, he's not going to be Haaland. Like, do you get me? Like, he's not that level of striker. Do you get me? Like, he's not that. He's not the same player. Like, but yeah, he's moved into that forward position and he's done well, man. Like, do you get me? Like, he's again, I think he's one of them players where it's just like he needs confidence. Like, he kind of needs a manager that believes in him. He needs players around that champion him, and then you're gonna see the best out of him. So I think Havertz, he's made the move, and it's been really effective. But I also think that, you know what, some fans, they were looking at it and thinking, you know what, man, like, he also would have been a great 8 for us as well, but you know, like, we just need him up front, and it wasn't working, guys. Like,
I agree. I feel like again, I feel like it's kind of that whole thing of like it's the very unpopular. And I agree, it didn't work. But I think there's also there's a bit of me. I also think I'm not completely rubbishing it that it can never work too. I think a big part with the Havertz thing too. He definitely played much better when he was moved up front. But the confidence he was playing in midfield, if he was playing up front, I think he would have been equally as bad. So I think there's still a little bit of where it's just like it's not going to work. But the idea of in the smaller games we're going to dominate the ball anyway, I think that was a logic in terms of him. And I think if you're to do that, Odegaard probably has to drop a bit deeper as well, which is why I say I won't be surprised if he plays in the 10 when we play Tottenham over the weekend. But we'll get into when we do like the kind of predicted lineup. Because I think again he's flexible in those positions. But I also don't think it's like it's a complete failure where it's never going to work as well. I think, but again, it's very unpopular because of how badly it has worked so far. But I want to add that just a little bit, just to say I agree that it didn't work, but also I think I'm also just like I think that some fans are completely like it's never going to work, and that's fair. But I think I'm not at that point yet either, where I think it's just a dud completely.
You know what it is? What I believe is that I think he's someone who's versatile. He's someone that can do a job. But when you're looking at that position and you're looking at like the quality that you would have wanted like for that position, like he didn't meet the requirements. It doesn't mean that every time he played there he was terrible. It doesn't mean that it was, but it was very clear that, and that's why I remember I was looking at it very curiously and I was like, is Arteta gonna like just firm this and say, bro, you need to play up front? Like, do you get me? Because I was looking at it, I was just like, this is clearly where this guy is more effective. Do you get me? So Arsenal need to move him along. And I know it might cause some but you know, in that 8 position, do you get me then? But you know what? Like, you've kind of just got to adapt to it. You've got to adapt. Do you get me? And that's why I was saying it's like, I'm not like, again, it's very, very thin margins, because when I was talking about the allocation of funds and stuff, do you get me? Like, there's other clubs, do you get me, including my own, who have made much more expensive mistakes. Do you get me? Like, so we're talking about a player who's moved up front, who has put in good performances, but because of where you want to reach and the level of team that you are competing against, some fans are still saying, you know what, even though he's done this for us, we still need this. Do you get me? We need the Isak. Like, do you get me? So it would have been better if we just didn't sign Havertz. We kept the 65 million. We bought our 8 and we went all out for the world-class number 9. Now we're trying to find solutions. Now we're thinking, you know what? Havertz is effective up front. Let's try and get a left winger who can score goals, who can change the game. And we've got Saka, and that could work. And it can work. And I think that potentially is a solution that Arsenal should be looking at. Again, Nico Williams would have been really nice. He's someone with a lot of potential. Do you get me? I've said it. If you had Alexis Sanchez, do you get me, when he was doing what he was doing, then Arsenal would be scary right now. Very, very scary. But yeah, now I think Arsenal are looking at it and they're thinking, you know what? Havertz was bought with the 8 in mind. We've moved him up front. That's now working. Cool. Now we need to find the solution to not narrowing, like making the leap over City. Do you get me? And it's like, I think sometimes the frustration that comes from Arsenal fans is that they're looking at Havertz and they're like, oh, he's doing really well, but bruv, look at this Haaland guy, man. Like, do you get me? Look what's happening. And I think when Liverpool were going head to head with City, Liverpool fans will genuinely be looking at their team and they're saying, bro, we've got Salah and we've got Mane. Like, do you get me? They're looking at it and they're saying, bruv, gunshot for gunshot. Like, do you get me? We have got killers. Do you get me? We have got two forwards who, fam, they can do the business. Like, do you get me? So they're backing their forward line. They're saying, Salah, Firmino, Mane, bruv, we back them. Like, do you get me? Like, we back them. And I think Arsenal fans, sometimes they're looking at it and they're saying, you know what? And I think this is where, like, again, fine margins, and this is where the really critical Arsenal fans are looking at their team and they're saying, Havertz has done well, but he's still not of the level that we need to beat this juggernaut. Do you get me? And now they're looking at it like, okay, cool. If we're playing Havertz there, then we now need a left winger of a certain standard that can help us beat this juggernaut. So it's either maybe you get the world-class number 9 coming through the middle, or you have Saka on one side who continues to get better, and then you've got another left winger who's, it's not a thing where it's like, oh, do you get me? Sterling, and again, for the circumstances, I think it was a good signing, but not a thing of, oh yeah, we've got a left winger who can cover Saka, who can also play on the left wing, who can come in. So it's like, no, we've got Saka on the right and we've got X player on the left. Do you get me? Both sides is peak for you lot. Do you get me? It's trouble. Like, do you get me? It's trouble. So even though we don't have a Haaland, do you get me? Both sides, you lot are in trouble. So we'll take.
You can't do. If you double team, you're leaving the other guy open.
Yeah, do you get me? It's long, fam. And then what? Havertz now, less pressure on him. As long as you do what you need to do, do you get me? Get your goals that you need to get, drop deep. Like, do you get me? Like, make sure like the attack is fresh, like it's dynamic, then we're good to go. And I think, yeah, like, again, a lot of this is the consequence of the team that you're going up against.
Yeah, I think that's the problem,
like,
man.
That's what you're dealing with.
Bro, I said it already, man. What last year was our highest points total in Premier League history, and it still wasn't enough.
Bro,
I think the most goals he scored still not enough. Bro. Yeah, again, man, it's critical from that point of view, and I hear it.
Bro, I'm looking at it, and I'm even looking at it, and I'm thinking, even when we were talking earlier, I was thinking, like, imagine how teams competing with us back then, like a Chelsea would have felt. Like, do you get me? When we'd just beat them in the Champions League final and we've won the league, and then we've got Rooney, Ronaldo, and Tevez, and we say we're signing Berbatov. Like, they're thinking, what's going on? What's going on here? what's going on here? Like, you get me? What's going on? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean, bruv? Like, and I think you're looking at this City team and you're just like, man, what we need from City, we need a fumble. Like, this Savio guy needs to be rubbish. And then you see him play, you're like, do you get me? And you're looking at it and you're thinking, what? And Gundogan's gone back. And they were saying, you know what? Haaland had a great first season. We need this guy to fall off a little bit. Hat trick, goal. And you're like, damn.
I'm tired, bro.
And then you're looking at it and you're thinking, you know what? But De Bruyne's getting old. Like, probably he's not going to be effective. He comes back. Count here again. And then you're thinking, you know what? City without Rodri. If early on in the season, if when they're missing him, he drops points, Rodri chills on the bench. Not in the squad. 3 wins out of 3. Bro, Pep said this was our pre-season. He says the real season starts after the international break, bro. He said pre-season is done, bro.
I know,
man.
He
said, it was nice.
I know.
I said, Haaland, you got your hat tricks. You got your hat tricks. Pre-season is done. So the level that you're up against, and again, this is why, and we'll talk about it like when we stream next, but this is why, like, these other trophies
Yeah, we have to, man.
Arsenal
We have
needs
to, man.
Arsenal,
We
and
have to.
I'm gonna have this because I
We
really
have
want to
to.
speak about this. But
Yeah, we have to.
but yeah, bro. But overall, I'll say Arsenal decent, man.
Yeah. All right,
So,
bro.
decent,
I
yeah.
think the next thing is definitely trying to just finalize what we're moving up and down with the eye now. What are you thinking?
Bro, we need to look at that decent.
Yeah, the decent is definitely too heavy.
We need to look at that decent.
Too heavy. Is that okay? Cool. Is there anyone from that decent moving up or down? Is the question.
I think. I think relative to their aims, I would have said Ipswich.
Too good.
Like, yeah.
Cool. I won't argue that now. All right.
Yeah. I'll currently say that. I'm not gonna lie, bro. And I don't know what Spurs fans think, but I don't know. There's something about that good that don't sit right with me for them, man. I just think they could have done more. Like, do you get me? Yeah, like I think even just the more I think about it, I'm looking at their team. I'm just like Solanke, yeah, great, but apart from Solanke, like starters that are gonna directly come into the team and
it's
impact.
for the future, man.
Yeah, man, they've done. I think Spurs need to go to decent.
I'm not gonna argue with you. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you on that one.
I think they need to go to decent.
Yeah.
I think.
Any that's going
Southampton. I'm looking at Southampton and I'm thinking, you know what?
I'm a casualty of the numbers.
You know what? I don't think you've done enough. I don't know if you've done enough, you know. Like, I don't know if you've done enough. Let me move them down for now.
Okay. You know the other one, yeah? The other one, there's not enough to do it. Bro, there's not enough to do it. It just again because they're getting there on technicality because of how many and this that Neto signing literally is the reason. Because I told you, I made it very clear that I'm not moved by the João Felix in the central.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I do like João Felix as a player. I'll be honest. I do like him. Like I do like him. He's someone that I've always liked. I've always liked him. I liked him when he was at Benfica. I liked him at Atletico, even though it didn't work out. Like he's someone that I've always liked. And I do think there's a player in there. Like, do you get me? So he's one of them players where I look at him and I'm like, you know what? If he can come good, then yeah, like it's really interesting. But yeah, I think they've done again that striker. It's crazy, but I think with the outgoings and some of the signings they've made, I think we leave them in decent.
All right, cool.
I think we leave them in decent. Bournemouth, what do you think about Bournemouth?
Man, they're all right. They're a risk to go down still. I mean, to bad. They're a risk to go down to bad. Just because again, like it's like you sell your best player. And then did they do enough to make up for them selling their best player? I think I
don't think so.
In the hard light.
Hey, bro, they're going down.
I'm lacking the formation now.
Things are looking better.
Yeah, we have to. Things
are looking better. Okay, Brentford. What do you think about them? Obviously, they lost Tony. I think the thing is with Brentford is that I think we look at them and we say, you know what? They've of course the Thiago thing's unfortunate. They've got the two signings from Liverpool. I think with Brentford is more so you look at their team and you're like, they've got enough there. Like, do you get me? Where it's not. Yeah, do you get me? I think with Mbeumo and with Wissa, like you're looking at it and you're like, cool, you've lost Tony, but you're good. And you did try to replace him, and it's just very unfortunate what happened. Do you get me? So,
yeah, I think again it's kind of relative to what you expect. We're not expecting Brentford to push for Europe or like it's not a mid-table team. I think they've done enough to be a mid-table team. I think that's why. Like, I think we could, but I think it'll be a bit harsh to put them to bad as well. I don't know,
bro. You know what, as well, bro. I'm looking at Ipswich again, and I'm thinking maybe they need to go back to decent. You know, You know what it is? You know what it is? I think the reason why I'm looking at Ipswich, I think it's one of them ones where I look at them and I think I like the signings they've made, and I think it could bang. But I think maybe when I just look at it again, like there's too much a bit of like, oh, that's a nice creative signing, that's good. But and again, it's hard for a team like Ipswich. I'm trying to balance it because it's like your championship side
you
coming up,
convinced
so it's
me.
difficult. It's difficult. Like, that's the thing. You know what it is? I think some of these things are reasoning. Like, you actually have to just understand the different reason for. When you're a championship team who've got promoted and you're coming up, do you get me? Like, you have to be creative, and I think someone like a Smodix, for example, who was the championship top scorer last season, bringing him in, I think that makes sense.
You know what sways it for me, bro? It's that I look at them. Like, I think why I wasn't trying to put him in good. I think I'm more willing to look at signing and feel like I'm more confident you're going to stay up. But I think the way when you explained it earlier, I'm looking at everything where they're horrible, and I'm looking at Ipswich they're good. And I'm like, you know what? They've made good enough signings, and I've seen what they're doing on the pitch as well. Where, I think it's them ones where this could age well. Where if they stay up, then good was the right thing to put them in, and if they stay up, decent will be harsh. Does that make sense?
I'd like to. I believed. I always wanted to put you in good. You're staying there. That's what we're gonna do.
I think I've been
all right with this.
I'm
kind of all right with this.
I'm not mad at this.
Villa, West Ham, Brighton. Fulham, City, United, Ipswich, good, decent. Chelsea, Brentford.
Brentford on one. I know.
Brentford.
I'm looking at. I don't know. They might have to get the same treatment as Bournemouth.
You know what it is with Brentford? It's just that when I look at the other teams, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, like. Chelsea, they've not addressed the problem they need to address, but they've made a lot of signings and they've signed good players. Do you get me? I think Palace, obviously, we've spoken about Nketiah, and there. Obviously, we also spoke about the ability to keep someone like a Gay as well.
Eze.
Eze as well. Like, do you get me? So like we're looking at their players and we're saying, you know what, like you've done well to like hang on to the players that you needed to hang on to, and then also like you've made some good signings. Who else did Palace sign as well? Oh, Sarr as well. I think
I think Brentford is the one. I feel like overall, I think I'm happy with the rest of the decent color. I feel like Brentford are the one where I'm like they stick out a bit. They stick out.
I'm looking at them and Palace. And I'm thinking, like, they both have. So Palace have Eze, they've got Mateta, obviously Gay. Like, do you get me? And those players, like, they are gonna be crucial to Palace's success. And I'm looking at Brentford, and I'm looking at Mbeumo, I'm looking at Wissa, and I'm thinking those players are gonna be crucial to their success. I'm looking at Palace, and I'm thinking you let Elise go. Do you get me? Got the money for him. I'm looking at Brentford, and I'm thinking you let Tony go and you got the money for him. Then I think Palace, their signings, like I think with like Nketiah, for example, I think he's someone where it's just like we know him and we're like, oh, you know what, that could really bang for them potentially. Whereas I think it's kind of a bit peak for
Brentford. We're gonna mark them down for injuries.
Yeah, with the Thiago, like the Thiago thing, I think that's really peak for them. Like, do you get me? And I think if you spend 40 million, you can't now just say, he got injured. You should have spent another 40 million to buy another striker. Like, do you get me? It's what are you saying, bro? What's your call of it? Do you get me?
Again, I also feel like maybe we're probably not putting enough kind of stock on Van der Berg as well, and I guess
Carvalho. Van der Berg and Carvalho. I think they're two good signings.
I think they're two good signings as well. That's why I feel like I've kind of said it. I feel like the bad is it feels hard. I feel like the bad it feels harsh with the bad. So I feel like I have to have a reason where I feel like you've lost your best player. Let's say with Bournemouth, like you lost your best player. I don't feel like you've done much to really kind of make up for it going forward. Whereas Brentford, they lost their best player, but they did bring in Thiago. He got injured. I think Carvalho. I think Sander Berg. They have Mbeumo, they have Wissa. I feel like I'm torn between keeping them in decent. I think, because like you said, I feel like they're similar to Palace, but then I feel like probably they don't have a standout kind of signing either that tells me that they should definitely stay there too.
I think that's
So,
my thing, and again, but it's the Thiago thing, which
it's
is
the
just
Thiago thing, which is it's a
I'm
factor
trying to
that
not I'm trying
yeah,
to not punish them for it. Like
yeah.
I'm trying to not punish them for it. Because even without Thiago, I feel like they've got goals. Like, do you get me? So with Thiago, do you get me? Like, unless he's like a complete flop, which like we can't judge.
Yeah.
Do you get me? Like, yeah. Then, but if he was able to just like, he doesn't even need to do what like Tony was doing for them. But if he's just able to like contribute sufficiently, then like, yeah.
Man.
But
I
I
told you,
don't
but
know.
these categories,
Yeah.
there should have been a bit more either sides that would have
Mm.
helped. Because there's some teams that are right on the borderline, but I don't know, bro. This is tough. It's tough. It's either we move them down. If we're gonna be as harsh as we were, we can move them down. We keep them in the decent. It's tough, man. I'm looking at it again. I'm looking because even like Bournemouth, like I'm trying to see are we being nah. I'm looking at both all their signings and bro. You know what? I'm thinking we keep them in decent, man. I think they had a decent. I think from the point of view of the signings they actually made, I feel like if Thiago didn't get injured, I would have gone decent. I don't think I would have gone bad. I think because that injury is what's making me lean towards potentially going bad. So I am being influenced by it slightly.
And you know what it is? It's one of them ones where I'm looking at Brentford and I'm thinking again, as regards to their targets for the season, is also another one where it's just like I don't think they're gonna be in any relegation scrap. Like, do you get me? I think they're gonna be fine. They're not getting European places. I don't think it's just like I think they're just gonna be calm.
You know what it is? I feel like Bournemouth might be being I think we're probably being harsh on Bournemouth too, where I also think it's kind of again completely different ends of the table. But because I really rate Bournemouth's manager too, and I look at the fact that you have also again, I don't think they were ever going to do it enough to be competing for the top spots. But I feel like because I rate the manager and because I think they're gonna definitely be safe, that maybe they could have also done business that could have pushed them more into that 10, 11, 12. But I don't think they did that either. Now, you know when it's like it's a consequence of, I guess, what could have been as well. Whereas with Brentford, because I don't have any expectation, I just think they should be a mid-table team. I don't criticize them for not also doing more to push for, because I don't think they were going to do that anyway. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying.
That makes any sense. So I'm trying to justify why having Brentford in decent and having Bournemouth in bad is okay. Basically, is why I'm saying this, because they're very similar in my eyes in terms of.
I think for me, I think when I look at the players they lost, so I look at the loss of Tony, and I think I'm more, and I look at the loss of Solanke, I think I'm more worried for Bournemouth as regards to the loss of Solanke and goals in comparison to Brentford and the loss of Tony and goals. I think you look at Mbeumo and you look at Wissa, and I think, you know what, like, they're players that can get you goals. And then I think with Thiago, again, that would have been another, because I'm trying to judge it like, I think, we're taking the approach that we're going to judge it like it's not their fault. Like, do you get me? So we can't, do you get me? It's just unfortunate he got injured. So, whereas I look at Bournemouth and I'm just not as confident. I think that's
Well,
the
do
thing.
you think this is the consequence? I don't know how much you know about Ivan Nilsson, but I don't know. This could also be a little consequence of not.
Ivan Nilsson. I think that's the. I think that's what I was even partially saying, that Ivan Nilsson obviously is coming from Porto. Do you get me? But I think like when you're looking at, so let's look at Ivan Nilsson and let's look at Thiago. Like they're both strikers that are coming into the league. Like, do you get me? Forwards that are coming into the league. And
I know where you're going. Okay.
Do you get me? So it's like there's an unpredictability about for both of them.
Yeah.
But then, so I'm thinking, cool. If both of them are flops,
who's
now
hurt more?
I'm looking at Bournemouth, and I'm like, I really like Semenyo. Like, do you get me? It's not like Bournemouth don't have players that I don't like, but I just think I slightly give the edge to Brentford. Like, do you get me? Because I remember when Tony was out. Like, do you get me? Like, last season because of the ban, and like people say, oh, like I think people forget that it was actually when Mbeumo also got injured. That's when it became a problem. But when Mbeumo was fit, this guy was coming up for them big time. Like, do you get me? Like, he was doing the business. Like, do you get me? So, yeah, like, yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna say we go with it, man. I'm gonna say we go with it, man. I feel like we tried to talk each other. I think we go with it. I feel like this is. I think this is.
Yeah. I think there were certain things I looked at and I was just like with Spurs, I was just like, nah, man, they have to.
No, I hear it.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I looked at it, I was like, they have to go down. The thing, but yeah, this Bournemouth Brentford thing is more of like a. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
All right, cool. And to be fair, too, we can also in the comments, anyone who watches it later, let us know what you think. And I think we should even post this as well and see what other people think and see whether anyone can also make, again, maybe if you're a Brentford or Bournemouth fan, probably make an argument for why maybe we're missing out on. We're not understanding. To educate us on these ballers that we might not be aware of. So, but I think based on the knowledge that we both have on the players, it'll be interesting to come back to at the end of the window to kind of see. Really, I guess to be fair, I guess they're kind of touching it now that we definitely. I think when we do our Premier League predictions to see how this kind of feeds into whether it changes anything, it'll be interesting to see at the end as well of the season how this plays out, like where Brentford finished relative to Bournemouth and how Ivan Nelson does. I guess we're not going to see Thiago this season, but see how he does in general. Whether we slept on him or we were right to assign question marks.
Yeah.
So I feel like we're gonna get more questions over time. So I think we can only make a decision based on what we know right now, and I feel like this is fair for what we know right now. So
cool, bro. Yeah, man. Let's leave it at that, and we'll save it. And it'll be interesting to hear what everyone else thinks. But bro, we've broken a record.
Oh yeah, man. Longest stream to date, man.
We've broken a record.
Oh, I know everybody's snowing right now.
It's currently half two in the morning. Hey, yeah, guys. I know we said we're gonna do the final predictions. As you can see by the time, we can't do it now. We're over 5 hours into the stream. So
it's not fair to viewers.
Me and Ace, we're gonna talk about how we're gonna try and do things, so we're gonna let you guys know. So but like we'll sort it out. Do you get me? But and with the prediction episode as well, that obviously can't happen now. But we're still looking to do that as well. So we'll keep you guys updated. So hopefully that will be done ahead of the weekend. So but man. Ace, any last words?
No, man. Another good stream as always. Thank you to everyone who was involved in the comments. If you watch this live, you watch this later, then please definitely make sure to leave a like, subscribe, leave your thoughts. Will help us grow, and we'll just hopefully get better as we try to kind of go through this journey of learning and kind of more accurately predicting how long streams will take us, because this one definitely went over the clock. Over the clock.
No, we weren't even close.
Oh man, man,
we weren't even close.
But it was fun though. Again, international break. We were both were wanting to talk about football a lot, so we definitely got through a lot. And this might be a nice little podcast for people while they're working tomorrow.
Hey,
nice 5 hours.
Man. Don't ever say we don't give you guys content.
Hey, man.
Don't ever say we don't give you guys content.
Nah. So thank you to everyone who I let you say your line, bro. I always like when you say
bro. Hey man, for whoever stayed on the stream for 1 minute, whoever stayed for 30 minutes, whoever was watching for an hour, whoever was watching for 2, whoever even for whatever reason you decided to watch for 5, do you get me? we are extremely grateful. I am extremely grateful. I know Ace is extremely grateful. And yeah, man, that we really appreciate it. If you're gonna watch this later, again, we really appreciate it. Whether you want to like tune in for 10 minutes, whether you want to tune in for 30 minutes, like the fact that you've been willing to give up your time to tune in and hear us discuss and just like get involved in the comments and yeah, man, just support, share, like it's always deeply appreciated. It's something that we don't take for granted. And like Ace said, like obviously like we speak frequently, like do you get me, like we're always planning, we're always trying to get better, like we're always discussing ideas, and hopefully like the longer we do this, like everyone's able to witness seeing this go from strength to strength. And yeah, man, like the people who are watching now, like hopefully you're still watching, like as time goes by, and you can look back with us, like you're part of the journey, like you can also look back with us and say, damn man, these boys have come a long way. Like, yeah, man. So yeah, deeply appreciated, man. And yeah, like we're gonna like I said, talk about like obviously the other bits of this episode and the preview, and yeah, like we're going to be back. But yeah, man, international break is done now, so we're back with the Prem matches every weekend until the next international break, and yeah, like we're gonna try and make sure that we continue to just chill with you guys and like talk football and provide the content needed. And yeah, like also all of our socials as well, like is in the description. And yeah, man, like check us out on like everything, like on Twitter, on TikTok, on Instagram. Like yeah, we're on all the major platforms. So yeah, like well, pretty much all the major platforms. There might be platforms that I don't know about or I can't think of at this moment. Well, on Twitch as well. But yeah, like just follow us. Like, do you get me? And yeah, man, we're gonna try and go from strength to strength, and yeah, like continue just to improve the show. But yeah, really grateful for everyone who's tuned in.
Yeah. Thanks,
So yeah.
everyone.
All right, man. 5 minutes. No, 5 hours and 5 minutes and 35 seconds,
Hey,
2:34 in the
records.
morning. I am about to click end stream. I was about to say, I hope everyone has a good night, but I know people are sleeping.
Oh, they're snowing right now, bro.
They're sleeping. They said, guys, I would love to watch, but I got work in the morning.
I respect it.
That is fully understandable.
Yo.
I did not blame you guys at all. Do you get me? So yeah, man. Until next time, guys. Hope everyone has a great Friday. And yeah, man, we'll be back very soon to give you the preview. And yeah, we'll try to keep you up to date as well on all our platforms. But yeah, hope everyone's well and hope everyone has a good Friday and weekend.